Well, good morning. I'm Jason Grumet. It is a real privilege to welcome you all to this session on the 2020 voting experience, thinking about opportunities for reform. As I think most of you know, the coins of our realm are evidence, timeliness, and relevance, and we could not be more pleased to have the opportunity to host this discussion among so many people whose incredibly hard work over the last several weeks and years has been essential to our nation's accomplishment yesterday evening of certifying the results of the 2020 election. You know, we work on a whole lot of issues. We believe in the fierce urgency of pragmatism, and whether it's energy policy or health policy or immigration or economic policy, we understand that the firmament beneath all of that is having a government that has the legitimacy to lead and to compromise. And so for us, elections is a whole of organization project, and we are really ready to go. There is no rest for the weary, as I think many of you know, because some of the most important issues in our elections going forward have to be debated and reconciled in the next several months. And there are two very obvious questions that I think we're going to focus on during the next few hours. You know, the first is that the pandemic has driven changes that have fundamentally changed the conduct, the participation, and the perception of elections in our country, and unfortunately amplified a number of the kind of partisan trenches around access and security and legitimacy. And we need to figure out as a nation which aspects of these changes have been productive and can be kind of encoded into the election ecosystem going forwards, and where there are frailties that need to be addressed. And so dynamic change creates some tremendous opportunity and requires most of you on the phone to continue to have a lot of sleepless weekends. Secondly, I think it is unfortunately fair to expect that people who lose elections in this country are going to begin to more actively question the legitimacy of the process. And this simply means that we have to be even better. We simply cannot have opportunities, frailties, limitations that can amplify the weaponization of illegitimacy. And so I think the conversation that we've had for years with many of you is what can be done to make the administration of elections secure, funded, competent, and trusted. And so we'll be talking about that a whole bunch. So as we think about going forwards, this is kind of the foundation. I just, can't thank you folks enough, not for joining us today, but for everything so many of you have done over the last several weeks. Pleasure to turn this over now to my friend and colleague, Matt Weil, who has also been on a juggernaut of work, and ask you, Matt, to get us started. So thank you all.
Thank you, Jason. Today will be a rapid fire day of panels covering voting by mail, in-person voting, the funding of elections, election litigation, voter turnout and preferences, election cybersecurity, and more. Any one of these panels could fill several hours of discussion. So think of today as BPC's launch into the next 2 years of policy research, development, and recommendations. You can be sure that 2021 will see a lot more coming from BPC elections. I promise to minimize my time on the screen today so you can hear from our rockstar panelists. But I want to thank the Democracy Fund, the Hewlett Foundation, the Carnegie Corporation of New York, and the Healthy Elections Project for partnering with us on this event. I also want to preemptively thank all the panelists you will hear today. In this never-ending election year, I know you are all exhausted. I appreciate how you moved mountains to make today work within our tight schedule. And finally, on behalf of myself and the Bipartisan Policy Center, I want to thank all of the election administrators, poll workers, and tens of thousands of other Americans who worked tirelessly to make elections 2020 a reality. Many of you were subjected to absolutely impossible conditions and more than a little rudeness. We are all in your debt. With that, we hit today running with our first panel focused on what we know about the voters in 2020, what we need to know, and what it all means for voter reforms going forward. Rob Griffin is the research director of the Democracy Fund's Voter Study Group. He has a whole bunch of other affiliations and accomplishments, and you can read his full bio and the bio of all our panelists and moderators throughout today on BPC's website. Rob, the panel is yours.
Thanks, Matt. And again, thanks everyone for joining us. This very first panel, we're going to be discussing voter behavior in the 2020 election, voter attitudes, and especially how voters actually cast their ballot and how they turned out this year. So again, as Matt said, we have a pretty tight schedule today. We have a rather spectacular first panel. I am going to keep their bios very short, but they are much shorter than they actually deserve. So leading us off will be a presentation from Charles Stewart. Charles is a professor of political science at MIT. He is also the founding director of the MIT Election Data and Science Lab. He'll be presenting results from the survey of the performance of American elections. We're also going to be joined by Kei Kawashima Ginsburg, who is the director of CIRCLE, that's the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning and Engagement. Also joining us will be Emily Eakins, research fellow and director of polling at the Cato Institute. And last but certainly not least, Bernard Fraga, who's professor of political science at Emory University. So without much ado, Charles, I will lead us through a presentation and we'll be followed up with some comments by our other panelists. And Charles, you are muted.
This is not going to bode well for the day, or I hope it's a one-off. And I apologize for starting us off like this. And you're about to see that I'm also going to start off in the middle of the presentation, maybe or maybe not. So am I showing the presentation, Rob?
You are. If you could just put it in presentation mode, that'd be great.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that, man. Let's do this again. Okay. We're going to get going here. We're going to hit that. Are we in presentation mode?
Yes, yeah, no, it's in presentation mode now. If you just want to rewind to the start.
Right. Oh, geez. Really have to apologize. I thought I was exactly where I needed to be. And we'll start this again. And you would think that after an entire semester of teaching online, I would have mastered this, but how's that?
Yep, all good.
Okay, good. So I've already used all my time, I guess. So it was nice talking to you all. It's great being here. And again, thanks, Rob, and thanks to Matt and all the crew at Bipartisan Policy Center for organizing this. This is going to be a great day. And just to jump into things, because I know we don't have much time, we're putting in 2 days of presentations into one day today. So I just want to start things off by talking about the results of the survey of the performance of American elections, which I've been running since the election of 2008. Which focuses on the experience of voters as they cast ballots either in person or by mail. In past years, we've interviewed at least 10,000 people immediately after the election. This year, we interviewed around 18,000 people, as we interviewed 200 respondents from 40 states in the District of Columbia, plus 1,000 respondents from 10 of the battleground states. The survey was conducted by YouGov, and it was supported in part by the generosity of the Democracy Fund. This survey really focuses on the experience of voters, as the title suggests. And there's really 5 takeaways from the survey. The first is the documenting what many of us intuited, which is half of Americans voted by mail on this election, a quarter in person on election day, another quarter during the early voting period. Qualitatively for voters, when they voted by both mail and in person, it was very similar to the past, which is to say it was a positive experience overall. And so consistent with what we've been saying about this being an incredibly well-run election. Confidence in the vote count overall was as high as it's been in the past, but this overall top line number masks the type of partisan divisions that we've come to expect, unfortunately, in this area of election administration. And similarly, attitudes about fraud, while they've been, they were kind of constant compared to the past, we see much greater division between the parties. And then finally, one final partisan division, support for mail voting has in fact increased, although partisan divisions are there as well. So let's talk very quickly about the transition to mail voting. This graph just shows the timeline up to 2016 over the last 20 years of the percentage of people who've been voting on election day by mail and been voting early. And we can see that there's been a gradual decline of election day voting and gradual increase in early voting by mail and in person. Well, dramatic change in 2020, not surprisingly. Nearly half of Americans voting by mail and roughly a quarter, as I said before, voting both on election day and voting in person. Of course, there's not homogeneity across the country. Different states vote in different ways. And so if we look at state by state over the same period, we'll see the diversity of that change. This is Tammy Patrick's favorite graph, and I'll just show very quickly for those of you who've not seen this before. This triangle plot, if you're states at the top, you're all voting by mail. Down in the left-hand corner, everybody's voting. I'm sorry, at the top, everybody's voting on election day. Bottom left, everybody's voting by mail. Bottom right, everybody's voting early. 1996, in virtually every state, all the voters were voting by mail. There were some exceptions. For instance, Colorado, Oregon and Washington were beginning to go in their mail directions. Tennessee and Texas were beginning to go in their early voting directions. And if we go down year by year, we get the snow globe effect till we get to 2016, the states falling from the top down below, mostly down to the left, voting by mail. 2020, this is where we are, with a general shift down to the left as most states increased voting by mail. In fact, every state by the survey respondents, at least, had less voting on election day and at least some more voting by mail everywhere. Of course, another way of looking at this is just regionally. In 2016, we see that voting by mail was mainly a West Coast phenomenon or a Western US phenomenon. In 2020, while the West continued its growth in voting by mail expanded toward basically the Midwest and along the Eastern Seaboard. Divisions by party were remarked on during the run-up to the election. Prior to 2020, there had been a slight preference among Democrats for voting by mail. This was largely, by the way, due to the fact that the vote by mail states themselves tend to trend more democratically. But as we see in 2020, the fraction of Democrats reporting that they voted by mail is roughly 60% of Democrats, 30% of Republicans. So a 2-to-1 margin of Democrats over Republicans in voting by mail. Qualitatively, we ask voters when they voted by mail their experience in various parts of the process. And uniformly, similar to the past, it's been very high, very high satisfaction. That is to say, almost nobody experienced problems getting their mail, nor with marking the ballot. The instructions by and far were easy to follow, and voters by mail were very confident or somewhat confident that their vote was counted as intended. Now, one of the issues was how are voters going to return their ballots? Issues of drop boxes became salient during the run-up. And we see here that when we ask people how they returned their ballots, in 2016, 2/3 mailed them back. In 2020, roughly only half mailed back their ballots. With the rise of drop boxes, returning to election offices, and returning to polling places, all becoming much more prevalent. We asked people who had voted by mail if they planned to vote again, if they had done it before regularly, if they plan to do it in the future. And we see here that 60% of people who voted by mail said they're very likely to do so in the future. 21% said they're somewhat likely. Democrats are more likely, not surprisingly, to say that they are very likely to vote by mail in the future, but still a significant number of Republicans say they're likely to vote by mail in the future. I take this to mean that we're likely to see large amounts of voting by mail in the future. The fact that these numbers are not 100% suggests that there may be some rollback of voting by mail in the years to come. And so nonetheless, a number of voters have taken a bite of the apple, and they're likely to like it. Looking at in-person voting, there's a great deal of continuity there. The issue here, of course, was how to deal with the fact that there was going to be challenges in maintaining polling places, recruiting poll workers, and in bringing in the equipment, the PPE and other things necessary to ensure social distancing and healthy voting. When we asked voters here qualitatively their experience voting in person, Similarly, with voting by mail, it was positive. Voters reported very few problems with registration when they checked in. Almost nobody encountered problems with equipment. The vast majority said that the polling place that they voted in was very well run. And they rated the performance of the poll workers as excellent or good, very similar to the past. Confidence that their vote was counted as cast was down compared to the past, but I attribute this to the fact that Republicans were more likely to vote in person, and Republicans, as we'll see just in a second, had lower confidence this year. Similarly, earlier when we saw that mail voters were more confident in their vote than in the past years, this was due to Democrats being disproportionately voting by mail. Okay. Where did people vote? Okay, so there were challenges to maintaining the old voting sites of churches and schools, first responder facilities such as firehouses, and private businesses such as casinos. So, where did people vote this time around? Well, when we asked them, they reported that their tendency to vote in schools dropped significantly, as did the tendency to vote in churches. Schools and churches used to be number 1 and 2 in terms of where people voted. In 2020, they were 3 and 4. They were replaced by community centers and other government buildings, such as courthouses and large government operations, more modern buildings than before. Libraries also stepped up and offered their facilities to vote. There's been some interest in arena voting, by the way. By this, in this survey, less than 1% of voters voted in an arena, a sports facility. In the counties that actually had the facilities, though, roughly 3% of voters used those facilities. Okay. Voters felt that the layout of their polling place was protective against COVID-19. 86% saw poll workers with masks, 74% saw hand sanitizers, and the rest. So they saw a number of things in the polling places to make things safe. Hand sanitizers and voting booths being cleaned were associated most strongly with people believing that the facility was safe. Lines. Well, with fewer facilities, taking longer to deal with people, to service people, it's not surprising that wait times went up significantly in 2020 compared to 2016. The fraction of people waiting more than 30 minutes to vote roughly doubled compared to 2016. However, I would point out that wait times were roughly on a par with what they were in 2008. So they were up significantly, but they were not up to such a degree that we would have been surprised at these wait times if we had encountered them in 2008. Confidence in elections. Here, as I mentioned previously, when we ask about confidence, overall, the top lines were similar to the past, where the fraction of people saying that they were confident that their vote was counted as cast was as high as it's been as in the past. If we ask about votes counted in the state, they were also about the same levels of confidence. And nationwide, this was a little bit different in the sense that the people who said that they were very confident went up, and people who were very not confident went up as well. So here we see most strongly the bifurcation of partisan attitudes about confidence. It's really in the nationwide arena. And we break things down by party. In this nationwide vote, we see the splitting of the two parties dramatically, and to degrees that I haven't seen in looking at this item since the 2000 election. I'm going to skip over this in the interest of getting to the end. Issues of fraud. We've been asking for now a dozen years about how prevalent people think fraud is. And again, the top lines are very constant with the past in terms of the fraction of people who believe that absentee ballot fraud is common, non-citizens voting is common, people impersonating others when they vote, voting more than once, changing outcomes, or stealing and tampering with ballots. All these have been relatively constant. However, again, when we break this down by party, Republicans have tended to be a bit more likely to believe that fraud is common, or to disagree that it never or almost never happens. Big, wide gap in 2020, much greater than what we've seen in the past. And finally, and I'll end on this, talking about reform, we ask about a number of items concerning reform, everything from voting on the internet to selecting partisan officials on a nonpartisan basis. These numbers really didn't change very much in 2020. I will note, however, that the items that changed the most were embracing the idea of having to show a photo ID to vote, and this idea of running all votes by mail. And in particular, support for photo ID went up, both among Democrats and Republicans compared to the past. Support for mail balloting went up overall, but as we see in the next graph, this is primarily because it's gone up strongly among Democrats. Republicans, by the way, have never been in favor of all voting by mail. And so that, attacks on voting by mail during the pre-election period were already kind of playing to a fertile ground, as it were. But Democrats are really interested in the reform. One of the things I find interesting, the fact that we can drill down into states, we can see how this is playing out in states. And one of the things I noticed is that in the 3 traditional vote by mail states, Colorado, Oregon, and Washington, which has been the one place where Republicans have not been overwhelmingly against vote by mail to this point, support for vote by mail, even in those states, has declined rapidly, which is no doubt going to affect things in politics in those states for years to come. So to finish up, this has been obviously the most administratively challenging election in a generation, if not in forever. And I think everybody on this at this event understands that. We've seen already many people saying this was the most secure election in history and one of the best run elections in history, especially when we add degrees of difficulty. But we can also now say that from the perspective of the grassroots, from the voters casting their ballots, that their experience was a good one. And I think that this can add to the story of this election that administratively it was very well run. Partisan divisions, though, are very clear at the mass level, replicating what we're seeing at the elite level. And this no doubt is going to have significant consequences in the months and years ahead as we plan the next steps in election administration in the United States. So thanks very much for your time, and back to you, Rob.
And Charles, if you just want to take that, yep, there you go. Thanks so much, Charles. Again, really, really fascinating, and I think a really coherent presentation in the short time you were given. I'll follow up with just one quick question for you. And you touched upon it just briefly, I think, during the presentation, but, crystal ball, if you're talking to political parties, if you're talking to state and local election officials, what can you maybe guess about the appetites of voters in the United States for different types of vote methodologies, right? Is 2020 just going to be an odd duck, right? Do we walk away and this is just a kind of a strange year and it doesn't really tell us much about the future? Or do we see signs that really maybe this is a pivot point in terms of some people's behavior?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, on the other hand, right? I mean, we see that in the rising partisan divisions, but I think we also see right, and so that's going to, I think, make it very difficult in many states to kind of move in having doing major changes, especially in states that are closely divided by partisanship. On the other hand, it's a non-trivial number, for instance, of Republican voters like voting by mail, and so I mean, it seems to me that actually the vote by mail issue may very well be very different from, say, the voter ID issue. At the mass level, in the sense that there's kind of a lot of people in the parties who are going to go against hype, especially on the Republican side. And so, I mean, I think that a well-controlled mail ballot set of reforms may, surprisingly, at the end of the day, maybe not, doesn't seem that way right now, but maybe in a couple of months may be doable in many, many states.
And with that, we're going to turn, I think, to our other panelists. And just to tell for the crowd too, we're going to shift gears just slightly to talk. Obviously, this was a lot about voters' experiences and some voter modes. We're also going to talk here about turnout and how people's behavior changed this time around. So I'm actually going to start off with Emily Eakins. And a big thing for me, as someone, as it is for many of us on this panel, whose job is at some level kind of helping to narrativize what has happened, right? To tell us about the nature of the election and communicate that to folks. 2020 is kind of tough because one of the biggest tools that we have to do that has been surveys, right? So we have these public opinion surveys like the presentation we just saw and other data sets that we're going to rely on. But we know that there are potentially some underlying issues going on with them, and we don't necessarily understand the contours of that problem yet. So Emily, I'm just curious if you can talk about maybe some of the issues that we saw in polling this election cycle, maybe some of the sources that people have started to identify as potential areas to investigate if we're looking for problems, and maybe just the types of caveats we should be putting as we try to narrativize and understand what happened this election cycle. And you were muted, Emily.
Yes. I think that after 2016, people felt like the polls had misled them, even though they weren't that far off the actual result. Hillary Clinton did get more votes than Donald Trump in 2016 and was within the margin of error. But as people who follow polls closely can attest that when there were errors, to the extent that there were errors, they were all errors in the same direction. Meaning that it was underestimating Trump's support in 2016. I think a lot of people thought that that might have been an anomalous election, that, just he had inspired a lot of new voters to show up that we just hadn't anticipated in our likely voter models. And so kind of the postmortems after 2016, a list of recommendations had come out and pollsters had adjusted their samples to deal with that, we thought adequately enough. So this time we thought, are the polls underestimating Trump's support? Probably not, because we addressed the things that we thought needed to be done after 2016. In particular, in Midwestern states, kind of turning up the dial on non-college white voters who disproportionately support Trump. Well, then we have 2020. And while, again, the polls got the winner correct, I think we can all agree that they misled us again. And I think a lot about Brexit as well and how the polls misled there too. And I'm starting to think that I think a lot of pollsters are starting to come to the realization that perhaps there's a trend. And it's less about idiosyncratic factors, but something a little bit more systemic. And so while there always will be idiosyncratic factors, I think a lot of pollsters have pointed out the effect of the pandemic and how that's affected who's available and eager to take surveys. Certainly that's very plausible that we see that Democrats were a lot more willing to take surveys since they were more likely to be social distancing and quarantining at home than Republicans. But I think that there's one area where a lot of pollsters are starting to pay more attention to, and that's the idea of partisan non-response. And what that means is that it seems like certain types of voters that support not just Trump, but also Republicans in general, were less likely to take surveys. Now, an original conception of this was the idea of a, quote, shy Trump voter. And what that implies is that someone secretly supports Trump, but they don't tell you that on the survey. They lie and say, oh, I'm not going to vote, or I'm going to vote for the other candidate. But there's less evidence for that because we also saw Republicans down the ballot being underestimated. Senator Susan Collins in Maine is a great example of this. I don't think were there any polls that showed her ahead in the month or two prior. So, were people shy Susan Collins voters? It seems less likely, and a more plausible explanation seems to be something in the area of partisan non-response. And in particular, it seems like certain segments of Republicans are not responding to surveys because, as you know, surveys usually include weights that ensure that the partisan composition of a poll is representative of what we believe the actual electorate looks like. And so these polls had enough Republicans in them, but it seemed for some reason it was undercounting Trump's support. And so a lot of people are thinking about, in particular, low social trust Republican and Trump voters for some reason are less likely to be participating in surveys. And so as pollsters, we have to think a lot about how we interpret our results and how to address that. And then we also want to be thinking about, well, why is this happening? Because it's not the case that every election the polls are misleading us. 2018 was pretty decent. So why is it when Trump's at the top of the ticket, or, you could say Brexit had some similarities in terms of the salient issues, immigration being one of them, Trump also largely being about immigration in the minds of many voters. Why are some people with low social trust perhaps just opting out of surveys and saying, no thanks? And some of the evidence we have for this is if you look at again, we're kind of relying on surveys here, so it's not the best, but we have seen a precipitous decline, particularly among Republicans, in support for major societal institutions like the media. Support has gone way down. Support for universities and colleges, support's gone way down. And it's not just during the Trump era. This predates Trump, but Trump has specifically repeatedly attacked the media, calling the media the enemy of the people, specifically calling out polls, saying they're fake. And so all these things, the decline of confidence in societal institutions, which polls are, in the minds of voters and respondents, they probably connect those two. So you have the decline of confidence in societal institutions, and then Trump, constantly berating and saying, these are corrupt institutions, don't trust them. You think that maybe that's had some effect on people's willingness to take surveys.
And Emily, just one quick follow-up question. I think another piece of this too is how we can think about the different types of information that are coming from surveys. So one of them is horse race stuff, right? So who's up and who's down in a horse race. And another one is sometimes what's called issue polling, right? Which is how do people feel about certain types of things? Do they have confidence in institutions? Do they support certain types of laws or not? Just your thoughts there. Is it a one-to-one translation? That is to say, if we're seeing certain 4 points of error in the polls over here, is it 4 points of error in issue polling? Is it better? Is it worse?
So I think that if it's partisan non-response, that is kind of the common problem between these different elections where the polls have misled, then we would expect it to be somewhat across the board, because like I mentioned, it wasn't just Trump that the polls underestimated. It was also Republicans down ballot. And that's because we can validate that. We actually know how many votes Susan Collins got and can compare that. Whereas if we ask people, what issues are your priority, it's harder to actually validate that. And so based on that evidence, I would expect it to be a little bit more across the board as opposed to just one, the horse race questions being off.
Thanks so much, Emily. So, keeping all of those survey-based problems in mind, I think one of the other toolkits that we have is things like the voter file, right? So these are a piece of data that are administered by the states, and depending on the question that we're asking, and sometimes we're asking questions about the composition of the electorate and people's turnout rates, they can be a pretty good source of information. So Bernard, I kind of want to turn to you. You've done some analysis of the voter file in Georgia and that election there. And I'm just interested if you could talk us through what's unique about Georgia from a data perspective and the analysis that you did, right? How might it avoid some of these problems with polling that we talked about in terms of telling us stories and helping to narrativize the election? And then also, Georgia is one state among 50, but how much might we be able to extrapolate from it?
Yeah, well, thanks so much, Rob, and thank you, Matt, and the rest of the BBC team for inviting me to be on the panel. If we look at the overall national picture, we have, all of the election results are now certified, and we have some estimates of the size of the U.S. population and composition of the population. One thing we know that, and this builds on Charles's presentation, is that turnout was up quite a bit in 2020 compared to 2016. About 2/3 of Americans who were eligible to vote turned out to vote this year, versus only 60% in 2016. And if we look at Georgia, one of the first states that has all the vote history data coded at the individual level, has tremendous information about the race and ethnicity of people because you report that information when you register to vote in Georgia, unlike most states. The trends there in terms of overall look kind of similar to the rest of the country. About 68% turned out to vote of those eligible versus 60% in 2016. But again, because of that detailed voter file data, again, official data reported by the states, not self-reported information from voters about whether they turned out or not, we look at the racial ethnic breakdown in terms of the rate of voter turnout, we see some patterns that I think are indicative of what happened in this election in the context of a pandemic and massive voter interest and mobilization. About 70% of non-Hispanic white voters in Georgia who could have voted turned out to vote. For African Americans, that number drops down to 58%. Again, despite massive mobilization campaigns, but in the context of a pandemic that has disproportionately impacted African Americans, turnout was about 58%. If we look at the Hispanic population, a growing part of Georgia's population diversifying, only 43% of Latinos who are citizens, adults of voting age, turned out to vote. For Asian Americans, turnout was up quite a bit relative to 2016. About 62% of Asian Americans, again, a growing but still relatively small share of Georgia's population, turned out to vote. So if we look overall, the Georgia trends in terms of race and ethnicity might not tell us so much about national trends because of the tremendous voter mobilization we see in this state. And I'm speaking to you from Georgia, from Atlanta, right, where we're all gearing up for the runoff. We see disproportionate increases in turnout for some groups and a continuation of some dramatic disparities in voter turnout by race and ethnicity. So I think this also tells us that there might be a limit to the extent to which mobilization and interest can remedy these disparities in voter turnout. Now, in Georgia, because again, they have excellent data on race in the voter file, campaigns can micro-target much more effectively than in most other states. So I know that right now, as people are doing their canvassing work for the runoff, some organizations are contacting every single Latino voter or every single potential Asian American voter in the state of Georgia. But we still don't see every single person turning out to vote. Some people are going to be resistant to those mobilization tactics, even when they're micro-targeted. So it says there might be kind of a ceiling in voter turnout. And I think when we consider the fact that even in this historic election, even with the ease of voting by mail, and the fact that, as Charles Stewart reported, voters indicated that they had a very good experience voting, they knew what they needed to vote, right? Massive shifts in vote method. Still, 1/3 of Americans did not turn out to vote, despite the fact that they could have. So I think Georgia indicates, again, some continuing disparities that we want to think about going forward. How can those be remedied? But also the fact that in a historic election, turnout was exceptionally high.
And Bernard, even just one follow-up question, because you touched on something that I think is kind of a sleeper story of the whole election, which is this really radical increase in Asian American turnout. And again, Georgia is one state. We don't know that it's indicative of what's happening elsewhere. But is there any sense, since you're on the ground in Georgia, why might we have seen this election? What was it about this election that seemed to have activated this portion of the electorate that has historically just had a turnout rate that's been lower than that of other racial and ethnic groups?
Yeah, so that's an excellent point. If we look at the historical record, one thing that we see, again, with voter file data where it's available and imputing that information where it's not, using modeled, statistical models. We know that Latino and Asian American turnout always lags African American and white turnout nationally and in nearly every state. It looks like Georgia this year might be an exception where Asian American turnout actually exceeded African American turnout. That's not a trend we saw historically, again, using voter file data from Georgia. Looks like Asian American turnout was up 20 percentage points from what it was in 2016. I think that's a testament to the work on the ground that organizations are doing. Also, the availability of the data that facilitates mobilization, because again, an organization that's getting the resources necessary to do the work can actually can knock on the doors, text or phone call every single Asian American voter in Georgia. The fact that Asian Americans are in some ways more of a swing electorate than what we see for African Americans or even for Latinos, at least historically, and this year that was the case as well, more divided in their partisan preferences, although leaning Democratic. But again, I think it really points to the fact that even with all of those efforts, we still saw, again, more than a third of Asian Americans who could have voted not turn out to vote in Georgia, a trend that we're likely to see in other states as well.
And thanks so much, Bernard. And Kay, I think we're going to kind of finish up our session with you. And obviously, you have a long history of working on issues relating to young voters. And one of the trends that we're seeing from some of the states where we do have that, again, complete voter file so far, what we're seeing is an increase in the share of the number of voters who are 18 to 29. So I'll just read off a couple of quick stats. But Georgia, the share of voters that were 18 to 29 was up by 3 points. Colorado was up by 1 point. Nevada up by 3, Oregon up by 1, Washington up by 2, Montana up by 3. Again, these are sort of a random bit of number of states, just because these are the states that happen to be the ones that are have the data in so far. I think this is, for those who work on this issue, kind of astounding, because the story has sort of forever and a day been, maybe this will be the election where we actually see this share of the electorate go up in a substantial way. I wonder if you could just talk us through, I think, maybe what was different about this election, why we saw turnout not just go up, but also kind of go up relative to other age groups, and what this might portend for the future about 18 to 29-year-olds, young voters. Again, is 2020 just an odd year, or might we see shadows of this in the next couple of elections?
Thanks for those questions. So young people, as we've been watching them for 20 years, have had ebbs and flows in turnout, with a relative high of 2008 to kind of relative low of 2012 and 16, and now 20, which is significant because in the context of higher turnout, overall historic one, your share is larger. That means, again, like 2018, young people increased their turnout relative to their past relatively similar election, like midterm in 2018 and 2020 to 2016 election, by a lot. We don't yet know exactly what the national turnout estimate's going to be, but what we have from midterm shows that they've pretty much doubled turnout. That's not going to happen this year, but we can expect a pretty high increase, and that pattern's likely to stay. I think one of the, or a few trends that's been driving youth turnout, for one, is the fact that there were a lot more young people participating in midterm election in 2018. Coming into the 2020 election, we had a lot more young people who had experience of voting as a youth electorate. So that was one thing that made it much easier for them to say update their registration rather than completing a whole new registration form. There were, of course, a large amount of complications. Like, for example, college students really had to figure out where to vote, how to vote, exactly where they can receive their ballots and where they're eligible. So there was a lot more challenges that they faced as young voters. And then, of course, on the groundwork that happens for youth voting is really important in normal election cycle, where young people see, other young people canvassing everywhere on campus, in their community, coming to their neighborhoods and concerts and talking to them about the importance of their vote. None of those happened in person this year. So we were seeing both a great amount of hope and optimism from 2008 and a huge amount of concerns. For example, only 24% of young people in our survey reported having ever voted by mail and having a lot of confusion about online registration as well. So those things really sort of concern us. And going back to Bernard's point about only, maybe 2/3, maybe with young people, about half of young people are still able to vote. And those barriers likely still affected historically marginalized populations more than more affluent and more privileged populations. So that's something that we're going to watch out for. Georgia's numbers really kind of resonate with what we would have guessed, given the impact of pandemic that's disproportionate. So we'll see what happens.
All right, and we do have a hard stop there. I want to go ahead and thank all the panelists, and thank you, Kay, for your last response. We're going to just go into a brief intermission, and we will be back in 1 minute. Again, thank you for all our panelists.
Welcome back. The Bipartisan Policy Center is excited to bring you this panel of chief election officials from Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Election officials were under the microscope this year like never before. They had to combat misinformation on an unprecedented scale, and they did it while being attacked personally and professionally. We are so lucky today to have Yamiche Alcindor, PBS NewsHour's White House correspondent, to moderate this discussion. Thank you, Yamiche.
Thanks so much for that introduction, and thanks so much for having this. I was just tweeting out the link to this because I'm so excited to sit down with these secretaries of state. It's so critical. So I know we're right now, who we have with us is the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. We have Kathy Bookfar, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, Megan Wolf, who is the Wisconsin Election Commission Director, and joining us in a bit will be the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. So thank you all for being here. I want to start just by asking a pretty wide open question, but it's the question that's kind of, in some ways, the question to ask today. The Electoral College has voted. Joe Biden is the president-elect. Is there anything left to do on your part? And what is the thing about this election that you wished all Americans could know and would know? And I'll start with you, Secretary Bookfar.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having all of us on. It's a great day for democracy. So let's see. I guess I would start out by saying no. So there's nothing left for us to do. We've certified the presidential, as with regard to the presidential and vice presidential race, we certified that in Pennsylvania on November 24th, sent everything off to the archivist, and that's done. Now we've had the Electoral College meet yesterday. It was a great event, carried out the will of the voters of Pennsylvania. So we're good in Pennsylvania. And to your latter question, I think the most important thing for every Pennsylvanian and frankly every American to know is that the election officials at the local, state, and federal level, the folks that are involved in election security, are the most dedicated professionals that you have ever seen in your life. They take every step of this extremely seriously. So I could say in Pennsylvania, every voter should know that no voter who has not been determined to be a qualified eligible voter has the opportunity to vote. And every qualified voter's vote was counted accurately, counted securely, and the voice of the people was heard. So to me, that's what this is about. Election officials are the champions of our democracy, and we owe them eternal amount of gratitude that everyone should know that they do this day in and day out to make sure that all of us have a voice in our democracy.
Mm-hmm. Secretary Raffensperger, you've said something that is very similar to what we just heard, but you have millions of voters who believe the election was stolen from President Trump. You also had the Texas AG sue Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, and Wisconsin, trying to invalidate their election results. And then, of course, you had 19 Republican attorney generals sign on to that, and 126 House Republicans also signed on to an amicus brief. My question is, where does this leave your party, in particular, the Republican Party? And is it inevitable at this point that the GOP becomes the party that questions the integrity of elections going forward if Republicans don't win elections?
Well, from day one, we've been working on what we called Secure the Vote was our program to give voters confidence. We came out of the 2018 schedule. Stacey Abrams ran, and she had some questions about the election. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a transparent, very engaged process to let people know that their vote would be counted, it'd be counted securely. And that's why we have a new verifiable paper ballot trail. So when we did our audit of the election, we did a 100% retally. And so we could retally all those by hand counting and compare that to the machine tally. And the numbers in many of the counties were exactly dead on with not a single vote difference. Mm-hmm. And that shows the accuracy of the machine, but also then gives people the accuracy of the total count. So you have security in that process. We understand that there's been an awful lot of disinformation. I felt like maybe I should go head out to Chuck E. Cheese and work on the whack-a-mole machine to improve my ability to answer all these things, because every day we whack one idea down, it's a rumor whack-a-mole, and then another one pops up. It's just endless, and our staff stays very busy. But there's no truth to anything. Everything that they've said, we have facts on our side and we get those facts out, we want to make sure that voters understand your vote is secure. Every secure vote has been counted. We want to make sure we actually have a Senate runoff coming up. We want to have that confidence in the system.
But I guess the question is still about the Republican Party in particular. Like you said, there's a Senate race coming up. Is it inevitable that if the Republicans don't prevail in those races, that you're going to see a party that's going to be questioning again the integrity of the election? And what does that mean, of course, for you, since you're a Republican? How do you feel your party can go forward with this disinformation that's largely coming from Republicans?
Well, it's sad that people put out information and we just back it up with facts, and we'll continue to do that. That's the challenge that you have with social media nowadays. You can say anything you want out there. We back up everything we do with facts.
Secretary Wolf, I want to turn to you. Election day morphed into election week in 2020. What did you face when you were trying to report results in real time and with appropriate context? And for people who don't understand, why did it take so long for us to understand who won this election? For people who are sitting at home saying, well, something must have gone wrong because we didn't know on election night who won.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me. And, I'm the chief election official for the state of Wisconsin, but I'm not the Secretary of State.
Yeah, sorry, should say chief.
Nonpartisan, by law, chief election official for the state of Wisconsin. And, from my perspective, we just have to keep getting out there and talking about the mechanics of elections. I know the media in Wisconsin has heard me say this 1,000 times and is probably sick of me saying this, but from my perspective, it is my job to know the nitty gritty of elections and to know every detail about how they work. And it's also my job to take that detail and to turn it into approachable information for the public. And, I really think that everyone has an obligation to engage with the facts about elections. But I also think that it's unreasonable for us as election administrators to expect that the public, or even candidates and campaigns for that matter, to understand all the mechanics of how elections work. I get to live, breathe, dream elections administration, but for most people, the elections process is new and mysterious to them every 4 years. So in the months before the election, I had committed to holding media availabilities at least weekly to discuss those mechanics of elections. And I had planned topics for each week where I would give the details of the process that were appropriate for the time frame in the election cycle, and then take questions for as long as it took to explain those mechanics to the media and our partners as they were working with us to explain the details to voters. And we'd also augment these messages each week with social media posts and press releases. And the goal was always to show the process, how it works. Not generically tell people about how our elections are great or how they're secure, but to really show them how. Most people are not aware of some of the basics about elections, like that pre and post-election audits of voting equipment are publicly noticed meetings that you can actually attend and observe in each of your communities. Most people don't know that election night results are always unofficial, and that for results to be certified, that they have to be double checked at the municipal, at the county, and then again at the state level through the canvass processes. They're checked again if there's a recount, and then they're checked again through our post-election voting equipment audits. And so really emphasizing to people that there are no dark corners or locked doors in elections. Everything is transparent and part of the publicly observable process. But I think we really need to continue to highlight these opportunities and really welcome the public to engage in that process. And I think we did this as election officials more so this year than ever before, but we continue to need to do more. It's tireless and thankless work, but more people know about the process, the more information that they have about elections, the more ability they have to draw on their own conclusions with firsthand proof about the integrity of our system.
Thank you, Director Wolf, and my apologies for calling you Secretary Wolf. I want to stick with you for a minute because you really just outlined, Director Wolf, what the process is for democracy in this country. But when you hear the president saying, "I was leading at night," and then all people were voting by mail. These voting ballots came in. I lost my lead. What do you make of that? And what should people understand when they hear that? When they hear the president saying he was leading, and then when the votes actually got counted, especially the mail-in votes, that he lost the election?
Yeah, this was certainly a question that we anticipated before Election Day. There's always these questions about why does it take longer for ballots in a jurisdiction like Milwaukee than in smaller communities? And there's a really simple explanation for that, right? There's more ballots. There's more ballots in our largest community in the state, and it should take longer to count those ballots. But I think, again, some of those mechanics of how that works just are not familiar to people. They're not things that they think about being part of elections. And so I think we did a good job of before Election Day saying, this is what you're going to expect. In Milwaukee, in our larger jurisdictions, they have what we call central count absentee, which means that all the absentees are counted in one location. And so you're going to see polling place results coming in from all the various polling places around the state right after the polls close. But those absentees that are all counted in one location, those totals all come in together. So you're going to see results earlier in the night, and then you're going to see the absentees be added later in the evening. And we tried to set those expectations. But I really think that that message needs to continue to be amplified, augmented through utilizing the voices of our local election officials. People really trust the voices of their local election officials. I think trust is grown locally. And so I think building off of what we did this year in proactive communication, but let's bring it down to the local level to continue to set those expectations for voters about what they're going to see on election night.
And Secretary Benson, it sounds like you have joined us. You can take yourself off mute because the next question is coming to you. As I sat down to get ready for this, one of the things that was playing in my mind was the fact that you had your home surrounded by people who did not believe the election results, who were accusing you of misinformation. So I want to ask you, what's the scariest thing that happened in the 2020 election? Maybe it's what I just described with people surrounding your home. Maybe it's something else. Tell me about what you experienced.
Well, thanks for having me and for that question. I think all of us have experienced various threats of violence this past year. I mean, for me, it was really my scariest moment overall was when I was 19 years old, investigating hate groups undercover in South Carolina all by myself, and was, worried that something would happen. And getting through that moment as a young, an investigator and investigative journalist, really was a moment that I carried throughout this year, because that is out there, and that if you focus on the work, you can get through it. And throughout this year in Michigan, we've had a number of incidents in which individuals have spouted hateful rhetoric using national platforms to do so, that have manifested itself, as oftentimes hateful rhetoric often does, is an attempt to levy or implement violent threats against public officials, myself included, of course, the governor and many others, frankly, on both sides of the aisle. And so that's been a reality in our state and in many other states throughout 2020 election. One incident, and perhaps a culmination of it, was what occurred outside my home about a week ago. But at that point, I was already in a position to be able to respond with strength and with a focus on the job that we as elected officials have to protect democracy and to protect the voters. And so my reaction that evening was, one, as a mom, protect my son and make sure that nothing affected him. And then secondly, really recognize, as we all have, I think Kathy, Brad, Megan, that we personify an election. We personify the voters. We personify democracy in our role as chief election officers. And in that job, we do have to, in some ways, take what is thrown at us, we'll say that, as a way of guarding and enabling every voter in our state to be able to have their voice heard. And I'll just close by emphasizing, in my team, when we have our meetings, as we have dealt with various different punches throughout the year, what we consistently remind ourselves is we will take a punch so that someone else can vote. And that's the bottom line. And that's what we do sign up for as election officers. And it's something that I'm personally very proud to be able to do, and in service to our country and our democracy.
That's a stark message. We will take a punch so other people can vote. I want to go to you, Secretary Raffensperger. You faced targeted attacks by the president, as did others. What was your experience like, and what were the pressures that you faced? Your scariest moment when you think about this election?
Well, from the standpoint of threats, really, when someone broke into my daughter-in-law's townhouse, that was and then a couple of weeks later, they followed her into a store with their iPhone on, and so anyway, that was scary for her, and that was really troubling for us. Then my wife got sexualized text. We got the death threats, but then they started attacking election workers. One of them was one of our vendors. Persons that were working for them, 25 years old, gets a text. He had a different last name, kind of like I do, and some of us do on this call.
Like
and
Al
so then
Sandor,
they started,
I imagine.
and they started threatening his parents also as well. And so those are the kind of things that happen. Gabriel Sterling, our implementation manager, he really spoke very powerfully, and he spoke powerfully at the right time when that situation arose, and that it needed to end. And we really said it should be condemned. And I don't believe that it's been condemned strongly enough by everyone that we need to have peaceful elections. But I understand that sometimes half the people won't like the results, but we have to have peaceful elections.
Mm-hmm. As a follow-up to that, thinking about the things that your family has had to experience, you said that you voted for President Trump and that he then threw you under the bus. My first question is, how now do you look at your support for President Trump? Do you still see him as someone that you would support? And then two, did you at all see this coming? The president had been saying that the election would be rigged if he hadn't won, and that he had been in some ways spreading disinformation before this election. How do you square your support with knowing what the president was saying?
I'm still a conservative Republican, and that hasn't changed. From the standpoint of the election, a lot of the issues that he had in Georgia specifically, if you look at all of our Republican congressmen that got their number of votes that they had, President Trump got 33,500 less votes. Then if you look in the metro region, Senator David Perdue got 19,000 more votes than President Trump did. And so he really had some challenges in those areas. He did well in many of the rural areas, but he didn't do well in the metro region. And so it's really his whole campaign strategy. And at the end of the day, our job, as Secretary of State, is to make sure we oversee elections, make sure that they're honest and fair. The job of a political party, in this case, the Republican Party, is to raise money and get out the vote. And they got outworked.
Mm-hmm. Secretary Boockvar, I want to turn to you. How much, if at all, did you face threats or pressure from the White House or people connected to the president, not only to have the election go in his way, but then, of course, to overturn the election? All eyes, of course, were on Pennsylvania, that critical state.
Yeah, I mean, look, as Jocelyn and Brad said, and Megan, I'm guessing you've gone through the same thing. I mean, I think all of us face threats, our families face threats, things that we should never, ever, when I was hearing you ask about the scariest moments for the others, I mean, honestly, when I think about the worst moments, to me, it's the attack on democracy. There has never been such an anti-democratic, unpatriotic, un-American reaction to an election in the history of, I can't speak forever, but, in any of our lifetimes. And that's, I think, what's most devastating. So did I get direct outreach to try to overturn, the results? No, I did not. But has there been, I don't need to tell you about what our legislature has been saying and doing, and all the folks who signed on to, the Texas lawsuit that, of course, was thrown out very quickly by the U.S. Supreme Court, not to mention the, 58 or 59 other lawsuits that every level of court, I mean, the courts have been doing exactly what they are, prescribed to do, which is uphold the United States Constitution, the Pennsylvania Constitution, and the laws of our country. And they've done it again and again. And I've been incredibly thankful for those jurists who have done exactly what they're supposed to do. They listened to the allegations. They sifted through thousands and thousands of pages of unfounded allegations, and they did justice in the end, and they upheld our democracy. And that's what our nation is about. That's what we've been fighting for in Pennsylvania. And that's what we will continue to do, is fight for the voice of the voters of this nation.
Mm. And with that, with the secretary saying that really the attack on democracy was the scariest thing, I want to turn to you, Director Wolf. Gabriel Sterling's name was already invoked, but that Georgia Republican elections official urged President Trump to rein in his supporters and said someone is going to get killed if this doesn't get stopped. What you're seeing and what other people are experiencing, do you agree with that? Do you think we're going to reach the level that someone might get killed? Just over the weekend where I am in DC, people were stabbed in confrontations between anti-Trump and pro-Trump supporters.
Yeah, thanks for that question. And, I think that unfortunately, some of those issues have been sort of politicized. And I think that's a really unfortunate side effect of all of this. But I think, follow me here for a second, but I think some of the roots of all of this really fall into what I call the gray areas that exist in our election laws and the positions that those gray areas have put us in as election officials. So as a nonpartisan election official, it's my job to implement the law. And I think that's true even of my partisan counterparts around the country. It's our job to implement the law. We believe in democracy. And I don't take a position on laws. I have no interest in the political effect of the law. Whatever I'm handed by our elected lawmakers, it's my job to implement. And not all laws are written to address each of the complexities that may arise in real world situations where decisions have to be made in real time. Procedures in Wisconsin that have been followed for more than a decade were challenged for the first time this year. There are gray areas in the law, and there are gaps that are filled by policy. And I think we need to find a way to identify those gaps and to work in a bipartisan way to create clear statutory expectations. These gray areas, they're not fair to election officials, as they put us in a perpetually untenable position of having to do our best to turn nonpartisan interpretations into practice under hyper-partisan circumstances. And the gray areas, they're also unfair to our voters who simply need clear instruction and expectation that they can follow. So whatever the law is, we will do whatever is humanly possible that's asked of us to implement it and to work with our voters, candidates, observers, to educate them about the process and to make it usable. And, for example, we have a bipartisan commission that passes a legislative agenda. That legislative agenda has gone unaddressed for more than 5 years. And as election administrators, now more than ever, I think we just continue to identify these changes and really illustrate those gaps. And if the gaps continue to go unfilled by legislation or court decisions, we need to consider how we can be even more transparent about the policymaking process and allowing for input. And so I guess my focus on this is really in looking forward and how can we address some of these concerns and try to make sure that the public remains engaged in these conversations.
Following up on that, was asking others about the scariest moment of this election process, but also when I'm hearing you talk about gaps in the law and gray areas, what do you think are the areas that need to be filled the quickest? What are the ones that are most concerning to you?
I think that observers is probably one of the things at the top of my list, right? So observers are a really important part of the process, a really important part of the process. And in Wisconsin, observation on election day is spread across more than 4,000 polling places. The statutes govern that this important aspects are very broad. And they say things like the table for observers can be 3 to 8 feet from registration or poll book, but it otherwise leaves the logistics of how observers are to interact in the polling places, what materials they're able to review, where they're able to be. And that's all at the discretion of the chief inspectors of each of the 4,000 polling places. And so this means that there are 4,000 ways the process can be carried out, and it can result in very different experiences in different polling places. And so I think there's a lot of gray areas that need to be addressed, and we need to recognize that those gaps exist and that we as election administrators have to have tools to deal with them in real time. But I think that observers and making sure that people know where to engage with the process and what the expectations are for that role is a really important place to start.
I want to ask this question broadly because you talking about observers brings me to a question I wanted to ask, which is how did the pandemic impact the ability to have observers take part in the process? And what would you do differently now when it comes to access to voting? There was a lot of talk from President Trump, especially saying that observers were not allowed to see things, that they were too far away. Courts have found that those were unfounded largely and have thrown those cases out. But the question still remains, was the pandemic, did it have some sort of impact on observers? Anyone can answer that, or I can call on someone, but I'm kind of interested in seeing if there was any state that saw specific impacts on that.
The only change we saw this year was an increased interest, more observers than ever before. And the real change, the only impact of the pandemic was they had to wear masks and where possible, keep 6 feet distant. So protect the health and safety of all involved. But indeed, this was one of the more transparent, if not most transparent elections we've had in Michigan. I'm sure my colleagues can say the same. Because we have laws in place to protect that transparency, those laws were followed and more people took advantage of the opportunity to observe the process than ever before. And one other thing I'll add to that, the observation process on Election Day in Michigan was completely smooth. There was no disruption, and we were very clear, as many of you may recall, going into the process to say that this is voter intimidation and this is observation, and if people cross the line, there will be consequences, but no one crossed the line. There was really no issue, no even calls around transparency until the end of our tabulation process on Wednesday evening following the election, when it began to be announced who had quote unquote won Michigan. And that's when we started to see some of the disruption and also the allegations, false allegations of a lack of transparency. But the actual experience was very smooth and transparent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does anybody else want to talk about how the pandemic impacted their state and the ability to vote? If there were any hiccups?
Sure. I mean, the pandemic impacted, of course, on so many levels, the election, including the fact that, we had a brand new law in Pennsylvania, right? In November of 2019 was the first time that we actually allowed all Pennsylvanians to vote by mail. So then we ended up with millions and millions of Pennsylvanians choosing to do that, which also meant more to observe, right? But all of our laws provide for very clear opportunities for both poll watchers on election day, and then every candidate at all can all have observers at the canvas of the mail ballot. So yeah, were there 6 foot distances? Yes, absolutely. And that's for everybody's safety. But I can't believe, Philadelphia and multiple other jurisdictions had a 24/7 live stream. The entire public around the world literally could watch the whole process. And that's a level, like Jocelyn said, there's never been ever anything like this before. This was the most transparent election that we've ever seen in the history of the country, I think, and certainly in Pennsylvania, that's the case.
And calling it the most transparent election in history, I want to go to you, Secretary Raffensperger. You wrote, "The crisis America's elections face is not one of security, but one of confidence." When you explain what you meant by that, and especially when you think of the fact that there was so much transparency in this election, but still millions and millions of people believe that the election was not done in a way that had integrity.
Well, there's the first issue that was raised earlier is that many voters don't understand the election process. And so that's really educating voters. And that's why we had to secure the vote. We put a lot of information on our website, social media to get that out there. But also, when we reported the results, there was a question about the accuracy of the machine. So we had to dispel that rumor. Then with the absentee ballot process, as Jocelyn mentioned, that it takes time to do that. So we wanted to have those obviously scanned before Tuesday. So that all we had to do was press the tabulation button. We had additional ballots that had come in. And so that takes a day. And that the large preponderance of those absentee ballots were actually ones that went for, Vice President, President-elect Biden. And that's because President Trump did not put out that he did not trust absentee voting. And so as those numbers came in, they did tend to favor more the Democrat Party. It's because the Democrat Party embraced that we are in a COVID environment. A lot more voters are concerned about their health and they're going to vote absentee. And then you had, obviously President Trump's telling people to show up in person. And so that's what happened a lot of times is the results after Tuesday tended to start going the other direction. And Gabe Sterling predicted it would be a 10,000 vote delta. It turned out to be closer to 12. But that's really what happened. But then that creates that doubt in voters' mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to stick with you because my follow-up question is, last night, President-elect Biden said it was unconscionable that the election results were tested, and he said that should never happen again. Do you think we're at the beginning of the erosion of American democracy? Do you think things will get worse from here on out when, again, you have that critical runoff race in your state? Do you think we're now at the place where Americans are always going to be questioning the integrity of an election if it doesn't go their way?
Well, after every election, people have questions. And so we want to make sure we rebuild that confidence. In our case, we want to make sure that we have voter lists that are updated as soon as we can. We join ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, so we can get very objective information when people move from state to state. And then we also want stronger voter identification and absentee ballots. We stood up an online portal which connected us to the Department of Driver Services, which was photo ID. That's a secure way of voting absentee. You know who is requesting that ballot. And that gives not just you, the voter that uses it, but also people that aren't using it, knowing that it is a secure process. So we're looking at ways of really instilling that confidence. And at the end of the day, we want people to understand our job is to make sure we have honest, accurately scored, actually accurately counted elections.
I'm going to stick with you for one more question, which is, how do you do that, though, if people don't fundamentally believe in the idea that the elections are not rigged? You have so many people who just believe these conspiracy theories, and they're being obviously spread by Republican elected officials in a lot of ways. When you think about this, especially as a Republican Secretary of State, is this a conundrum that you're still wrapping your head around, or do you think that there's a solution to this?
I saw this morning on Facebook, a Georgia Republican said, now don't start calling me a Democrat, and he just went through the whole litany of things that I just said. And he said, yes, Vice President Biden is the president-elect, and we just have to accept it, and then we'll come back in 4 years. And so you're seeing that many Republicans are really accepting the reality of the situation, but we're going above and beyond. So for this Senate runoff, we're making sure that we are encouraging both political parties to have monitors there as the envelopes are received, as you're verifying the signature, so people can verify the process. And also we have 24/7 video surveillance of the entire process. So we want to make sure whatever the transparency level needs to be, let's step it up to the next level so we can give voters that confidence.
Secretary Benson, I want to come to you. You've come face to face with some of the voters who don't believe in the integrity of the election, that are really being edged on in a lot of ways by Republican elected officials. What do you make of this? And do you think that there is a solve for this problem, given that we saw in extraordinary ways Republicans refuse to admit that President Trump had lost the election, and some who continue to do so?
I think there has to be. I mean, the bottom line, and what has really given us strength here in Michigan, is the recognition that the truth is on our side. The voters have spoken. Their will has been made clear. The process actually was extremely secure, transparent, and accurate. And it was actually a great success story. I think we can all claim that, with such a significant turnout in this election, and it done so during a pandemic. So I think moving forward, which we all want to start doing, let's find a way to heal this deep divide that's been created by this onslaught of misinformation that has flown through social media and other avenues, and it will continue to percolate probably for a while now. Let's find a way to get leaders to move beyond that, identify ways, as Brad was pointing out, that we can continue to improve the system, because you can always modernize, you can always increase the accuracy and security and the accessibility of this system. Let's identify real issues that we can address, make data-driven decisions to solve them, and really start blocking out the noise and misinformation, but also take very seriously the need we all have to embrace to clean up a lot of the mess that has been created through this misinformation campaign, both prior to Election Day and in the month or so that has followed. I am deeply concerned about that, because every citizen should have faith in our democracy. It can be rightly placed in the system this year because everything was so secure and accurate. But when nearly a third of voters, as I've seen, have questions about the security of the process, those questions can be solved and addressed with truth, but only if people are willing to hear it and if leaders are willing to accept it. So I hope it's going to take all of us doing that moving forward. But we've got to do it because we've got more elections in the future. Our democracy is resilient. It is and will remain strong. But we do have some work to do to address the impact of what we've just lived through.
Secretary Benson is talking about healing the country and healing deep divisions. I want to turn to you, Secretary Boockvar, to talk about domestic disinformation. What lessons have we learned from a domestic disinformation campaign? We had so much conversation, I think, about guarding our systems against foreign interference. What do you think you've learned from a domestic interference campaign coming from the White House? And is there a way to heal deep division if our elected officials are going to take part in trying to spread disinformation?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's true, the first couple of years of sort of talking about disinformation, there was always this assumption that it would come from abroad. And that's, I think, what's been part of what was so shocking and disheartening about this year is that the people who are doing it domestically are just feeding the interests of our overseas adversaries. They are doing exactly what those adversaries want them to do, which is to continue to undermine our very democracy of our nation. And so I think from my perspective, we've never cared in terms of fighting it. We've never cared what the source was. The key is to keep correcting it. And I think Megan was talking earlier about, the details and the facts. And the truth is, like, we all need to be doing that. We all need to be talking about, I talk a lot about in Pennsylvania, for example, we don't mail ballots as a matter of course to voters. You have to apply for it. And in order to even get a ballot, you need to be checked against your voter record. You're checked against either the Social Security database or your driver's license database. And until they determine that you're actually a qualified voter, you're not even getting a ballot in the mail. That's sort of the front end eligibility and security checking. And then on the back end, when they get your ballot from you, they're again checking to make sure that you were approved, that you requested that ballot, that you were approved, and that you're an eligible voter again. And then you have all the watchers and the people who are making sure that every part of that process is working. But we need to be saying that again and again and again so that the voters we also need to recognize that a lot of this is played on Twitter and Parler now, right? And Facebook. So we have to make sure that Twitter, is taking down accounts that are putting out false information. We have to make sure that we're reporting this again and again and again and continue to put pressure on this. I blame the 24/7 news cycle means we have to be fighting it 24/7, which is a very challenging place to be. But I'm thankful for all of my colleagues here on this meeting, because you all are fighting. You've all been fighting it every day, and thank you for all the work that you're doing on behalf of the voters.
Director Wolf, I want to come to you. As I sat down and think about this, one of the things I started thinking about was in some ways what you were talking about and what Secretary Boockvar talked about, which is this idea that we're all in some ways learning more about the system overall. In some ways it's a contrarian question, but are there lessons learned from having the President Trump make these false claims? Is a nation learning more by watching electors vote, by watching people, these live streams that were in some ways could have been boring TV, but a lot of people were glued to them because we were seeing firsthand how votes are counted?
Yeah, I think there definitely are lessons learned. I'm such a solution-oriented person. Whenever I see a challenge, it's like, how do we solve this? And this is the challenge that we're facing right now. How do we move forward? And I think there's two ways that I've been thinking about and identifying right now in terms of immediate action. One is finding those gaps in statute and figuring out how do we, in a transparent way, address those so that we all have the same expectations as we head into an election and there's no surprises for anyone. How do we communicate those? But I think the second one is, how do we support and probably even more importantly, sustain elections at a local level? So unlike most other states, and like our neighbors in Michigan, Wisconsin administers election at the municipal level rather than at the county level. And so what that means is we have 1,850 cities, villages, and towns who administer their elections compared to other states where they might have 50 to 100 counties. And, we may have 2,000 local election officials, but I learned a lot about who they each are this year. And what I learned is that they are resourceful, they are resilient, and they are dedicated public servants who will always find a way to serve their community despite any challenges or any obstacles that are placed in front of them. Many of our local jurisdictions, though, I've also learned, are grossly under-resourced, and there are vast resource disparities across our jurisdictions. So, for example, in Wisconsin, there are 1,200 townships, our smallest jurisdictions, and many of the election officials there are only paid to work maybe 5 to 10 hours a week. Many of them don't have a town office, and they conduct things like absentee voting from their homes. If we want to see consistency in access to elections, we need to not only provide funding to the local election officials, but we have to find a way to sustain it. A township that's given a single infusion of funding is not going to expand access or offerings to their voting community, right? Because those are not things that they'll be able to sustain with one-time funding. They're going to use their one-time funding to make one-time purchases. So I really think that as we're looking forward, if we want to see more consistency, if we want to be able to communicate expectations to our voters, to candidates about what the election process is going to look like, if we want to make sure that our election officials are all adequately trained and that the voter experience is consistent throughout our jurisdictions, we have to invest sustainably in supporting our local election officials.
And the last question in the minute we have left here, Secretary Raffensperger, as you hear Director Wolf talking about all of the different things that we need to do, I want to ask you a question about incentives. Now it seems, at least in part, that Republicans have an incentive to question the integrity of elections because you have millions and millions of voters who showed up in record numbers for President Trump. Of course, he lost the election, but there are still these people that are very much dedicated to President Trump. How do you make sure that people aren't questioning the integrity of the election when they have this huge incentive that maybe will turn out Republican voters if they say, yes, it's true, this was falsely done, this election was stolen, and now you have to back me so I can get it right?
Well, I think that is a risky road for people to play. Stacey Abrams always talked about voter suppression, but if people continue to talk about you can't trust results, you're going to have voter depression. In other words, you're going to depress your turnout. The very people you want to turn out are going to say, why bother if it doesn't mean anything? And so that's why it's not really, if you think about it, you're working against your own self-interest to do that. So it's not logical. At the end of the day, people really need to look at the facts, and that's what we're going to be, very fact-based. I'm an engineer. I want to make sure we get fact bombs out there, information for people to make decisions. But this is the most secure election we've ever had with a verifiable paper ballot trail. We joined ERIC. We've made sure that with the absentee ballot applications, we now have an online portal which connects us to Department of Driver Services. We're just going to continue to press that message. At the end of the day, then people have to say, do you want to win elections or not? You have to get your voters out to vote.
And the last question then, what would be your message to President Trump as we are now a day after the Electoral College has voted? What would you say to the president as he continues to say that the election results were false?
Well, I recognize the positional authority that we all have it and we all play. And I believe no one's asked me to give anyone, if people don't ask me for their advice, then I don't offer it. I recognize his positional authority as President of the United States of America. And at the end of the day, he'll have to make his own decisions.
Anyone else with a message for President Trump while we're closing here? No?
I put mine on Twitter this morning so you all can see that.
All right. Well, thank you so much to all of you for joining me, for having this conversation. It was robust. I was so excited to sit down with all of you because you were, of course, in the trenches, were the people who made sure that this election went safely, that it had integrity, that it was safe. And it's important for you who are all directly involved in the election to assure Americans that it was done in a safe and secure way. We're now going to turn to a video from Congresswoman Lofgren, who recorded some remarks for the Bipartisan Policy Center. And thank you, of course, to them for allowing us to have this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank
You.
Hello, I'm Zoe Lofgren, Chair of the Committee on House Administration, the committee charged with federal election oversight in the House of Representatives. I'd like to thank the Bipartisan Policy Center for inviting me to address you today on the important topic of the 2020 voting experience and our goals for reform. This year, voters and election administrators faced unprecedented challenges in the 2020 primaries and the general election. During a once-in-a-generation pandemic that has killed more than 250,000 Americans, voters faced an onslaught of misinformation, disinformation, shifting voting rules, historic levels of dark money in our politics, voter suppression efforts, concern for the U.S. mail system and would they be able to meet the demand for mail-in ballots, and the fear of contracting COVID-19 at the polling place. Despite all this, voters and election administrators rose to the occasion. More Americans voted in this election than ever before, taking advantage of every avenue available to them to cast their ballots in record numbers. Importantly, the 2020 election was also secure. In fact, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and others have said that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. Patriotic election administrators and poll workers across the nation deserve our gratitude for carrying out a safe, secure, and successful election in the face of this crisis. While increased participation in democracy is always our goal, we can't ignore the barriers many voters were forced to overcome in order to cast their ballots. Free and fair elections and unencumbered access to voting are the absolute bedrock of our democracy. Some states undertook measures to increase access to mail-in voting, options like early voting for those who chose to vote in person, and they installed drop boxes for safe, convenient ballot return. For example, my own state of California mailed a ballot to every registered voter and extended the deadline for ballots postmarked by Election Day to be received. But increased access was not equal across the nation. While some states and the District of Columbia mailed ballots to voters, others mailed absentee ballot applications. Some only mailed absentee applications for the primary, but not the general. Worse, some states fought to make it more difficult to safely cast ballots in this pandemic. Almost across the board, and despite the best efforts of well-intentioned election administrators, voters were faced with a confusing patchwork of voting and ballot return procedures. Now, as we learn the lessons of the 2020 election and examine possible nationwide improvements, we must do so with this express goal. Let's ensure increased equitable access to the ballot for every American. The American people deserve a democracy that works for everyone, regardless of race, party, or zip code. This work begins in the 117th Congress by passing H.R. 1, the For the People Act. H.R. 1 contains critical pro-democracy reforms such as automatic voter registration, online and same-day registration. It ensures that individuals who've completed felony sentences have their full voting rights restored. It expands voting by mail, early voting, and it modernizes the U.S. voting system. H.R. 1 also prevents unfair voter purges. It protects against discriminatory voter ID laws and ends partisan gerrymandering. Importantly, this bill includes clear nationwide standards so every voter knows how, when, and where to vote with the confidence that their ballot will be counted as cast. H.R. 1 also makes long overdue investments to protect the integrity of our elections against foreign interference and ensures confidence in election results by supporting the adoption of paper ballots, risk limiting audits, and by enhancing security requirements to protect our election infrastructure from cyber attacks. The For the People Act also ends the dominance of big money in our politics, and it strengthens ethics in government. It is the most transformational package of pro-democracy reforms in many decades. The House stands ready to act, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to pass this bill and other important measures to strengthen our democracy. Thank you again for inviting me to participate in this important forum, and thanks for your contribution in the cause of a successful, safe 2020 election. Hello.
Thank you, Chair Lofgren, for sending along those remarks. We appreciate the House Administration Committee's focus on election policy. One of the biggest storylines all year was the rapid rollout of vote by mail, coupled with concerns over capacity, security, and the counting of those ballots. If you know Tammy Patrick, the Senior Advisor for Elections at the Democracy Fund, you know that I did not have to twist her arm that much to moderate a panel about voting by mail. There's honestly no one better for the role, and Tammy, the panel is yours.
Thanks so much, Matt. We've seen already this morning with the fabulous snow globe from Dr. Stewart that when voters are given options in how and when to vote, they tend to move away from Tuesday, Election Day. And over the years, this has meant a growth in voters having their ballots handed to them by a postal carrier, not a poll worker. I often say that every election has a story to tell, and although we anticipated more vote by mail or absentee or voting at home in 2020, the impact of conducting an election in a global pandemic had dramatic impact on how and when and where voters voted. So we're going to hear from our distinguished panelists. I asked them to turn on their videos now and join us on the trends around vote by mail leading into 2020, what concerns election officials had, how they felt the election went, and then some of those lingering questions around the future of voting by mail. So let's begin with where we've come from and what we're expecting moving into this election cycle. So I want to introduce our panelists today. I'm going to keep it relatively brief. Their longer bios are in the information about the event today. But we're going to start with Tina Barton, who's the Rochester Hills, Michigan City Clerk. And we're also going to hear from Amber McReynolds, Executive Director of the Vote at Home Institute and former Denver Elections Director, Steve Trout, former Oregon State Elections Director, and Secretary Kim Wyman, Washington State Secretary of State. So let's first start off with Amber, actually, and have a little bit of a conversation around what some of the national changes have been leading into 2020 and to this moment and the landscape of what we were expecting this year.
Well, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. It's amazing to be with so many great friends and experts on this topic. First and foremost, vote by mail has been expanding for the last almost 3 decades. And that's a trend that we've been seeing happen across multiple states, primarily in the West, but certainly across the country. So this is not a suddenly new form of voting. It's been used for a long period of time, and it's been increasing because it provides a convenient and secure and accessible option for voters to vote. This year, the pandemic really exposed some of the significant vulnerabilities and resiliency issues that many states have with their reliance on one day of in-person voting. So we saw state officials and local officials really respond to what they expected to see, which was an increase in vote by mail, by trying to implement new ways of doing things, improvements on the existing vote by mail procedures and processes that they were doing. And we also saw legislators respond to some of these issues that came up this year, including in states that have traditionally resisted a lot of expansion in this area, namely New York, Connecticut, some of the states that we don't often talk about as it relates to voting access issues. So this really happened across the country, and there's a couple of things that states really did this year that I think we should all be celebrating in terms of successes. First, we saw an unprecedented number of states actually put the absentee request process online. So they made it more accessible for voters to request an absentee ballot. We also saw states enhance their ballot tracking capabilities. So giving giving voters an ability to either look up the information on the state portal website or going as far as many states did with expanding ballot tracking. And states like Georgia and Nevada, California all instituted statewide ballot tracking programs that included text and email notifications. A third thing that we saw happen was expansion of drop boxes. And that also has been proven to expand access to vote by mail while also enhancing security. And we saw, one of the results we saw of that was a reduction in the number of late ballots that we've seen in terms of percentage of postal ballots that are normally mailed, being able to drop them off in person, like what happened in many states, reduce the number of late ballots. And that's also a good thing that we saw. And then finally, vote by mail was used by more voters than we've ever seen before in any presidential election. And it was the most widely used form of voting when we consider election day voting, early voting, and then vote by mail. So it gave people options. It provided a safe option. And then we also saw people that are pretty happy with it now. And a lot of the polling data, people really liked their voting experience, and likely we'll see that expand even further.
Thank you so much. And there's so many things there that we're going to dig into the course of the panel, because when we looked at this year, Tina, I'd like to hear from you. You know, you had a lot of changes moving into 2020, even before you knew that there was going to be a global pandemic that you were going to be managing as well. So I'd love to hear from you of how some of these major shifts occurred in Michigan and some of the challenges that you faced.
Thank you, Tammy. Again, it's as Amber mentioned, it's so great to be with all of you, and it's an honor to serve on this panel and to represent Michigan. So yeah, in November of 2018, the voters in Michigan resoundingly passed a ballot proposal 18-3 that really brought sweeping election reform to the state of Michigan, the way the access that voters had, as well as the way that voters could vote. For instance, we had same-day registration, things like automatic registration, and the straight party voting option. And one of the biggest changes that we saw that truly was the big game changer for us was no reason absentee voting. So prior to that in Michigan, you had to provide a reason in order to obtain an absentee ballot. So with the no reason absentee voting, again, we saw immediately that this was going to become, not only did the voters choose to vote for this, but they also were going to choose to actually take part in it. And so August of 2019 was our first election in Rochester Hills to implement those changes from that proposal. And our very first election after that, we saw out of all of the ballots cast in our city, over 80% of them were done by absentee ballot. And that was the very first election for us to implement Proposal 18-3. It became abundantly clear to us then that this was going to bring about change throughout the whole state as we went into 2020. And keeping in mind too that a large percentage of the clerks in Michigan were very decentralized, with almost 1,600 of us, that the vast majority, a lot of them, were not going to implement these changes until 2020. Because most of the township clerks do not have elections in odd years unless there's a special election. So regardless of the pandemic, we were already looking at 2020 in Michigan saying, okay, basically everything that you have known prior to this has changed, and we have a new way of doing business here. So let's get it implemented. And we saw the voters respond, and I think the election officials across the state responded to what the voters wanted.
Well, it is one of those situations where, you know, every election can be slightly different. And so even in a situation like in Michigan, where you had lots of change coming into this moment, Secretary Wyman, Kim, I'd like to move to you, because you've had vote by mail for years. And I'd love to hear from you what kind of changed this time around, and also play on a little bit of something that Director Wolf said. And she said, you know, trust has grown locally. But in this moment, coming from a state that's had vote by mail for so long, you were really tapped quite frequently to talk about and comment on what vote by mail means, the security of it, the convenience of it, the integrity of it. And you had a bit of a national role in this moment, really educating the American electorate on what vote by mail means and whether or not they should trust it. So I'd love to hear your perspective on how things went, both in Washington and kind of the moment of the things that you talked about in the national on the national stage.
Oh, thanks, Tammy, and thanks to BPC for putting this day together. It's just so amazing to hear all of these speakers and the different perspectives, and it's so important, I think, as we move forward. It was interesting being part of Washington's ramp up. I think most of the people watching this know that Washington really had 10 years to ramp up to full-blown vote by mail, and as a state, we moved to that in 2011. So we had a lot of experience going into this election with vote by mail elections and vote at home. I should use the proper term with Amber McReynolds on the call. But even with that said, we went into this election with some pretty big change. We were implementing same-day voter registration, automatic voter registration, 16 and 17-year-old pre-registration, and universal registration all at once in this presidential year. And I think what was interesting watching our counties, in our state, it's our county auditors who are the election officials at the local level. And even though they knew COVID was, front and center and it changed all of our operations, even though they knew that they had to ramp up some safe in-person voting opportunities, I don't think some of them really understood that you have to plan for 1% to 2% of your voters coming into your election office. And even though we talked about it ad nauseum, it really, for one of our counties in particular, election day, they realized the impact of that. And some of the plans they had made all worked out in the end, but it was really interesting, even though, on Friday before election day, we were really saying, run the numbers. What's 1% of your registered voter total, and how are you going to deal with those folks coming in on election day? It wasn't until about noon on election day that they really got it. And to their credit, they all adapted well. We didn't have lines in Washington, but we did see about 1% to 2% of our voters come in person to either register, get a new ballot, change their address. And I don't think our counties really got it until we were in the throes of the general election, what that really looked like and meant. But the other things we saw, we had prepaid postage for the first time in a presidential year. And oddly, our voters still chose to use drop boxes. We had over 500 ballot drop boxes for about 5 million registered voters across the state. And 72% of our voters returned their ballot in a drop box, even though we had prepaid postage. And I think a lot of that was because of the rhetoric that was coming out of the White House and the Republican Party in general about, voting by mail is not secure. And I think many of our voters did want to, make sure that their ballot got to election officials by giving it to them directly. But overall, I think what you saw across the country was remarkable. The fact that states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Georgia, who had very, little history dealing with absentee ballots, were able to ramp up the scope and scale of their operations is just a testament to the election officials in those states, all of the states, quite honestly. I think, and I think the work at Vote at Home really did help with that, and getting the word out is just, it was a remarkable election, regardless of what people are saying.
Exactly right. And so, Steve, I'd like to turn to you, because coming again from a state that was the first state to offer a vote at home or a vote by mail system in the country, I would love to hear your perspective as you saw this kind of rolling out across the time period of this year, because it really started hitting in the primaries, and what we saw with the end, where all of these states were really having a condensed time period in which to ramp things up and scale.
Yeah, no, thanks. And thanks to BPC for hosting this to get good information out. We're all victims of misinformation, over time. But, as Secretary Wyman said, election officials throughout the country did a phenomenal job. And I think what we're missing too, though, is voters did a phenomenal job. Whenever there's change, that's hard. And we see that over time. And in Oregon, thankfully, it was really business as usual. And so the voters didn't have to learn anything new. But I remember back, post-HAVA, when people were moving away from punch cards into optical scans, and it was 2 or 3 election cycles when people were still punching holes through those ovals. And so, as I started talking with states and locals, back in early March, that was one of the things is remember the voters in this. There's going to be a lot of change. We need to educate them. And they did a phenomenal job. And, and I know in a lot of states, the legislation, the statutes, the rules, they just, they really didn't contemplate running a full, vote by mail election. And that's hard. We've been doing in Oregon exclusively elections vote by mail, for over 20 years now, but doing most of them for over a generation now. And so, every time there are lessons learned to try to, fine tune that process and make the process better. And, I tried to share, I know Secretary Wyman and her team tried to share lessons learned and best practices with the other states. It was gratifying to see them, take those and run with them. I often felt like a proud dad. It's like, we've been telling these stories and it's great to see people deliver and to come through and do such great jobs and, go into all those conferences where people would, start to groan when Lori Agino and I would be talking about vote by mail, and now to hear them telling all the same stories is just, it's awesome. But it's a credit to election administrators and to voters to be able to navigate these rapid changes in this time. And I think as we go forward, what's best for the voter is what we really need to focus on.
Well, that's the perfect segue, because what I really want to do now is dig into some of the ways in which we administer an election around vote by mail and how it was really turned into a partisan weapon in this moment. So, this year certainly provided a lot of examples of what some of the basic tenets of a successful vote by mail system are. So let's dig into some of those topics. I wanted to discuss the policies that really played out this year, given that in addition to the impacts of COVID, we saw large numbers of first-time voters having new options for the first time, and also voters turning to that absentee vote at home situation as a safe and healthy alternative that have never turned to it in these numbers before. So states that had single digit participation rates, now 50, 60, 70%. And this caused a real need for voter education, information, as well as an environment that unfortunately was really ripe for mis and disinformation. So before the primaries even started, we saw the foundation being laid to call into question the security and integrity of voting by mail, of voting at home. And surveys of voters early in the year showed that 2/3 of the voters were saying they plan to vote by mail in the November election. Now, given all the rhetoric that we heard around the integrity of it, and then the changes that occurred with the Postmaster General at the Postal Service and calling into question whether or not USPS could deliver, we saw changes in those plans. And as we saw this morning, about half of our voters still ended up voting by mail. So I want to start first with applications for ballots and then mailing out ballots, talk about ballot returns, a little bit on ballot results before we wrap up in 20 short minutes. So when it comes to, I know, so much to talk about. So ballot applications, this was something that was certainly weaponized around who can send them, whether a Secretary of State could send them in the primary, but then not in the general, who gets one, that they go to everybody in a state, which we know isn't true. It's registered voters. What does it mean if you get more than one application? Does it mean you get lots of ballots, which was another misunderstanding that voters seem to have? How they could apply, when they could apply. Amber mentioned the online application processes that more states adopted, and then what some of those challenges were with just literally getting the applications into the system. So Tina, I'd love to start with you, because you saw in this moment, your voters had the opportunity to not have to have an excuse or provide a reason in this moment. So I'd love to hear what that impact was, both on your office in the primary, what lessons you learned and shifted into the general, or if things just went completely perfectly and it was all planned out, even though there were so many unknowns.
Yeah, so one of the things that we have here in Michigan is a permanent AV application list. And so prior to every election, anybody who is already on that list is requested to be on it. They could be sent an application for the upcoming election. We also have a dual application in a cycle like what we had with the August and the November general election, where someone could fill out that application and apply for their primary, their August primary and their November general ballot at the same time. So we normally send those out around the end of May. The Secretary of State chose then at that time to send an application out to anyone who was a registered voter in Michigan who was not already on that list. And as you mentioned, it became political and it was challenged. And the Michigan Court of Appeals did affirm the fact that the Secretary was is the chief election official for the state of Michigan and had the right and the ability to send out those applications. So we saw our AV ballot base immediately increase at that time. And the other thing that we have noticed with all of those applications coming back, so not only did it mean that we were having more people apply for an absentee ballot, but on that application is a box that says, please sign me up for permanent absentee applications for future elections. So we saw an extremely high percentage of these applications coming back for individuals saying, hey, I may not have been on that list in the past, but I want to be on this list for all future elections. So I can see what we have looked at here in Michigan is we have gone in a 2-year time period, really from needing a reason to no reason to extremely high turnout to I see us organically becoming more of a voted home state now based off of the reactions that we saw from voters requesting to be on this permanent AV application list, keeping in mind that, you know, at a 70% approval on this proposal, Michiganders want to do this and they are going to do this. And I do see this changing for us ongoing as we move forward.
And Amber, I know you are a big fan of at least having a permanent list as another step in the evolution, the stages of following what the voters want. And so I'd love to hear your perspective on what you saw around the application process this year.
Sure. Well, and as Tina just mentioned, I mean, the big thing is voters get to decide what method of voting they want. It's not up to politicians. It's not up to the president or governors or senators or anything. It's really they get to decide which option. And you know, they've made that choice this year, which is very clear that voters want options before Election Day, and many of them are choosing vote by mail. You won't be surprised to hear me say that the application process in most states is basically bureaucracy on steroids, especially in the states where you have to make the request every single cycle. So in some states that meant 3 applications this year that had to get submitted for 3 different elections. And that puts a huge burden on election officials to process all of that data entry, especially when it's paper applications that take that extra time. So we saw actually, you know, there's sort of the election process and then there's the data entry and some of these things that happened before. We saw huge backlogs in many states of these applications. And so I think there's, again, opportunity for modernization, creating at least once a year you can sign up for all future. We certainly like and prefer things like what Arizona has, which is the permanent list for everyone. You can sign up for all future elections unless you either move or decide you don't want it anymore. And that just really eliminates some of that administrative bureaucracy that so many states still have on the books. I think the other real opportunity is for the online application piece that certainly came up this year. It's an accessibility issue. We've been saying that quite a bit. Some voters need to have that to either for language or other things that might provide barriers to them. So continuing to build that out is a very important next step for this type of reform. And again, whatever we can do to eliminate the bureaucracy, I think is really important. And frankly, you know, the Michigan example is a good one, and many secretaries of state sent applications out, and it's their constitutional duty to inform the public about their voting options. So absolutely, it's their responsibility. And the other thing I always say about this is if election officials don't send the information, third-party groups are going to do it, and they're going to repeat repeatedly do it so that there's lots of duplicate applications. So I think there is a better way that we can approach all of this to take down the bureaucracy, take down the administrative burdens, and frankly, take down the costs for election officials as they're going about their duties.
And there were 5 additional states in this moment that did away with the application process and said, you know what, you applied when you registered to vote. That's when you told us you wanted to vote. So in this global pandemic, we're going to go ahead and send out ballots to all of our registered voters. So not only did we have the standard 5, the others in addition to Oregon and Washington, but we had some others that joined in those ranks. So we had more states sending out ballots themselves to registered voters than ever before. And I'd love to hear from both Steve and Kim about what you saw as changes kind of before Election Day, because you weren't dealing with all of those applications. But Secretary Wyman, you had mentioned the voter registration, changes that you were dealing with. There were also questions in this moment with so many more people moving to a vote by mail situation, that there'd be, challenges with supplies and with machinery and the supply chain and with the Postal Service. So I'd love to hear from the two of you as kind of the stalwarts of voting by mail and having those systems for a while. What was different this year before Election Day? Or was it just a well-oiled machine? And we'll move on to the next question.
Oh, no, I think Steve and I were doing the no after you. No, I insist after you. Yeah, in Washington, it was interesting because we were doing all of these new initiatives new to a presidential year with voter registration and not really knowing how that was going to impact things. I think the biggest change for our same day law, we do allow address changes up till 8 days before Election Day. And of course, I think many of the people on this call know that election officials are starting to run their list and getting their mail out ready 30 days or more before Election Day. So that point in time where you actually say, this is our official list, we're mailing out ballots, every change that happens in that window between 30 days and 8 days is going to result in a second ballot being sent to voters potentially. And then of course, all of the changes in person made between 8 days and Election Day are going to result in a second ballot going to voters or more. And so this became a real focus for the critics of vote by mail. And I think a lot of it, again, was fueled by some of the rhetoric coming out of the Trump campaign and coming out of conservative circles. And so suddenly we found ourselves as election officials, particularly in our general election, really getting an assault on social media of, oh my God, people got 2 ballots. This is the end of the world. It's rampant voter fraud. And then they just kind of snowballed from there. We know that households are getting more than 1 ballot of people that don't live there any longer in, condominiums and apartments. And, so the rhetoric kind of ramped up online. And I think it was just mirroring a lot of the talk that was happening nationally. And so we really found ourselves trying to combat it with the facts. We were using our statewide voter registration database and election management system called VoteWA for the first time in a presidential year. It went live in 2019. And of course, like any new technology, had some bumps on the way. But I can tell you that all of those were worth it, because when we got into the general election cycle, our counties had an interconnected system that was near live time. So all of our registrations that we were processing, we were verifying the IDs before we could count ballots that were issued. We were able to confidently know that only 1 ballot was going to be counted, no matter how many ballots we sent to voters. And so I think our election officials on the front lines in our counties really had a higher confidence level that this was going to be a well-run election. And we just kind of stayed on message at the state and with our county partners. It didn't matter in terms of social media, but it certainly mattered in their ability to reconcile the election. And I think, we're going to be reviewing some of those laws and looking at whether forwarding ballots is a good idea in our state. We had probably, and I'm trying to remember the data, but just election week, the 2 weeks leading into election, we had 55,000 new registrations that were processed, and of course many more that were address changes. So we're going to kind of evaluate maybe rolling back our forwarding of ballots so that we cut down on that number of ballots that's actually out there in play. Our counties are going to have to do the address changes anyway. So we're kind of tweaking and fine tuning our system coming out of the election. But I think what we've heard, Tina and Amber talk about, and Megan Wolf on one of the earlier panels, I think that there's a lot of misinformation and people just don't understand what election officials do. And that's where I think we really need to spend our time, is kind of, presenting the facts and presenting the administrative side to inspire confidence in the electorate.
Steve?
Yeah, and just real quickly, I mean, it really was business as usual. And I felt guilty being on calls because all we had to deal with was COVID. All these other changes and everything we didn't have to deal with. Where we really did see a difference was on the back end. Ballots came in earlier than they ever have. And that was a huge benefit because, kind of in the COVID world, flattening the curve, we were able to have, more ballots processed earlier, more reported when the polls closed. And even my big counties went home, at midnight or 1 a.m. And that never happens. They're always there, and it's election day's a 2 sunrise day. So even the bigger counties were able to go home earlier because those ballots came in earlier, flatten the curve, and they were able to process those and get ready. And so, relatively speaking, election day was boring.
Well, I love that because that's the perfect segue. First of all, that election day is a 2 sunrise day is fabulous, but it's the perfect segue into that conversation around ballots being returned. And we know that it was called into question this year on whether or not, you could have drive-through voting, which in Iowa was being championed as this great thing where you could drive through, you could drop off back ballots. Whereas in other states like Texas, that was being challenged in court. And so when it comes to those ballot returns, where the drop boxes were placed, the collection methods, and whether or not there was, chain of custody, that made those protocols, made it into headlines and court dockets all across the country. Not always accurately, but they were there. So Steve, let's start with you. And, requiring ballots to be returned by the close of the polls on election day versus ballots coming back in with a postmark or postal indicia was certainly a topic this year. So I'd love to hear your thoughts around that.
One thing that I really want to focus on here is let's let the data, let's look at the data and let that drive. And I think changing things on voters is where you start to see fall off. Ballots rejected in Oregon for arriving too late is very small. I mean, it's like 0.24%. Ballots that come in without a signature, 0.35, 0.4%, signature mismatches, 1%. So that's really where the focus should be on those things. But I think as people talk about all of these policy choices, and these are all policy choices, as legislators look at that, let's look at the data, let's talk to the election experts, which are the election administrators, and find out how this is working, because it's part of a continuum. And there was talk here in Oregon about going to postmarks like in September, but only changing that. And I truly believe that would have resulted in more ballots not being counted, because that would limit the time people have to cure. And because signature mismatches and non-signatures are a much bigger universe of reasons why ballots are rejected, it would do that. So if you're going to change these timelines, and that's a policy decision for policymakers on in-hand versus postmark, but let's look at the data and also look at the entirety of the elections calendar and how that impacts things, and how that impacts certification, and how that impacts the number of ballots that are going to be, the results that are going to be reported on election night. And, because, frankly, Washington State with postmark deadlines rejects more historically over the last couple cycles for being too late than Oregon does where it's in hand. And it's still a very small percentage.
Right. And that's the rejection rate is certainly something that was a big conversation this year. And Secretary Wyman, you had mentioned that you went to prepayment of postage for return ballots, but that voters tended to use the drop boxes as they have in the past. But I'm curious because it seems like across the country, we did see voters returning their ballots earlier than in past years, and that was very helpful. But I'm curious, when it comes to the ballot return in Washington, did you feel it was a good step forward to do the prepayment, particularly because not a lot of voters used it, so it wasn't a large expenditure, but it was an option for those who needed it? Or what is your kind of take on the return of the ballots and how that all worked out?
Well, I think, one of the good things about prepaid postage is it kind of takes away one more barrier. So it's one more thing. I apologize if my connection is getting bad. You all are coming through kind of garbled, so I think it's my connection. But, what we saw was a real shift in behavior. And I think some of that had to do with the narrative of the USPS. I think prepaid postage is a good thing because it removes that barrier and that argument. So typically we see half of our ballots come in election week. And as Steve pointed out, we have a postmark requirement in Washington state. And I would just slightly argue a little bit differently. The states that have a cutoff of in the door 8 p.m., I don't think ever report how many ballots come in through with a late postmark as their rejected ballots. I think that they just stop looking at them. So I'm not sure that our late postmark data, I think, works against us because we capture it. But arguably, I'm concerned about trying to shift to an Oregon model, even though I get a lot of pressure to do that, because our voters are used to that postmark cutoff. And we see ballots in a typical election, we see as many ballots come in Wednesday as came in on Tuesday in a typical election. And we would be disenfranchising hundreds of thousands of voters if we cut off that receipt on 8 o'clock election night for the first few years until they got used to it. So I'm very hesitant to shift over, but again, policy discussion. And if my legislature wants to do that, we'll certainly accommodate it. Beyond that, we saw this weird shift of 72% of our ballots were returned by Dropbox. Going into the election, this 2020 election year, it was actually 50-50. So we'll see how it goes in the future. This year, 80% of our ballots were received before election day or by election day. Again, that's a new trend. We normally don't see that. So we're going to kind of just watch the trends post 2020. But I think that everything that we can do to give voters choices and enfranchise them is a good thing. And hopefully you do it all.
Yeah. Amber and Tina, let's talk a little bit about the return process, some of the things that happen between the ballots coming back in and the reports going out, because we know we never have final results on election night, but boy, oh boy, this year there was sure a lot of conversation around what was happening. And even though those who have been, watching this for years know that when the polls close, the media usually projects and predicts who will be the winner when all the ballots are counted. But we still need to count all the ballots. So I would love to hear from you. Tina, let's start with you, because there was a lot of conversation around when you could process ballots. So I'd love to hear from you about, the ballot return process and some of the challenges that you faced that you knew going into this moment would be a challenge, but it didn't seem like people were listening to the degree that maybe they should have.
Well, obviously, some of the challenges that we were having was sheer volume, right? A higher volume than we had ever seen. We were, another challenge would be that we had people voting absentee for the first time. So with that volume meant that a lot of them were first-time voters. In returning that, we did see we had some challenges with the postal service, people we had sent absentee ballots to not receiving them. So we had to spoil those ballots, send out a second ballot. We also experienced a large number of our people, even though we offered prepaid postage, of them bringing their ballots in person. And even though we did offer more ballot drop boxes across the state of Michigan than ever before, a lot of people, even here in Rochester Hills, we had one in our city hall parking lot. And that wasn't good enough, even though it was secured and under camera and under a light and bolted down. They still wanted to walk physically into the building and hand their ballot over. And we saw more people than ever doing that because of the rhetoric that had been going on regarding absentee ballot not being safe, or the postal service saw your ballot and they thought you were a certain party, they were going to destroy your ballot. And there were all these rumors out there, and people really felt like, I have to physically deliver this to you in person so that I can make sure that my ballot is going to count. We also saw challenges with processing time. If, as we were looking at that, Amber worked with us. This was something that we were working on for over a year with our legislature to get them to understand that we needed to meet what Proposal 18.3 had brought us, the no reason absentee. We needed changes that were going to give us and arm us with the tools to successfully process this election, and to do so using reports like the Bipartisan Policy Center's recommendations, that we needed more than just election day to open, process, and handle the 3.3 million absentee ballots that came in to the state of Michigan. And we needed more time to do that. We got a little sliver of time that we were allowed to at least open the envelopes, but it wasn't enough. It won't be enough moving forward. And I hope our legislature took a look at what happened in November and said, we missed the mark on that, and we need to do better in the future, because I know there are going to be individuals like me, there are going to be individuals like Amber that will be reminding them that this is what we need to do moving forward. We need more time.
Well, and on that point, Amber, if you could also position us moving forward, how to we recover from all of this and get back on track.
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost is, state legislative bodies, as well as at the federal level, need to listen to election officials when we're talking about policy changes. I mean, these issues that, Tina just outlined, and then Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and New York all had similar issues where they did not start processing until election day or after. Are problematic. And, that is something like we've been pushing for this. There's a minority of states that have this issue, but none of those states listened to the election officials that were requesting this procedural and technical change for more than a year. And exactly what happened, we all said would happen. I think the other thing that all of this highlights, really the discussion we just had about postmarks and boxes and prepaid postage and not, the sort of disinformation campaign that's been running has been a lot easier to run because of the disparities and the differences by state. And yes, states should run elections, but we need to have a serious conversation about more national minimum standards for some of these things to frankly address the disinformation and misinformation that continues to run rampant throughout the country, because everything is so different. It's easy to do. It's easy to confuse people because all the rules are so different. Again, balancing states run elections, but still, what are the minimum rights and standards that voters can have access to in states so that there isn't so much disinformation? I think the second big thing is, again, listen to local election officials and state officials on the technicalities, the data-driven policy approaches that Steve mentioned. We need to pay attention very specifically to the fact that most voters chose to vote a mail ballot. Most voters also voted before Election Day this year. So that means we need to look at early voting structures and make sure we've got the right systems in place to support that. And then what did voters do? Did they return by mail? Did they return by Dropbox? How did they interact with the system? Because that's the only way we can really design systems that put voters first, meet voters where they are, and also rebuild trust in the process by looking at those very specific data points on this process and relying on experts that actually do this work, not those that are just spewing conspiracies and disinformation that isn't accurate.
Absolutely. Well, I want to thank our panelists. I have 782 additional questions that we could talk about for the next 10 hours, but sadly our time is up. At this point, we will be going to a break. So again, I want to thank our panelists, thank the Bipartisan Policy Center for giving us this platform to talk about the challenges that we've faced this year, both as the American electorate as well as election officials, and continue to resound the message that our elections are safe, they're secure, they're accessible, and we should all have faith in the outcomes of those elections. And when you have concerns or questions, you should definitely reach out to election officials, get involved, be a poll worker, volunteer your time as an observer, and find out for yourself the security that is the bedrock of our foundation of our democracy. So we will now have a break and we'll be back, I believe, in 8 to 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Welcome back. The designation of elections as critical infrastructure by the Department of Homeland Security in 2017 was a major turning point in how the federal government saw its role in the voting process. That designation then was not universally beloved, but the 2020 election was the most secure on record. That's a testament to the great work done at every level of government. No one has covered election cybersecurity as closely as political cybersecurity reporter Eric Eller. Eric, thank you for being with us today, and the panel is yours.
All right, thanks so much, Matt, for that introduction and for inviting me to moderate this session. And thanks to everyone who's tuning in to watch. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy right now. We've got a great group of panelists today who represent key segments of the election security community. I'm going to introduce them one by one here. Maggie Toulouse-Oliver is the Secretary of State of New Mexico, serving since December 2016. She's also in the middle of a one-year term as the president of the National Association of Secretaries of State. Donald Palmer is the vice chairman of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, a federal agency that offers guidance to state and local officials and certifies voting equipment according to voluntary technical standards. Vice Chairman Palmer was unanimously confirmed by the Senate in January 2019. In the past, he has served as the chief election official in Virginia and Florida. Speaking of Virginia, Chris Piper is the commissioner of the Virginia Department of Elections, serving in that position since January 2018. His past roles include the head of the State Election Board's Campaign Finance Division and its Election Services Division. And last but not least, Suzanne Spalding is a senior advisor for Homeland Security at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. During the Obama administration, she was one of the U.S. government's top cyber officials. She led the Department of Homeland Security's National Protection and Programs Directorate, which became the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. And thankfully, we no longer have to say NPPD ever again. So everyone, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you doing this panel with me. Let's jump right in. Overall, I think it's safe to say 2020 went pretty well. We saw better coordination, more secure equipment, especially in states like Georgia and Pennsylvania, which turned out to be crucial to the outcome. I want to give each of our panelists 1 minute to answer this question. What do you think were the biggest reasons for the success that we saw? And then also, given the recent news just in the past few days about cyber attacks on federal agencies that went undiscovered for months, how concerned are you that there actually was a security issue that we may not know about yet? Secretary Toulouse-Oliver, let's start with you.
Hi, Eric. Thank you so much. And thanks to Bipartisan Policy Center for hosting this panel today, and to my colleagues. I think the short answer is that first and foremost, the folks at CISA and DHS in general were so deeply committed to making sure that they were working closely with us, the chief state election officials and our local counterparts, to ensure that there was a good relationship, good communication, that we were able to get security clearances and get accurate up-to-date information to fix a lot of the communication problems that happened back in 2016 and really smooth over a lot of some of both the political and communication challenges. And furthermore, you know, as a chief election official and my colleagues and I were able to really come together to recognize this as an incredibly important issue in each of our states, and to really work closely together across partisan lines to make sure that we were taking a unified front on the importance of election security and cybersecurity in particular for the 2020 election. I do think the recent the information that's come out recently is concerning, and we'll be paying close attention and looking to what we need to do here in my state and others moving forward.
Open to whoever wants to take that next.
Sure, I'll jump in here. I think that one of the reasons, generally it was a success is we had a lot of challenges. We had COVID, we had the pandemic. Many counties and states were transitioning for more mail elections. So this was a real struggle, but you have to understand, the people that lead the elections across the country are professionals. Many of our local election officials, even though they're under-resourced and they don't have enough personnel to do the job, many of them are very professional, they do training. There's always things that we could do better. But I think that, from a DHS, EAC perspective, in a cyber perspective, we were much more prepared and aware of the issues than we were in 2016. And we had a number of years where this was a major focus of the executive branch. I mean, put it this way, I never had a chance to talk to the National Security Council before these issues arose. And it was an opportunity to stress what was going on with the states and how we could prepare for this. So that's my perspective on how we were more prepared for what we would face in 2018 and 20. The last point you make about these issues that have just arisen, I think that this is one of the reasons why that, in 2018, even 16, but then 2020, we are in the process of the federal government taking a look at, with all the agencies, what were the levels of interference from a, from a social media perspective, but also to make a determination if there was any interference with our tabulation systems. And, I believe that, we may know in a few more days, but everything that I'm aware of right now is that there was no interference with the actual tabulation of results or ballots. And, the EAC is just not going to come out and say that ourselves. I think it's a multi-agency perspective that OD&I will put out. But I believe that that will be the answer, even though we have these other cyber issues. It just shows how vulnerable we can be, in that we need to, be prepared in the best ways we can.
I'd underline everything everybody said so far, but and first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you to BPC for inviting me to the panel. I would agree that the partnerships between federal, state, and local partners was amazing. The communication, EISAC coming on, I felt that no matter what issues came up, I had somebody to call that we could work through. We had here in Virginia alone representatives from the EAC, but the FBI, DHS, all the way across the board. That's a level of support that I've never seen before in my years as an election official. But not just that, I think election officials themselves, from the local level, but at the state level, the National Association of Secretaries of State, the National Association of State Election Directors, we were communicating constantly, sharing information, sharing ideas. And that was really, I think, the linchpin to make sure that everything ran so smoothly. I got ideas on things that I never would have had without that communication that we'd had this year. And it's been building over the years. As to your last point, I think that what it awakens in me is that we can't rest on our laurels. We had the most secure election in history. I would agree with that statement to my grave. But the bad guys are still out there. They're still working really hard, and that's their primary job. So we have to be on top of it. We have to continually be investing in our elections, and we have to continually be realizing that the threat is not going to go away. It's just because we were successful in 2020 doesn't mean the threat's going anywhere.
Yeah, Eric, I wanted to let these election officials go first because they are on the front lines. And I think they are the ones we have primarily to thank for how well the election went. Everybody learned the lessons of 2016, but certainly what I saw was state and local election officials making this a priority and working incredibly hard to make sure that the election would be secure and would sustain the confidence of the American public. Also then kudos obviously to my folks at DHS who did stand up, even before I left, standing up those organizations, those institutions to facilitate that collaboration and communication. And then on your question about, should we be confident about the security? I think the points that have been made are exactly right. The federal government is certainly in a position to provide some insight into that. But really, again, it's the work that the state and local election officials did to make sure that we had, overwhelming number of voters had paper ballots, that we had audits, that we had ways to check to see whether to know whether there'd been any kind of intrusion activity. So I think for all those reasons, we should continue to have confidence.
And of course, there are still, significant vulnerabilities in the system, including the remaining paperless voting machines across the country, funding issues for election officials, the status of various guidelines and whether they're up to date. We'll get into all those issues in a minute. But I want to ask Vice Chairman Palmer about some work that the EAC said that it was working on. I remember, I think it was about 350 years ago in February at a NAS meeting. The EAC commissioners were there and they were excited to have a quorum and a bigger budget. And they talked about two major projects that they were working on: expanded security testing of voting systems to include vulnerability assessments and penetration testing, and then also testing non-voting equipment, which is currently outside the scope of the voting system guidelines that you work on. So I know there's been some progress on the second one. I know that the EAC has partnered with the Center for Internet Security on a pilot program for non-voting equipment. But Vice Chairman Palmer, could you give us an update on where those two projects stand?
Sorry about that. So we are moving forward on a number of these initiatives. As I described at NAS, it was going to be a multi-month yearly process. Obviously, COVID got in the way. But the status is that moving forward with our new manual, we will have what is called a TRR process. It's a review process prior to certification. And I don't think I'm spilling any beans here, but there will be a vulnerability review and penetration testing to see whether or not a system will go through testing and certification. So this is the system we're setting up. The other issue that we have also set up a cyber team. What was the other issue that you addressed, just so I can address it? And so we are partnering with a number of states and CIS on sort of what a testing program for non-voting systems would be, including electronic poll books, voter registration systems, all types of non-voting systems that, as you know, could have access to the internet and are very vulnerable, yet there are very few states that do any sort of testing or review of those. And so what we'd like to do is we're going to, hopefully with adequate funding and a good report that comes out of CIS and our partners and the state partners, is see what we could do to stand up testing for that, because we do believe that is one of our most vulnerable areas. We're very pleased. We think we can improve our voting and system and testing and certification program. As I described, we need to do more penetration testing, but we also need to move into the non-voting testing program. And states are free to do this on their own. Some have, but we want to be either facilitate that or to supplement and provide assistance. And I think the EAC makes a lot of sense. And so it's really up to, I believe we have consensus of the EAC to move forward on that.
And I believe you said that the new cybersecurity testing would also apply to the current generation of the voting standards. It would not be waiting for the second generation. Is that still correct?
Well, it's going to be for 2.0, but it also, my understanding is that we're going to apply this going backwards to 1.0 and 1.0. So all systems coming in, once that manual is adopted, I believe, subject to the will of the commission or where we come down on this, is that all of our systems will, from going forward, will have additional vulnerability review and penetration testing prior to the testing evolution that takes place with any new voting system or modification.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear there's progress there. Let's talk a little bit about voting machines. So we did see two of the most important states this year, Georgia and Pennsylvania, recently switched to paper-based voting machines, which I know helped a lot of people sleep better at night once we started seeing those legal challenges and conspiracy theories. But 9 states still use voting machines that do not have paper records to varying degrees, according to data that we at Politico have been maintaining. And by the way, if you want to see that data, you can go to politico.com/election-security. We have a tracker page there. You can see if your county is still using paperless machines at all. Had to put in that quick plug. But there are also some trends of not just the status quo, but actually moving backward. In Texas, where Democrats keep saying it's going to be a battleground state any day now, we've determined that about a dozen counties have actually purchased new paperless voting machines since 2016. So, panel, I'd like to throw this out to anyone who wants to take it. How do we get to 100% paper records? And whose responsibility is it to make sure that that happens? Is it on state legislatures? Should Congress step in and issue a paper ballot mandate? What do people think?
I'll just speak briefly from my experience here in New Mexico. We've been an all paper ballot state since 2006. all of our counties, our 33 counties across New Mexico, have the same systems to tabulate those ballots. And we started conducting mandatory post-election audits of those voting tabulation systems utilizing the paper ballot since 2008. It's clear to me that that is the safest, most secure way to conduct an election. But most importantly, to Suzanne's point earlier, being able to conduct these post-election audits and utilizing the paper ballot systems to be able to go back to that record of how the vote was cast is the most important thing that we can do for confidence in the outcome of the election process. But what happened here is probably what happens to probably what needs to happen in these other places across the country, which is, a public demand to have these voter verified paper ballot systems and these mandatory post-election audits or automatic recounts or a combination of the two like we have here in our state. Because unless that happens, in other places, it won't. Here it happened by the legislature. It can be mandated by the legislature in other states as well. And again, my 2 cents is that I think it's best if every county has the same system across the state. So every voter in the state has an equal voting experience and equal access to that accountability of the accuracy of the system.
Yeah, I would agree with all that. I think that we've been talking about it all day. It comes down to education. And a lot of the problems that we're seeing post-election is a lack of understanding of the elections process. And the more we can educate the voters, that paper ballots is not a step backward. It's actually a great step forward for the integrity of the election. The more we can prove this election itself really shows how great the paper ballot system is, because we had it in Georgia, we had it in Pennsylvania, we've had it in Wisconsin. We've seen that we can trust the election because we can go back and check that paper. So I really think it's an educational campaign. We have a lot of areas we need to educate on, but certainly paper ballots is one. I think once the voters understand, they'll be pushing for it in all around the country.
Eric, I would say that federal government does need to provide significant additional resources to state and local governments to get rid of old legacy insecure systems and do the things they have to do to continue to make this an ever more secure system. And it just seems to me to make sense that you should not provide that kind of money with no strings attached, such that officials can go and use that money to buy what are ultimately not adequate systems. So I agree absolutely with Maggie that the ideal is that the public within that jurisdiction rises up and demands it, that the legislature mandates it. But if that doesn't happen, I think some strings attached to that federal money may be the way we have to go.
Eric, my perspective is that, education is important. I think education of legislators are important. And, after this election, I think what we have is there will be a big focus on the security of our elections. And I think that one of my major responses is, well, we need to upgrade and refresh the technology. And we have seen over the last couple of years, many states go toward paper-based systems to a point where it's a decreasing, it becomes more and more used. I think that state legislatures really have to step up. I mean, this is their elections in their state. I've had frustration when I was at the state level and the legislature focusing on this issue and the upgrade of voting systems. Obviously, the federal government can play a role. They did with the Help America Vote Act. They've had with multiple levels of security funding. But I think that, we go back and it may take if it truly is critical election infrastructure, this is sort of the core of that. And so maybe there needs to be dedicated funding just for voting machines. Again, I don't want to, the Congress usually doesn't want to tell the states how to do the business or how to spend their money. But like with the Help America Vote Act, if you provide dedicated funding for voting machinery, voting systems, and let's say electronic poll books, you're getting to a place where the federal government is assisting the states. Because the reality of it is, no matter what type of federal money goes into the system, it really is just a fraction of what state and locals spend on election infrastructure. And so the federal government can play a role in assisting, and it should focus on those core elements like voting machines.
So Suzanne did mention federal funding. Let me get a show of hands here. How many folks agree that Congress should provide regular federal election security grant funding to states? All right, pretty unanimous there. So given that, how do you suggest, what do my panelists think about ways to convince congressional Republicans to support that idea? Because Democrats are behind it, but Republicans have been blocking Democratic plans to do that even before the pandemic. And history suggests that they're about to become much more concerned about deficits in late January. So how does President-elect Biden and the new Congress, how do they move forward on grant funding when there is currently a lot of partisan opposition to spending that new money when states are still spending the money that they've already been given?
I don't want to overstep my talking time here, but you know, as the president of a bipartisan organization, a national bipartisan organization of election officials, you know, I think the honest truth is that there is sort of a wide variety of opinions on this. But what I will say is where I think there's consensus is that we acknowledge that cybersecurity in particular and election security, especially as it pertains to threats from outside of our country, are an issue of national importance and concern, an issue where the federal government absolutely has a role in assisting the states to combat foreign threats. And I think we have a general consensus that some regular funding to help assist the states is important. We have been all incredibly grateful for the funding that's come from Congress thus far in 2 sets of HAVA grants, of course, in the COVID-19 funding that was given to us this year to administer the elections. But the reality is that this is not a problem that is going to end anytime soon. It is a problem for the foreseeable future. We do need that assistance from the federal government. So some sort of regular funding, it doesn't have to be millions of dollars per state every time, but something that we can factor into our budgets and count on, and to be able to assist us as states to fight this foreign threat, I think is really important. So being able to communicate that message with our Republican counterparts in Congress, I do know that there are many. You know, Senator Blunt, for example, who was a Secretary of State in his home state, acknowledges the importance of the federal government assisting states with election security. So we can get there if we have that conversation.
Eric, I think that the primary way to approach the issue is that there be an understanding that, you know, the federal government is the junior partner in this, and that it really is the supplement. And I know that not a lot of Democrats and a few Republicans disagree with the matching program, but I think that it gives the state a skin in the game to make an investment in their elections. And I know the locals make the investment because they're the ones who have to spend all the money on the offices and the polling places. But often the state legislatures don't. And I think the federal government wants to see that there is significant match. So that there's an understanding that the state is driving the technology here and the policy, and it's not the federal government. And so that would be my, my approach is, and I believe the most successful approach would be, is that we focus on particular critical infrastructure needs, fundamentals of elections, and that there is a match from each state in the policies that they push forward.
And this is what the Cyberspace Solarium Commission recommended exactly. Significant federal resources, but tied to a commitment from the state and locals.
So Vice Chairman Palmer mentioned the fact that a lot of this work happens at the local level. One of CISA's election security projects was something called the Last Mile Initiative, which basically sought to push election security information down to the local level, especially some of those small counties where a lot of the risk currently is. Let's start this one off with my election official panelists. How do you make sure that this help that is coming in from the federal government and also from some of the private companies that have gotten into this space, how do you get that to the local level, and especially the smaller, more rural, less affluent counties where it might not have as large of a population, but there could still be an actual hack or a confidence hack that undermines confidence across the whole state and perhaps even the country. So they are crucial players, even if they have small populations. How do you make sure that they are part of this conversation?
So we've been saying for years that we're only as strong as our weakest link. And so we really need to be paying attention to our localities and ensuring that they have the resources available. I want to highlight my colleagues in Illinois, Florida, Minnesota, and they created these cyber navigator programs where they're sending people out into these rural areas, assisting them. And in Virginia, we're about to do the same thing. And we actually had a law passed in Virginia that requires localities to meet certain cybersecurity standards in order to access our voter registration database. And we've been working very closely with them. I think it goes back again to the same discussion that we've been having, is that resources are disparate. And I heard my colleague in Wisconsin earlier talk about some localities, some of her clerks have resources, a lot of resources, and others are really struggling. And we have the same problem here in Virginia. We have some places that have really mature, strong IT operations, and others that are literally working with a guy in an abandoned store that comes in once a week. And that's not a joke. And so we have to get out there and really support them and utilizing all of our resources, not just private firms and these cyber navigator programs, but working with the federal government. I think that we've made some great strides, but I think that is the next big mountain we have to climb from a cybersecurity perspective, is really getting into the localities and working closely with them to shore up their cybersecurity defense.
I will just echo everything Chris just said, that, we have the same challenges here in my state. We have small county clerks' offices with 2, 3, 4 employees, no IT department. And so it's incumbent upon my office, which has a full-time election security officer, which was just getting ready to deploy our sort of field team, like the Cyber Navigator program when COVID hit. So we still have work to do, but that is ongoing and absolutely critical. And I think priority work, not just in my state and in Chris's state and in the states that he talked about, but I think every state is trending in that direction, importantly.
So I agree with both Maggie and Chris. I think that the way that I view it at the EAC is, the states are going to have to lead the way on this. And it's a difficult, it's a difficult process sometimes because there's a lot of counties often, and there is a cyber poverty level, I like to call it, where they need significant support. The way I see it, the EAC, and I'm hopeful to push some initiatives where the EAC could sort of provide free, that's the key when there's a poverty level, free cyber support to supplement what the states are doing if their states aren't able to do it. The Congress will have a decision on this, and the states as well, as how do we use those resources? Do we use them at the state level, at the federal level to then disseminate it, or do we try to distribute it to the localities? And I think that the way the EAC just wants to play a role where, look, we'll try to supplement where we can, provide free training or provide free, education in a curriculum. But that's the way I see it, is getting that last mile is a difficult thing to do, and only working together will we get there.
So we've been talking a lot about technology, but obviously even the most secure technology cannot stop disinformation. As everyone knows, for weeks, President Trump and other leading Republicans have been making false claims about election fraud. So I wanted to take this opportunity to ask you, Vice Chairman Palmer, you are a former election official and also one of the Trump administration's most senior election-related officials. Do you agree or disagree with President Trump that the election was rigged and that Dominion voting machines that your agency certifies were secretly modified to delete Trump votes?
Well, any politicians, and there's been a number over the last couple of years that believe elections have been rigged. I understand the frustration they may have, but we stand behind, not only as an agency, but myself, we stand behind the local and state election officials that administer these elections. And we stand behind the voting systems that we tabulate, we test and certify. And there's also it's just not the EAC. We do have a program of voluntary standards and testing and a certification, the states, many states have their own certification program and their own system in place, as well as the localities would do testing, logic and accuracy test at the local level prior to the election. And so I understand the frustration that many politicians might have to say that an election may be rigged or wasn't fair. That's why election officials are lucky at times to have a third branch like the judiciary. When we had a recount in Virginia that was a very close attorney general race, not only is it a bipartisan commission that looks at issues, but we also have a judiciary that looks and provides sort of oversight of that process. And we've had recounts, we've had audits, we've now had certification. And so I'm confident that, I believe in our systems and I believe in our local administrators.
So do you stand by the statement that CISA and other members of the election community put out where they said that the election was safe and secure and reliable and that there were no secret supercomputers changing vote tallies?
I do believe it was safe and secure. Now, I may not have gone as far as saying it was the most secure ever. Like I said, I like to wait, particularly while we're still counting votes. But obviously I stand with the administrators that administered the election and our voting systems. And I think that we will find out very soon that there was no interference with our voting systems and the tabulation of results, there was no vote change. And I think that's important because in the end, there's a lot of interference by outside parties, misinformation. But in the end, just like we had after the 2016 election, and there were claims about Russia, or in 2018, we have bad actors like Iran and China and Russia that may actually have the ability to try to interfere with our voting systems. But the evidence thus far is that they have not, and no ballot's been changed. And I think that's very important for the American people to understand that in the end, there are a lot of things that go right. There's a lot of things that may go wrong, but in the end, there was a calculation and an understanding and a final analysis that no vote was changed.
I wonder if you could, and we could have other panelists jump in as well, talk a little bit about what it does to confidence in the electoral process and also the work of election officials, including the two we have on this call, about the disinformation, specifically saying that they are crooked, that they are rigging the process. How does that challenge them, complicate their work, particularly when it is coming from, again, the top levels of one particular party right now? This is not something that the election security community is used to dealing with, is particularly prepared to deal with. So maybe Vice Chairman Palmer, you could start, since you are, at a federal agency, part of this community, but then let's go to others as well. How has that affected not only the ability of election officials to do their jobs, but also the outcome and the trust in the process?
Well, myself included, there's been a lot of election officials that have been in recount in tough situations. I think what they do is they look at the rules and they take an oath. They take an oath that, we're not going to rig the system. We're not going to change votes. And we stand by that oath, either at the state or federal level. We at the AC have had people threatened as well. And, we condemn that. I mean, that should not take place in the United States of America. Sometimes you wonder what's wrong with our society, that we feel it's okay to be angry or ask questions. Maybe your candidate lost, but where do we get off threatening people? And I just don't understand that. But I think that we take an oath. We follow the rules. If there's a recount, we follow the rules. We understand that we cannot sway an election one way or the other. Local election officials run the election. We are here to administer that process and oversee that process. And, we have a higher calling. Politicians will come and go. The election system that we have in the United States of America will continue as long as we can keep it.
If I may, Eric, I'd like to thank you, Commissioner Palmer, and Vice Chair Palmer, for that statement. Currently I and a number of my colleagues, including one of your colleagues on the AAC, Commissioner, we're currently under death threats. I received several over the weekend. Many of you may have seen an article in the Washington Post on Sunday or Monday, excuse me, sort of detailing the seriousness of the threat. I've been running elections at the local level here in New Mexico for 10 years and now at the state level for another 4. And we've had elections in which Democrats have seized the day and Republicans have seized the day. We've elected Democratic and Republican governors, Democratic and Republican control of the legislature. My commitment has always been to the accurate and fair outcome of the election and to doing literally everything possible to both ensure the election is fair and accurate as well as guaranteeing access. When I originally sought to come into election administration as a career, as a very young woman at the age of 30, I never thought that my life would personally be under threat for the work that we do to ensure our democracy continues. But that is the reality. And again, it's not just me. There are so many of us across the country right now at Christmas time. I can't be with my 11-year-old son right now to ensure that he is safe and in a protected location while I continue to do my work. So clearly this is disruptive at a very basic level. And it's very hard and we have a lot of work to do, both as Democrats and Republicans and Americans collectively, to get past this very, very difficult and awful, wrong, horrible time in our nation's history to move towards unity and repairing our relationships and being able to build trust again in our election systems.
So I'd like to take a minute. I disagree with Commissioner Palmer. This was the most secure election in history. And it's because of the 4 years of work that the state and local election officials did in partnering with our federal partners. When we look at what we do to prepare for an election, there's logic and accuracy testing. There is on the backside audits. In every swing state, there was a paper ballot backup. We've had recounts that have shown that the election, that the results were correct. We continue to take a number of different steps. And I think it's important that we continue to educate about all these processes that we undertake. I think that the key that I would say is that election officials are masters at going down very dark rabbit holes and then figuring out how to stop that from happening. And we have put in place so many different things. And one last point, so I'm getting a little excited, but one last point. I think that if you're going to look at a positive thing about 2020 and COVID-19, it's not only the most secure election in history because of all the work that all of us did to ensure its security. It's the most transparent in history. We had cameras everywhere. We had people watching the process the entire way. I think leading up to the election, I got more comments about how open and transparent it's been. Election officials across the country now talking about doing audits, not just audits, but post-election reports. We've been doing one in Virginia the last few years. I'm not afraid to say, hey, we screwed up here, and this is how we're going to get better. And I think election officials across the country are excited to do that. We want to continue to improve the process, and we're not afraid to say this is where we fell down, and this is how we can get better. Having those discussions is really important. So I think that not only was it the most secure, but it was the most transparent in history. And I was excited to serve this year, and I'm excited to continue serving as we go along.
Eric, I would just add my experience working with the state election officials is that they take their role, their job incredibly seriously, including the obligation to not be partisan in what they do. And I always had tremendous respect for those fundamental values. And I can only begin to imagine the frustration after working so hard for 4 years and really building on work going back many, many, many years to make sure that we had an election that the public could be confident in, right? The whole focus really was on how do we make sure the public can respect the legitimacy of this outcome, to then have the President of the United States undermining the public's confidence in the legitimacy of the hard work that they did. And I think, as I say, I can only begin to imagine how frustrating that must be, and and I can see how debilitating it is for our democracy. And as Don said, they're experts at contingency planning, and I suspect this was not a contingency that they trained for or practiced for.
So in the roughly 10 minutes that we have left, I want to look a little bit to the future. I think one of the central debates in election security right now, particularly in DC, is how big of a role should the federal government have? I've said this before, but at the federal level, the election system is probably the least regulated aspect of critical infrastructure. And over the past few years, I've certainly talked to many security experts who have questioned how much we want to leave it that way, how much we want to have a sort of a heterogeneous state-run patchwork system, as opposed to something with a little bit more consistency. So I'd like to open this up to the panel. A lot of things do vary across state lines, and there's a reason why specific policies are going to vary, but fundamental security principles do not vary across state lines. Paper ballots are always better than not having paper ballots. It doesn't matter whether you live in Maryland or Alaska. So what is the role for Congress here? Should it mandate certain things that are essentially universally recognized as a good idea, like paper ballots or risk limiting audits? Should there be a federal ban on internet voting until the technologists can provide a secure way of doing it? What kinds of policies would be helpful from Washington at this point?
Well, I guess I could start. Being at the EAC, I think that you get a little bit of a perspective of the interaction between the Congress and state and local election officials. I think that generally Republicans, we're let the states administer their elections, make the policies that they want, and buy the equipment and make those sort of tough calls. The EAC, some of our success, some would say some of our failure, comes from the fact that we are really a non-regulatory agency. There's even our standards development in our testing program, it's voluntary. And so I think the EAC may be a way that if things aren't directly provided to the states to do their own certification programs for non-voting systems or other initiatives, if there's some desire for centrality, perhaps the EAC can provide some efficiencies and centrality to that assistance and do it in a voluntary way. I think that DHS has played that role as well. As it's purely voluntary, and different states are at different levels of cooperation and working with the EAC and DHS. I think that I think it's going to be a hard sell for a one size fits all at the federal government. We have to earn it the hard way by providing good assistance to the states.
The states are certainly laboratories of innovation. They've proven themselves to be. And I, especially during this incredibly paid attention to, under a microscope kind of election that we experienced this year, it's evident a number of the benefits that exist from having, different systems throughout the states. First of all, I really want to echo Commissioner Palmer in that the EAC is a critical agency in regard to creating sort of a universal clearinghouse, as well as an ability to provide, guidance and best practices. And I think that most states at this point, and I could be wrong about this, but most states at this point are signed on to the voluntary voting system guidelines and at least engaging in that at the federal level. We here in my state are doing our own and have been for a number of years, testing and certification of other non-tabulation systems. So I agree that the states are the place where these sort of best practices and concepts can really originate. And there is a value to having a decentralized voting system. I think we've seen that most importantly in this election. However, I would also agree that it's important to have some sort of standards that we know, every American that votes in a federal election, and this is just my personal opinion, is voting on a system, that falls under the scope of a federal set of system guidelines. And so I do think there is a role there. I think there's a value there. And, I think that we're going to have to continue to see how this plays out on the federal front and where we get to after this really unusual election cycle. But for me personally, I would like to see that.
I think most states would appreciate EAC taking a leadership role in a lot of different areas, and what Commissioner Palmer discussed, certainly a good one. I would agree with Secretary Oliver that the disparate systems is a strength for American elections, and the laboratory agreed as well. I mean, the states came up with risk limiting audits, and they're spreading now. But I can say there's not a one size fits all in any of these kinds of situations, or these kind of innovative ideas. So they have to be kind of worked through at the state level. But certainly having some minimum standards and guidelines on some basic things that we all do, like voting systems, like non-voting systems. Even on things like requiring audits, or we can all talk about that. I think that's a discussion that's ripe for it. I think talking about paper ballots and guidelines around that and sort of thing is all good discussions that we need to be having. But I think at the end of the day, I think the real strength, to underline Secretary Oliver's point, is that we're not all the same. So it's really hard to attack the national system. And that makes us a strong electoral system at the end of the day.
So obviously the Trump administration was the first one to come into office with the benefit of some of the lessons learned from the first major election cyber attack in 2016. But by all accounts, President Trump was never personally interested in election security. President-elect Biden has talked about it, but it's unclear exactly what he wants to do. So in the last few minutes here, panelists, what will you be looking for from a Biden administration on election security? And Suzanne, perhaps we could start with you.
Yeah, I certainly would expect that this would be a priority for the new administration coming in. They know that this continues, as other panelists have indicated, having had what has been termed the most secure election in our history doesn't mean that there isn't still a whole lot of work to do to continue to make them more secure, and that our adversaries, we should assume will continue to try to find ways to disrupt the legitimacy of our process and the peaceful transition of power. So I think they will continue to make that a priority, and I think it does start with this combination of providing significant resources. And I think Secretary Oliver is exactly right, on a consistent basis, not just, a dump a bunch of money every few years, tied with some clear guidance at a minimum on how this should be spent. And I think we'll see it will be a priority.
I agree. And I think my only 2 cents for the incoming Biden administration, and I am speaking as a member of the Democratic Party, and looking forward to this new administration personally, that I think that there were a lot of things that DHS and CISA in particular did incredibly right this election cycle. There was a deep, abiding commitment to, again, working with us as state election officials and local election officials and making sure this was done and done right. And I think my hope is that the new administration will continue that work and just, continue to grow it. And I think that it's going to be important to make sure that the continued effort that was made to work, let's say with me and my Democratic colleagues by the Trump administration, continues with the Biden administration toward my colleagues across the aisle. That's going to be critically important.
Yeah, I would agree with all that. I think that just maintaining these partnerships and increasing these partnerships, and not just with CISA and DHS, but national intelligence, regular updates as we're getting closer to elections. I mean, all of those things were happening. We just need to continue that, continue to build on it, continue to grow it. I think in those areas, just a focus from the federal level at what they were really good at this past 4 years, or the past couple of years. Communication, information sharing, those sorts of things were exactly why we were successful this year. And I hope that continues. I hope there's a big focus on that area. And if we have a continued focus on that area, I think we'll be successful again the next 4 years.
So from my perspective, having been in the military, served through 9/11, and worked in a couple of federal positions, I think communication is key, because the lack of communication in the chain of command can create catastrophe. I think that if we've learned anything as an election community, even more than I did over the last couple of years, we've had briefs and threats, but what's happened over the last couple of weeks, if a nation actor wanted to make a concerted attack on election infrastructure or election processes, they may have some success, and we would have to respond to that. It's a little bit out of my league, but from a macro level, I'm a big believer, based on my experience in the military and what I observed there, and in my time back in government, is that a good offense is your best defense. And since we can only prepare so much and have so many defenses to cyber, the creation or the continuing of a deterrence that any attack upon election systems in the United States will have a disproportionate response is necessary. And so, again, it's a little bit out of my league, but I would recommend that a strong offense is the best defense.
All right, we are out of time. Thank you to my panelists. This was a great discussion. Really appreciate it. And the Bipartisan Policy Center Conference will be right back.
Funding elections is a perennial concern and fight, but the fact remains that if Americans expect a secure, convenient election, it requires appropriate investment. Since 2018, we have seen more than $800 million in election security grants and $400 million in CARES Act grants come from the federal government. This cycle also saw more than $400 million in private philanthropy for election administration, and these private dollars were vital to the successful election. We shouldn't count on them in perpetuity. We need a new funding structure. Adam Ambrosi is the director of the Elections and Voting Program at the Democracy Fund. He's a friend and a long ago colleague, and someone who I know has thought as much about election funding as I have. Thank you for being here, Adam, and the panel is yours.
Thanks so much, Matt. I really appreciate it. And thanks to BPC for putting this on. We have a great panel today to really think about what are the past, present, and future of election funding. I'd like to quickly introduce our wonderful panel, frame up the stage a little bit, and then really get into it with them. First of all, we obviously have our wonderful Secretary of State of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. Since 2019, she has served in that role after serving in the Arizona House of Representatives and the Arizona Senate as minority leader. Next, we have EAC Commissioner Ben Hovland, who is now serving as chair of the Election Assistance Commission. He's previously worked in the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration and served as Deputy General Counsel to the Missouri Secretary of State. We also have Clerk Janice Winfrey, who is the city clerk of Detroit, Michigan. She served in this role since 2005 and has implemented a variety of different innovative and important election reforms in the city. We've also going to be hearing from Commissioner Michael Pipe, who serves as the Commissioner of Centre County, Pennsylvania. Commissioner Pipe has served on the Board of Commissioners since 2012 and has been chair of the board since 2016. And last but certainly not least, Tiana Epps Johnson, who's the founder and executive director of the Center for Tech and Civic Life. She's led a team that does amazing work at connecting local election officials with the innovation and tools to help them do their jobs better. Recipient of the Skoll Entrepreneurship Award and has done many great things. So today here, we're about to talk about election funding. This is something that's clearly a focus for election officials every year. And this year we saw a new twist to an old problem. From my perspective, we have some real challenging that fuels the election funding crisis year after year. Elections are, of course, carried out at the local level, but the locals have to carry out these elections under state law, national laws, and some standards. The locals have to pay for almost all of the costs, but the greatest pressures that are facing these local election officials occur when you have a presidential election or a statewide election. So that fuels a lot of the pressure connected to major elections. Furthermore, whenever there's a major event, a change in how elections have to be conducted, that causes ripple effects, downstream impacts, and funding needs for election officials across the way. So over the last decade, we've seen major themes emerge that impact funding crises over the last few presidential cycles that require different attention and focus from election officials at the local, state, and federal level. After 2012, there were major questions and concerns related to long lines after the election that led to the Bipartisan Presidential Commission on Election Administration. After 2016, we saw initial concerns of foreign interference led to a huge amount of activity and work at the federal, state, and local level in trying to identify and rebuff those concerns. In 2018 and 2019, there was federal funding, as Matt indicated, to provide some support to state election offices to answer those cybersecurity threats, $380 million in 2018 and $425 million in 2019. In 2020, we saw COVID hit, quite frankly. Congress responded for $400 million in CARES Act funding directly to the states to help respond to run an election during a global pandemic. There was some acknowledgement that that was not nearly enough, and some acknowledgement from Congress that more might be needed later. Sadly, more did not come later from the federal government. And so this conversation that we have today with folks at the state, the federal level, large and small local jurisdictions, as well as civil society, is really important. And of course, I'd love to turn it over to Secretary Hobbs first to really find out what you were thinking when you first started to see the threat of the pandemic and how you thought that might impact how to run elections in Arizona, how you would work with your state to really figure out the needs and fill those needs.
That is the statement of 2020. Am I muted? We had our presidential preference election mid-March. So it was really when the pandemic was starting to hit Arizona. We had our first few identified cases the week before. And so we really pulled together the resources to make sure that election could happen. And the election went extremely smoothly. But it was because we had worked in partnership with election officials across the state prior to the pandemic to make sure that we were preparing for the election, regardless of knowing that we were going to be in a pandemic. And it really was, I think, rather fortunate because it helped us in terms of planning and preparation for the August primary that we had and then the November election, and really helped us make that wish list of all the things that we need to make sure that voters can vote safely, that election staff stay safe, and that we can have an election knowing that there would be a historic voter participation.
Thank you. I'd love to see how Chairman Hovland thinks about the federal role, both in this from February to March and April timeframe, as well as how the EAC thought about getting the CARES Act money out to states as quickly as they possibly could.
Thanks, Adam. It's great to be here. Thanks for BPC for hosting this. Obviously you just can't give enough credit to the state and local administrators who ran elections this year. I think at the federal level, we were able to provide support. We were able to pull together resources, certainly things like the critical infrastructure designation and the governance structure that created. We had a government coordinating council and sector coordinating council working group on COVID resources that produced a number of resources. The CARES Act money that you mentioned, Congress gave us 30 days to distribute that. At the EAC, we were able to do that. That was obviously an important piece. As people have mentioned or you've heard, there were some parameters attached to that, a 20% match, some reporting requirements that the states weren't huge fans of. But again, I think it was important, and I think it was important to get that money out early. One of the things that I see when I look at 2020, the difference between the primaries and the general in many ways, or the primaries in some states, was the lack of time to plan and prepare. And having that CARES Act money, having it early, having some of the other guidance, hearing from states, again, you've got to give a lot of credit to election officials in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, Utah. Of course, Arizona has it was 75% mail balloting before this year, being able to share some of those best practices across the country. And election officials were able to make some decisions about what kind of purchasing or procurement they needed to do to prepare for the general, knowing that those timelines were in the spring and early summer. And so, again, I think a lot of things went into it to make this year run as smoothly as it did. Most of that is the hard work of state and local election administrators. But certainly we were happy at EAC to do whatever we could and distribute that CARES Act money as quickly as we were able to.
Great, thank you. As we know, elections really are run by local government. And we're lucky to be joined by Clerk Winfrey and Commissioner Pipe, representing very different size jurisdictions, very different interests in voters, very different ways that the pandemic impacted both of those communities in Michigan and in Pennsylvania. I'd love to hear how you all thought about the impacts of this, especially in the early days when we weren't exactly sure how bad the impact of it was going to be, and how you worked to plan running an election during a global pandemic?
Well, you didn't call a name, so I'm just going to jump in. Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to be a part of this important discussion. But in Detroit, as many of you know, we were a hotspot, and the pandemic hit us especially hard. Me and my husband had COVID-19. So, but through it all, we did this. We planned. We were at a stay-at-home order, and I think that order was issued to us in like March, and we weren't able to return to the office until June the 1st. Well, elections was able to. So during that time, we met daily and we planned. We knew that our poll workers weren't the ones that we usually use, weren't available to us. Many of them didn't make it through. And those that did didn't want to participate in the process. So we had to recruit an entirely new set of poll workers. And we did that mostly through the sororities and the fraternities. Vice President Harris is a Alpha Kappa Alpha, member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. I'm an active member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And we use that. We use those sorority sisters, the fraternities, all of the Divine Nine, all of the Black fraternities and sororities. We have a group called Divine Nine, and I reached out to them, and they rose to the occasion. They stepped in. They brought their children, their adult children, to work with us, and it really, really mattered. That, of course, and the grant that allowed us to pay for the help that we received from the sororities and the fraternities and other state and local government entities, staff.
Great. Commissioner Pipe?
Sure. Thank you so much. And similar experience here in Center County, where as the pandemic increased and we saw more cases in the community, we had more concern from our elderly poll workers about being in a room for 13, 14 hours a day, interacting with members of the community. So we likewise had to recruit individuals, and being able to provide some bonus pay or hazard pay to make sure that they came and stayed for the full day was so important. But I think as we experience in Center County, we're a university town. And so we actually had about 30,000 to 35,000 of our Penn State students not return to campus. And so that allowed us a better management of the pandemic here in Center County, where we didn't see as many cases until the students came back for the fall semester in August. But I will say that without a doubt, the ability for us to have 5 extra weeks to plan for the primary election, where the Commonwealth gave us those 5 additional weeks with extending the primary, was terrific. We could not have done a primary election in the midst of a pandemic in April, and instead delaying it to June allowed us to prepare, get the necessary PPE, make sure that PPE went to the frontline workers, the healthcare workers, and we were able to then procure things as we approached the June election. But so much credit needs to go to the poll workers that made this happen. And again, the grant that we were able to get as well from the CTCL allowed us to compensate them and encourage them and thank them for their hard work.
Thank you. And that's a great segue and thanks for teeing that up for me to turn to Tiana. As we know, CTCL received a large grant from a very, very wealthy internet titan. And there's been a lot of questions or concerns about this, as well as a lot of excitement as far as what those grant dollars could do. For those folks that haven't heard from you before, could you explain the process you went through to both identify who needed grants, who got grants, where they were, and what you're thinking about them now as private philanthropy funding assistance for local government in the time of a pandemic?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think the first place to start is that prior to March at CTCL, our focus was helping our country's local election officials have the tools, the skills that they need to run excellent elections year round. So we weren't in the business of grant making. It wasn't until around early spring we started hearing from election officials, really of every size, every type, that their number one need and concern was funding. And, for us, we were delivering tools and training, but we were hearing, if you're dealing with 2 times or 10 times your typical volume of mail ballots and the applications for those ballots and the calls from voters about those ballots, for instance, you're going to need more staff and more equipment. And we were concerned that, the 10% of the nearly $4 billion that was estimated that was needed and allocated ultimately by Congress wasn't going to be enough, and that there may not be more funding to come. And so it's from that concern that we launched a national COVID-19 response grant program for local election officials. And here's how it worked. We invited every local election official in the country that had a role in administering the November election to apply for a grant. We guaranteed that every election office that was verified as legitimate would receive a grant. It was really important to us that even the smallest election departments received meaningful grant funds that they could put to work for their voters. So we made a minimum grant amount of at least $5,000 to any grantee. And at the core, the program is really focused on keeping election departments functioning and safe during a pandemic. So the grants really spanned 4 core buckets of expenses: ensuring that safe and efficient election day administration, expanding voter education and outreach efforts, launching poll worker recruitment, training, and safety efforts, as we've heard a bit about already, and then also, of course, supporting early voting and in-person, both in-person and vote by mail. We definitely know that not all election offices are alike. They vary in size, geography, policy, all of those things. And so we really wanted to keep the grant program grounded in that and not be overly prescriptive with the sort of things that we asked election departments to do with it. And so we really gave local offices as much discretion as possible to use the funds in the areas that they specifically saw as their highest need. And we also knew that election departments, of course, had more on their plates than maybe they've ever had before in their careers. And so we really sort of took a election official centric design approach to creating the actual process itself, even though we did it in a really short amount of time. So some of those specific things, it took no more than 45 minutes in total to complete the application, including gathering the materials that it would be required to submit to us. We've created a final report that takes no more than 15 minutes to complete, and it's not due until the end of January 2021, recognizing that it might be challenging to complete a narrative report and return it at the end of December. And as you mentioned, it was backed by nearly $400 million in philanthropic funding, with $350 million coming in September and October from Dr. Priscilla Chan and Mark Zuckerberg. All told, we received applications and provided grant awards to over 2,500 election departments. If you could put up the slide, those election departments came from 49 states. So by January, our little nonprofit here in the Midwest will have given away nearly as much funding as the federal government. In terms of the different types of expenses that we saw from election departments, they were vast and they were varied, much as our election departments are. Over 500 election offices invested some of their grant money in nonpartisan voter education to help voters understand their options and really focus on increasing confidence in the process. Thousands more hired poll workers or were able to offer hazard pay plus the necessary PPE. Over 1,500 election departments spent money on temporary staffing and equipment and supplies for mail or absentee ballots. We released a preliminary report that we'll link to, and feel free to take down the slide, where you can read about the folding machines and the inserters and the letter openers and the generators and the poll books and the thermometers and the storage bins and the shelving and the seats and the drop boxes and the signage and the chairs and the ramps and the sidewalks. Like literally sidewalks were put in to make things more accessible. The walls that were taken down to increase the space for social distancing, all that were funded by these grant funds. And it, I think, kind of goes without saying, I'm really deeply, deeply, deeply proud of this work, but it was a massive public policy failure, frankly, that it was required in a time when our democracy really needed leadership more than ever. So from my perspective, looking forward, I think a few things. We absolutely need predictable, sustained funding for elections that is public funding. While there might be seasonal peaks, this is year-round. every year work, and funding needs to reflect that reality. And funding also has to reflect the increased complexity of the work of election administrators, the ways that technology has increased the demands on election officials and required more and more specialization, whether it is in cybersecurity, data in general, using social media. This is, critical for voters. It's critical for election officials to be set up for success. And I think that the last thing that I really want to lift up before handing it back is that sometimes I think we forget that elections are people powered. Election departments are made up of the people that are the folks that are on this panel right now. One of the most common pieces of feedback that I got this election cycle was the ways that this grant funding helped to improve the mental health of election officials. In the middle of one of the most challenging moments in our democracy that intersected with a public health crisis, elected leaders basically left election officials to just figure it out. So these grants meant that election officials who hadn't seen weekends in months were able to get a few more hours of sleep and far less paper cuts because they could afford letter openers. It meant tiers for some election officials who were able to finally afford to provide hazard pay for their staff. It meant being able to rent a warehouse large enough to provide social distance while processing ballots to ease concerns of losing another staff member to coronavirus. These were the realities that I was hearing every day in conversations with election officials. There were times where we had to, step away from calls, hold it together on those calls, and where I literally cried afterwards because of what our country's election officials were up against. So when we don't adequately fund our elections, we are of course doing our democracy a disservice, but we're also letting down, voters and burdening election officials in a way that I find unconscionable. And so I think that this is also a values conversation.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that you weren't looking for this role to be having your organization give money away. I think if Congress had given to the states anything close to the $2 to $4 billion that had been suggested earlier in this year, we all would have been a lot happier with the results. I do think that the concerns that you bring into this situation, from having seen election officials struggle with very emotional moments, very personal moments, seeing election officials quarantine or sadly pass away due to this virus, and because there is no ability to do elections remotely in a meaningful way, really does raise the public policy crisis connected to the lack of federal funding and support from elections, or lack of state election funding in moments of crisis. I'd love to turn to the secretary and to the chair and just sort of say, I know it's difficult at times to pose policy solutions to Congress and or your state legislatures. How do we get out of this mess, especially in moments of crisis?
Well, I think right now, any conversation about elections is so just marred by partisanship, and that is really unfortunate. And in Arizona, my administration was hampered by that partisanship because the federal dollars that come to Arizona for elections require legislative appropriation. And when the CARES Act was passed, and we got $9 million, our legislature, which was still in session at the time, decided to leave that money on the table. They weren't going to give it to us. And what ended up happening was we worked with the governor's office, who is a Republican, I'm a Democrat, and he gave us the money out of his pile of CARES Act money. So we were very fortunate to be able to implement our plan for safe and secure elections in the pandemic. But there was still sticking points with that. And we had a robust public education plan. And the legislature was upset about it because they thought I was going to plaster my face all over billboards and TV ads, which wasn't what we were going to do at all. And so the governor bought into that. And so then we weren't going to get the money for that. And that public education campaign was a critical component of making sure that voters could vote safely and that this election was successful. And so the private dollars that came in for that, that's what we utilized our grant for, was that public education campaign. And it was hugely successful. But we would have, I mean, voters would have been the ones who were left out if we didn't have those funds. And so I think that the bottom line for me is that we have to take the partisanship out of this whole equation, if that's even possible. And just really, election funding needs to be predictable and stable. I don't know what we would have done without that private grant to implement our public education campaign.
I'd echo a lot of what Secretary Hobbs said on a couple things. Number one, when you talk to election administrators across the country, the people that actually run elections, Democrat, Republican, Independent, people who have done the job agree on the vast majority of how elections are administered, because it's about good governance and customer service. It's not about politics. And I think how we react in an emergency situation like this year, so much of that is dictated by what our baseline is. And clearly, we have failed to adequately fund elections in normal years, which makes the leap that you have to do in an emergency situation so much higher. We heard Secretary Hobbs say this, Secretary Toulouse-Oliver. I've heard from election officials for a number of years about the importance of having an annual consistent federal funding stream. You can look in critical infrastructure at the election subsector specific plan. It talks about how you can't even assess the real risk factors in elections without acknowledging the chronic underfunding that we have elections in this country. I think after the Help America Vote Act, when it originally passed, there was obviously over $3 billion. We had a nationwide replacement of election equipment. And what we saw about a decade later was the beginning of a game of chicken about whether or not there would be federal funding or if the states were going to fulfill their traditional role. What I think we've seen since 2016 in the conversation, and again, that critical infrastructure subsector plan talks about a whole of government approach to funding elections. Yes, state and local election officials are primarily responsible for running elections and primarily responsible for funding elections, but this is a national security issue and there's a federal piece. And if there's an annual funding stream, if there's a way to do that, you can then say this is the federal part. People can plan for that. State legislatures, local legislatures can know what the federal piece of the money is. And again, we think about what this looks like up and down the scale. Certainly at the EAC in 2019, we had our lowest funding ever. We were at $7.95 million for an operating budget as a federal agency. Earlier this year, we were down to 18 people in a federal agency. We did get a slight bump, but we were still if you adjust for inflation, we were at 68% this year of what we would have been in 2010, before Russian interference, before a pandemic. We asked for supplemental funding and didn't get any. Last year, I testified in front of Congress and talked about how Kansas City, Missouri spends more to fill potholes than we get at the EAC as our annual budget. And I say that, and I say it again now, because investing in our elections, that is the infrastructure of our democracy. This year, with people losing faith in the process, with all the challenges we face, if this isn't a wake-up call that we have to start investing in our democracy appropriately, I don't know what is. And really, again, we can figure out a whole of government approach to it. It's federal money, it's state money, it's local money, but we need to figure that out.
I'd like to turn to the question of state versus local, actually. And this was raised a little bit just by the dynamic of the different ways that funding is given. Most of the federal dollars have been done through the Help America Vote Act process, where it goes to the state. And you see the challenges sometimes of that happening that Secretary Hobbs just raised, of a state legislature, engaging in maybe a little gamesmanship around the use of that funding or not. We also saw that in Minnesota related to cybersecurity funding, where the Secretary of State wanted to use it to help protect their elections, but there were some problems and holdups within the Minnesota legislature. The interesting thing about the CTCL grants was that local election officials themselves could request it. They could ask for it. They could focus on what they actually needed. And that's a different way of identifying and receiving funds for urgent local needs. And so I'd love to turn it to our good local election officials in Michigan and Pennsylvania to really sort of say, how does both either the grant work really help you identify the needs that you have at the local level, and what more or what other models might you want to see to grow your funding from either your county or city, the state, or the federal government?
Well, I rather liked working with CTCL. The process was easy. It was very organized, and politics didn't get in the way. We could use the money as we needed. In Detroit, we bought a lot of equipment, a lot of mail sorters and high-speed scanners and the like. We were able to hire nurses or medical assistants, which was necessary for us so that our poll workers can feel safe. And the one thing that I think this grant did for us, other than to help us to purchase those things, it allowed, I think, other government agencies, the state, federal, to see how underfunded elections really are. And that if we are to continue to work in a spirit of excellency, we're nonpartisan in Detroit. I'm a nonpartisan clerk. Elections is a nonpartisan entity. At the end of the day, our charge is to administer good, fair elections. And we only can do that with a budget, right? We have to pay staff. We have to have equipment. We have to move with the times. And when we can't and we aren't able to, it shows in the election process.
Thank you. Commissioner Pipe?
Thank you. I would say similarly, the ability for us to forge partnerships with other nonprofits and other entities that provide pro bono services. For example, in Center County, we had a great collaboration with the United States Digital Response, or USDR for short, in addition to the CTCL. The USDR enabled us to create a scheduling platform that enabled our residents who are interested in early voting to schedule a time when they would come into the satellite elections office to cast their early vote. Due to the pandemic, we needed to prepare for social distancing, allow space for individuals to come in and vote. They also enabled us to have an online form where they could fill out their absentee or mail-in ballot application, make sure that we have all of the information in that PDF, print it out, sign it, and they would bring it in to request their ballot. So the USDR, CTCL, great organizations that were able to get county governments and get city governments running elections the ability to offset costs. We actually did we were about to do an RFP for the scheduling platform for individuals interested in early voting. And we got some unofficial quotes back that were in the five figures, $20,000, $30,000. USDR comes in and is able to do it for nothing. I mean, we needed to pay a few dollars that came out of the CTCL grant for buying these very relatively low cost website and platforms that we were able to utilize. And the argument then in the other roles that county government and other local governments play is we can use those same websites, forms, and techniques we found very helpful to engage with our citizens and our voters for elections in other ways as well, for human services, corrections, transportation services, mental health. So elections is not only an ability to make sure that we have a strong democracy, it's also a way that we can make sure we have strong local governments. And I think that continued conversation as we go into next year, I joke with our staff here that polls open in about 160 days in Pennsylvania. So we have another election coming up. What can we do to make sure 2021 is an even more robust, open, and free election than we had just a few months ago?
Thank you both so much. We only have a couple of minutes left. You know, in reflecting on the challenges of this election cycle, I had a conversation with someone in DC in March, about the needs, and there was a response at that time, and it was early in the pandemic. Well, election officials might need a little PPE, but I'm not hearing a big need. And hearing our clerk refer to hiring nurses to help our our volunteers feel safe. To be able to, buy plexiglass barriers to ensure that folks are taken care of, public information campaigns, all of these things, they cost money. And I don't think that even as the pandemic starts to wane, that it will be the end of urgent needs connected to elections. Do we need a campaign for election funding in this country? And I know almost all of you are governmental officials, tough to call for campaigns, even if they're nonpartisan, but what would it look like to pull together a major push to fund elections at the scale of which they are necessary? Anyone?
I'll go as a non-elected official. Yes, I think that there should be a campaign for robust public funding for elections. I think that any work that is focused on election law reform or voting reform should have paired with it an implementation plan, and there's no implementation plan that's complete without a budget for election departments to actually make those laws work in practice. So I think that any work that's focused on improving election laws should have built into them a vision for how to also make sure that election officials have the funds that they need to implement those effectively. And implicit in that is that there has to be budget campaigns as a part of it.
Other thoughts in the last few moments?
Yeah, also, in addition to what Tiana said, an education piece has to be a part of any campaign or any plan to increase our dollars. People just don't know what we do. They don't know how people-driven it is. They don't know how technical it is. And they don't know that it affects, to administer election affects every aspect of that community if it's done correctly. So an education piece is definitely necessary, an important component of any campaign to increase election dollars.
Thank you so much, all of these great panelists. This has been a surprisingly emotional conversation connected to election funding, and this has been a really tough year for election officials, some surprising costs, some surprising needs, and all of you have been performing well and above and beyond what anyone expected of the election official community, and are just heroes in my book. I want to thank you all for being part of this great panel and for all of the work that you do. With that, I'd like to turn it over to BPC to go into the next break.
Welcome back. While voting by mail received outsized attention this year, a greater number of voters cast ballots in person, either during early voting or on election day. Serving these voters during a pandemic required creativity and flexibility, both in terms of policy and administratively. Election officials on our next panel found ways to serve voters in person when even being within 6 feet of other people was discouraged. Charles Stewart is the founding director of the MIT Election Data and Science Lab and co-director of the Healthy Elections Project, and he will lead the conversation. Charles, the panel is yours.
Thanks, Matt. It's really great to be moderating this this panel today with 4 really great election officials to talk about serving voters in person. So to introduce the panel, I guess I'd say is that what's lost oftentimes in the rush. What was lost oftentimes in the rush to ensure that voters were getting the information they needed to vote by mail for the first time this year. And as state and local jurisdictions were getting the policies and equipment down to handle this new flurry of mail, lost was the fact that a bit over half the electorate still voted in person in 2020. And actually, as an aside, and even in places that weren't predominantly voting in person, the in-person feature was nonetheless an issue. I remember giving a talk to the Washington State county election officials in the summer, where we talked about some of our line work and doing some getting a call from Lori Aguino in Washington, as Secretary Wyman mentioned today with the election day registration in Washington State. There was need to manage lines on election day and in the early voting period. So serving voters in person everywhere was and continues to be a really important issue. So election officials did all this work in a changed environment. Now, my colleague and partner in crime in the Healthy Elections Project, Nate Pursley, like to talk this year about the challenges of persons, places, and things that were needed for elections. And in-person voting is full of all 3 of these things. And all manner of things in these categories were under pressure. Poll worker recruitment was a challenge. Those are the persons, the places, getting venues to vote in, maintaining old ones, recruiting new ones, and acquiring the PPE and other things that are needed to run an in-person polling site were all things that election officials had to worry about. And then on top of that, voters themselves had to figure out what they were going to do, figure out how they could vote and transact business in person and do it safely. And oftentimes they needed to figure out where they could do these things, either because they wanted to vote early, maybe for the first time, or because their polling place locally had been closed or moved, and they had to figure out what to do in that instance. So, as I mentioned this morning, voters who ended up voting in person had as good an experience qualitatively as they ever have in recent years. So that was made possible by the fact that, well, many people voted by mail, which helped take some of the pressure off of in-person voting. But this is also because of the preparations made by many election officials around the country and the nearly 1 million people who worked the polls on election day. So a lot of work went into this. And here today to talk about some of this work are 4 officials, state and local, who will discuss serving voters in person. We have Marcy Andino, who's the executive director of the South Carolina Election Commission. Jared Deering, who is the executive director of the Kentucky Board of Elections. Sherry Polland is the director of the Hamilton County, Ohio Board of Elections. That's the county that Cincinnati is in. And David Stafford is the supervisor of elections for Escambia County, Florida, which is the county where Pensacola is. So to start things off, I wanted to give our panel members here an opportunity to talk about what's on the top of their minds as they reflect on the needs of in-person voters in this past election. And we'll do this alphabetically, and we'll start with Marcy Andino.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you to the BPC for the opportunity to participate in this panel. I think all of the panelists would agree that, wow, what a year we all had. We saw records broken here in South Carolina, both in turnout and in record numbers of absentee ballots being cast. When it was all said and done, about 83% of voters cast their ballot either in person on election day or in person in an absentee precinct. And let me just note that we do not have early voting. We are a state that requires an excuse to vote absentee, but yet 83% of voters either cast a ballot in person on election day or in an absentee precinct. So, you know, challenges are always associated with elections, and they change from year to year. And conducting an election during the midst of a pandemic presented extraordinary and a unique set of challenges. But our goal throughout 2020 was protecting voters, protecting poll workers, protecting county and state election officials who were out there on the front lines. And all at the same time, we had to make sure that voters had the opportunity to cast their ballots in an environment that was as safe as we could possibly make it. So some of those challenges that we faced, in addition to the pandemic, of course, is changes in election laws and also lawsuits. So we had the rules changing frequently and changing at the last minute, and everybody had to adapt quickly. Sometimes the rules today changed and the rules tomorrow were different. So that was a challenge for state and local election officials. It was a challenge for voters and for poll workers, just trying to keep up with what was going on. Some of these things were had late implementation dates, and it created uncertainty, but everybody pulled together and we were able to meet those challenges. Counties also had the challenge of recruiting poll workers and staffing in their offices to meet the demands of an increase in absentee voters. Poll workers, many of them are at that high risk age, and they just decided that they didn't want to chance it and didn't want to work. So we had a statewide effort to recruit new poll managers to be able to meet the demands on election day. Providing PPE and disinfecting supplies was another challenge because we had trouble getting all of that type.
Like, I was just asked to join a meeting a couple weeks ago at 5:30, and I said, no, I can't make it. Well, if she presses you, like, oh, do you have something planned? I said, yes, I have plans. What if you have like a doctor's appointment or you have.
So we appear to be having some technical difficulties here. We'll figure in just a second if we can good. So Marcy, I think we're good. So.
Okay, great. Hope they got that appointment worked out. So staffing was an issue, finding the PPE and disinfecting supplies that every polling place would require. We also provided new technologies to counties to reduce contact time and to allow for social distancing for voters and election workers. And we provided additional equipment, additional voting opportunities while following current state law. And then we had a challenge of educating not just election officials, but voters and countering the misinformation that was being circulated. So there was a lot of things that were prefaced with the word new. And sometimes people don't like a lot of change, particularly when they're busy. But we kept throwing new things at everyone, and everybody rose to the occasion there. So it was a very, very interesting year in that respect.
Thanks, Marcy. And Jared from Kentucky.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. I appreciate it. I also like to thank Matt and the team at BPC for putting this together. I think it's been a great day watching a lot of the panels come in today. It's been really informative. Kentucky was in an interesting place. We had the capacity to be able to change our primary election, specifically the date in which we were able to hold that. We were able to push it back by over a month. And then that gave us the opportunity to be able to evaluate what other states were going through implementing a primary election during a pandemic. It was a really, honestly, I feel like I'm standing on the shoulders of a lot of my peers, seeing the things that they did well, and then trying to implement them into our state. One of the things that we did is evaluating in other states, seeing what went wrong and how we can improve on that. Some of the things that we saw were precinct locations that were unavailable, finding locations, finding poll workers. But more than that, one of the things that we were trying to accomplish is that on election day, you now have a single point of failure, right? So if something happens on election day, that's kind of it. You kind of have to roll with the punches. You can do your best to accommodate it, but it's really hard to change midstream on election day. And so some of the things that we were seeing from other states is that the polling location that they had reserved didn't open up. Poll workers that didn't show up, you had a high attrition rate of new poll workers that said they would volunteer. And all of a sudden now that location didn't open up, and now where do those voters go? How do you accommodate, midstream on election day? So some of the things that we tried to evaluate were, how do we condense the logistical mechanics of running an election? How do we keep voters safe? How do we do this in a way that gives access to the ballot? So what we really decided on is a holistic approach of the entire election. So not just looking at in-person as a whole, but expanding access to the ballot while also expanding security and transparency into the election. So at the end of the day, what we were able to do is expand absentee mail balloting. We were able to expand early voting for the first time in our state's history. And then on election day, what we tried to do is condense some of our polling locations down. And instead of concentrating into small locations, what we try to do is push the size of the location up as best we possibly could. So Jefferson County is a really good example of that. It's Louisville, it's our largest city in the state. They condensed down, for the primary at least, they condensed down to one polling location. It was at the state fairgrounds. It was 1.3 million square feet of voting space, which was absolutely incredible. Over 500 voting booths. They were able to process tens of thousands of voters on election day and do so in a way that there wasn't a line the entire day. It was really effective voting. But what we also found is it guaranteed that the polling location itself would be opened up. We could accommodate if certain poll workers didn't show up. We can just move people around within the location itself. But then what we also saw is by increasing the size of the location, we were able to safely social distance. One of the complaints we got was, you're putting all these people into one place. That's more dangerous because of COVID, not less. But it's actually the inverse. It's kind of one of those common sense things. It seems like common sense that you want distributed, but it's actually the way our precinct locations work is they're really small locations often. They're in a church basement, they're in a senior home, they're in these locations where if you have one large group of people that come at the same time, which we often see, now you've got a large mass of people associating together during a pandemic. I mean, it's just the last thing you want. But by increasing the scope of the voting location itself, we were able to accommodate all the voting needs. Now, the only way that worked is because we were also able to distribute early voting and then also absentee mailing. We went from, in a normal election in Kentucky, we see about 2% of our ballots are cast by mail. And in the primary election, that was 75% of our ballots. So, I mean, just swinging that whole entire process around was an incredible heavy lift. And I am so incredibly indebted to the county clerks, the 120 county clerks that work for the Commonwealth in this process. But, we didn't see a single case of community spread during our primary. And we took those lessons from the primary and moved into the general election. And one of the key things that we did is work in a bipartisan manner. We put work groups together that consisted of the governor's staff, the Secretary of State, the State Board of Elections, county clerks, and we all worked together in a bipartisan way so that the end product that we had, both parties had buy-in to that process. And I think that while we weren't immune to lawsuits, I think it definitely decreased the number of lawsuits that we had because both party affiliations had some ownership of what that process would look like and were able to then help lift us as opposed to try to kind of peel apart at the edges.
Thanks, Jared. That was great. We turn now to Sherry and the news from Ohio.
Hi, good afternoon. I want to thank the Bipartisan Policy Center for hosting this event, and I'm honored to be here with my fellow panelists. I think in Ohio, we're fortunate that we've had some good election policy on the books for quite some time. And by that, I mean that voters have the option to choose the method they wish to cast their ballot. Voters can vote by mail. They can vote early in person, 28 days prior to Election Day, or they can vote in person at their polling place on Election Day. So those procedures and those practices have been in place for well over a decade, and I think that really helped us during this pandemic. Historically, in Hamilton County, we see about 7% of voters who choose to vote early in person, about 23% vote by mail. So that's the vast majority, 70% that vote in person on Election Day. Well, in planning this election, this presidential election during a global pandemic, we knew we had to sort of have our own version of flattening the curve in election administration, and that we needed to even out those methods so that we didn't overload or overburden any one process to the point where it became unmanageable. In the end, we were successful with doing that. We increased our vote by mail to 39%. Our early in person increased to 19%, which meant that only 42% voted in person on Election Day. So we were able to spread out our resources to accommodate all of that. And I think what's mentioned earlier, we would not have been able to do that if it wasn't for the high volume of vote by mail. I think what's important in all of this is that we tried to put processes in place that would give the voters a good voting experience, because we believed if they have a good experience while casting their ballot, they'll have confidence in the election results. And so one thing that was going around at the time that we began mailing ballots was that people lost faith in the post office. So we worked very closely with our local postmaster and other representatives to make sure that those ballots were delivered timely. And in fact, we began mailing ballots on October 6th and mailed out 157,000 of those. And most of those that were delivered locally, the voters received the very next day, almost overnight delivery service. That right away, I think, boosted people's confidence in the election, where they thought it was going to take weeks to get their ballots by mail. It did not, and they were pleasantly surprised. Something else we had to do in Ohio, we're only allowed to have one early vote center per county. And in Hamilton County, that's at our Board of Elections. Well, we knew right away it was not enough space to accommodate voters who would be appearing early in person. And so we were able to secure additional space in a facility that's on the same campus as our Board of Elections. But we doubled the size of our early in-person voting, which meant we could keep the same allocation of check-in stations and voting machines and voting booths that we had planned prior to the pandemic, and still allow voters to maintain the 6-foot social distancing, as well as our staff. This again was a success. Voters were pleasantly surprised when they showed up, and many of them would bring chairs and voting chairs, and there were comments, well, I didn't even have to unfold my chair. This went so quickly. We were able to process 600 voters an hour. And overall was over 80,000 voters that came to the Board of Elections. So all of this helped to ease the process on Election Day for in-person voting. I think one of the biggest challenges, which was mentioned before, was recruiting poll workers. It's always a challenge every election, but during a pandemic, when the majority of your poll workers are vulnerable, it was a Herculean effort. To again sort of mention another phrase we like to associate with living through this pandemic, I think it applies to elections, in that we're all in this together. That was the feeling of our community when it came to recruiting poll workers. It wasn't just the Board of Elections. Businesses gave their employees the day off. The media pushed the need for poll workers. The Ohio Supreme Court issued an order allowing attorneys to receive continuing legal education credits for working the polls. And then other professional organizations followed suit. And we suddenly had lawyers and accountants and social workers signing up. And we also had many of our experienced poll workers stick with us, even though they were vulnerable, because they felt such a sense of civic duty. And in the end, it worked well. We not only had enough poll workers to keep our full complement of polling locations that we had previously planned. All of those positions were staffed, but we had an additional 100 trained election officials that we had on reserve, and they reported to our Board of Elections that morning, and then we sent them out to locations that maybe had no-shows in the morning or may have been experiencing long lines. So in the end, it was a community effort that we came together and administered this election, and I've never been prouder to be a elections official, not only with our team, but also the election officials across the country.
Great, thanks. And we'll clean up with Dave Stafford down on the Gulf.
Good afternoon. Well, thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief. At least I'm going to try. We'll see how this goes. Because much has already been said. I could reiterate much of what the three panelists before me have said. So a couple of different, of course, we all shared the challenge of dealing with COVID. We were, you may recall, back in March, Ohio and Florida actually had the presidential primary slated at the same day, March 17th, and the weekend before, I think it was the weekend before, Ohio decided to postpone theirs, and we went through with ours. So we were sort of at the leading edge, unfortunately, of running elections in the middle of a pandemic. We learned a lot from that, and then we had the luxury of having a pretty long break between that and the August regular primary. So a lot of other states went, and so we learned a lot from them. And then, of course, we had yet another opportunity to prepare for the big one, the general election. So we learned a lot throughout that. A couple of additional challenges that we had that I don't know that Ohio and Kentucky had to deal with 2 hurricanes. But those impacted us, both in polling locations, and then we had to change our schedule during the second hurricane as it related to early voting, which is never fun, having to adjust those as we go. And then the other thing that hasn't got a whole lot of attention is that about half the state, about half of the counties were sued. Now, it wasn't right before, but it was back in about 2018. Over language access. And long story short, what resulted was many counties in the state for the first time had to deal with bilingual balloting materials, including the ballot itself. And what that resulted for us here personally, as well as I know most of my colleagues, was what would normally be a 1-card ballot front and back then became a 2-card ballot. And in addition, things like these lengthy constitutional amendments that are lengthy anyway, then you double the language, and that becomes even lengthier. So those all have impacts, as you could imagine, not the least of which the time in the booth. And so those are a couple of additional challenges that we had to deal with. Much like Ohio, we believe we were well positioned because of the structure of how we do our voting. Now, we've had 20 years have been the punching bag for the nation and the world. And we benefit, I think, quite frankly, from low expectations. Even though it's kind of a dirty little secret, we're pretty good at running elections over the course of the last decade or so. But that's fine. We don't wear that chip on our shoulder too much. But the structure was such that we're well positioned for something like this, because we have 3 distinct ways to vote in Florida. And we don't care, as we always say, we don't care which method you choose, just choose one and make sure that you vote. We've had no excuse vote by mail for the better part of 18 years. We've had our current form of early voting in some form or fashion since about 2006. And then we've of course, have election day. Just to kind of give you an idea of how that has shifted just in the 20 years since the infamous 2000 election. In that election, these are just Escambia County numbers. You had about 86% of the votes that were cast during that 12-hour period. Actually, it was more than 12 hours, but that 12-hour period on election day. Fast forward to the 2020 election, that was only 23% of the votes cast. Now, that wasn't as drastic, I know, as some states, the change, but ours was, at least here locally, and I think the rest of the state, is sort of that share continued to diminish as far as election day votes cast. The poll workers, of course, was a challenge. It was an interesting story. We had a big challenge during the presidential primary because, again, it was new and people were freaking out, understandably. So we were losing a lot of last minute poll workers. I remember talking to my colleague in Palm Beach County. She lost, I think, a quarter of her poll workers over the course of the weekend before the election, up to an election day. But again, because of some of these efforts by, election offices as well as third-party groups and campaigns, we actually had a surplus of people that ended up for the general election willing to serve as poll workers, which is something we hadn't seen in quite some time. People really responded to those messages of, hey, you want to help? This is a great way to help. We're actually ended up turning people away, saying, we've got enough people. We'll keep your name here if we run into an emergency. But that's something that we haven't experienced here in quite some time. And I guess the last thing I would say is, the security aspect was something, and again, I think that somewhat gets diminished, the cybersecurity, because you've had all this other noise around, but the fact that that dominated this space for the last 3.5-4 years, since critical infrastructure and all the news came out about what happened in 2016. That was front and center. But it was really the fact that you didn't have mass some of the things that were feared, like voter registration, electronic poll books, people not being in the poll books and having these great disruptions, or websites going down on election night. You just didn't see a lot of that. What was feared, I think, in the lead up, and quite frankly went into a lot of preparation. So those are sort of my initial takeaways. And again, I don't want to say everything that's been said before. So thanks.
Thanks, David. Just moving on, but actually, for most of this conversation, I think it's the motto here for this group was "Let her rip." But I wanted actually to pick on Marcy just for a little bit, because I think that this is a panel on serving the in-person voter, and I think of any state in the country, one of the states that had the purest example of in-person voting on election day was South Carolina. As Marcy was mentioning in her remarks, and I'd be curious to how did you do it, Marcy? I mean, how did the county boards deal with it? And is there a sense, just sort of how is it dealt with, and is there a sense that we got through this and we did okay?
There's definitely a sense that yes, we got through it and we did okay. Before the general election, after the primary, there was a huge increase in requests for absentee ballots by mail. And as we got closer to the general election and absentee for the general started, we saw that people who had originally thought they were going to vote by mail made that shift, and they wanted to vote in-person absentee. So we had lines for in-person absentee. And keep in mind, we don't have early voting, we don't have vote centers. So it was the county registration office or any satellite office that they could open. So many counties opened satellite or extension offices. They looked to large facilities like coliseums and high school gymnasiums so that they could socially distance everyone. Our General Assembly saw the need and the desire of voters to cast absentee ballots, and they added a state of emergency reason, which basically opened it up so any voter was now eligible to vote by absentee. So with the increase in the number of locations, we were able to get more people through the absentee process in a timely manner. And it was very much a build it and they will come type situation. The counties that had the highest percentage of absentee votes were the ones that had the more extension offices. And statewide, our absentee turnout numbers were 38%. But in counties that had a lot of satellite locations, we saw counties with over 50%, like 52% or right around 50%. So it was very popular. Voters didn't seem to mind standing in line to be able to vote absentee. So we knew in order to have shorter lines on election day, we had to have a lot of people going through the in-person absentee process. And we only had lines on election day early in the morning. So those people that were there when the polls opened.
And this is, and you mentioned something that I'd like to throw up, open to the rest of the panelists, and it has to do with people requesting absentee ballots. I mean, a number of states, I got the sense that a lot of voters, especially in places where voting by mail hadn't been so popular, that many people were requesting ballots almost as an insurance policy, and then deciding to vote in person later on. How did one, I mean, did y'all experience this? And then number two, assuming you did, what effect did that have on the ability to run, in-person voting for those who didn't take out insurance?
Maybe I can take that to start that off. One of the things that we did for the general is we literally, when you applied for your absentee ballot, we created an online portal. One of the first things it did is it told the voter that if you apply for an absentee ballot, this is your method of voting. What we didn't want is people, because we saw some of that in the primary election where I literally had people calling me saying, hey, I applied for an absentee ballot just because I wanted to see that it wasn't going to show up so I can go on Facebook and say all these things about it. And it showed up and it was great, but now I'm going to vote in person. And so, what we were trying to do is encourage people to pick the way, kind of like David was saying, is, we didn't really care which way you voted, just pick that way and then accomplish it and make sure you were as effective as possible. And so one of the things we really did was messaging. In the general election, we spent over $1 million trying to coordinate voters. We were on TV, radio, print ads, social media, just trying to explain to voters what their options were and explaining to them how to effectively do what that option was going to be, whether it was in person or by absentee mail. But without the absentee mail process, it would have just absolutely overrun the in-person. And I think, honestly, what election day ended up being was a safety net for all the voters that either just couldn't find the way to apply for an absentee ballot, whether it was a conditional problem or a philosophical problem. But it also, in a general election, the presidential general election, it's high propensity, or there's a high propensity of low propensity voters, right? So what you end up with is all these voters that don't vote in a normal election, that in off cycles, now all of a sudden they're voting, and usually they're the most low information voters. So they're showing up on election day because they just didn't realize what their options were. So making sure that we were able to distribute enough of the load off of the other methods made sure that election day was accessible for voters that might just not have understood what their options were.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Yeah, Charles, we make it pretty easy in the state of Florida, and have for some time, to request vote by mail ballots. The other thing that we have is the ability for a voter, actually the default, if you just say, hey, I want to be a vote by mail voter, is for 2 full election cycles. So if somebody were to request a ballot today, and by the default method, they would receive their ballots for all elections in which they're eligible through the 2024 election cycle. And so that, that's got its challenges in and of itself, to make sure your lists are up to date. But, we're about to join ERIC, or have joined ERIC. And so hopefully that's going to improve that process as well. The other thing I think that really, sometimes I think we may be a little hard on ourselves in terms like, in addition to voter fraud, but suppression and things like that. I personally believe that a lot of times they get overused. And I have to say that, if you look at the ability for people to register to vote and the ability for people to cast a ballot, I would argue that we've never been in a position where that's easier to do either. Now, again, that's not saying that there's not ways to make improvements, and there's not pockets of challenges and problems. But overall, if you want to register to vote, you can register pretty easily in most places. And if you want to cast a ballot, you've arguably have more options than you ever have in order to fulfill that wish.
Right. Great, thanks.
I think in Ohio, something that affected voters choosing to vote by mail and then changing their mind later as it got closer to November 3rd had a lot to do with our extended primary. So as David mentioned before, in Ohio, we were scheduled to have in-person voting for our primary March 17th. And then late in the evening on March 16th, the Director of Public Health for Ohio ordered all of the polling locations to be closed. And in the end, we ended up with finishing the election with an all vote by mail election. It was extended until April 28th, but primarily everyone had to vote by mail. In-person voting was limited to voters who were homeless or voters with disabilities. So at that time, people really struggled to get their by mail ballot because they had to fill out an application. And we were not permitted to mail an application to the voter unless the voter requested an application. So many voters struggled through that vote by mail process. So while they were going through that in the spring, they went ahead and submitted an application for the general, thinking, well, I'm going to get this in early. I'll have it in ahead of time. We received many, from many voters, 2 applications in the spring, one for the primary, and then at the same time, they were requesting for the general. And then throughout the summer months, when, you know, we all as a society were learning more and more about COVID, we started to feel more comfortable going to the grocery store, things like that. I think those people then felt more comfortable going back to their traditional way of voting and voting in person. So we did have a number of voters who requested a ballot by mail and then decided to show up in person. We were able to accommodate it both early in person as well as on election day. I think one thing that did help is to keep those that requested a by mail ballot and then stay committed to the process was the ability to track that process on our website. Mm-hmm. You know, they could log in, see that when we processed their application, when we mailed their ballot, and then when they returned their ballot, they could see that their ballot had been returned and processed and accepted for counting. So I think that helped.
Right, thanks. Let's turn our attention to poll workers, and I think it was Sherry talked a little bit about all the groups that you know, stepped forward to you know, to ensure that poll workers, you know, there were poll workers there to accommodate all of the voters. But let's focus on this just for a couple of minutes. You know, back in March and April, there was a lot of freaking out about the possibility of not having poll workers, and as I recall, the infamous situation in Milwaukee was driven largely by last-minute poll worker problems, and you know, the National Guard was called out and all of that, and so you know, a number of groups in society mobilized to help meet the demand. Looking back on it now, what have we learned from that process? Is this a sustainable process? Should we it's almost like, should we have a crisis every 2 to 4 years to get new blood into the, I see no, okay, no new blood. What about the role of private groups? I know there were large national groups and state groups that were recruiting, et cetera. So, you know, we don't have a whole lot of time, but kind of what worked best and what maybe didn't work so well in terms of trying to backfill the vacancies that you were sensing in your poll workers.
One of the things that Kentucky did that I thought was really effective for us was, you know, one of the things we tried to tell people is that, like, it's not just about a lack of enough poll workers. So in Kentucky, you need 4 poll workers to run 1 precinct. If you replace one of those poll workers, it's not a problem because the new one that you bring in will norm to the behaviors of the other 3. But what happens when you replace 3 of the 4 or 4 of the 4, right? Now there's no institutional knowledge for those individuals to work off of. So one of the things that we tried to do is, because we had implemented early voting for several weeks prior to the election, we tried to get clerks to actually work with poll workers in getting them ingrained into the process during early voting, bringing them in, training them, evaluating them, making sure that, you know, because not everyone, unfortunately, is prepared or you know, is reasonable enough to be a poll worker. Sometimes they bring their own philosophies, and you want them following the rules and the regulations and the laws, and sometimes they don't want to do that. So it's just important enough for the poll worker to get training before election day when it was game time, but it was also important for the clerk to be able to evaluate those individuals. And what we found is by the time we got to election day, it was great. These people had multiple days of training. They had a good basis of understanding of what was expected from them, what they needed to expect from the voters. And in general, we had a really positive response from both voters and poll workers because of it.
Charles, I'd say another sort of offshoot of this, at least for us, was necessity. You had to change the way you did your training because, again, particularly early on, doing that kind of in-person training. So you had really smaller classes. We ended up doing part of it online. We had tried that when that was kind of the new fad back in the mid 2000s when everybody was, when we initially did it, we just didn't have a great experience with it. So we kind of abandoned that and went back to in-person. But this forced our hand, of course, so we had to do some of it online. And I think that expectation is that, we learned some things that out of necessity that I think we're going to take moving forward. One of the things we did is we trained our poll workers in their individual precincts. So they trained as a team. We had not done that before. Sometimes it just sort of happened accidentally, but we deliberately did that in smaller groups, which takes a heck of a lot more resources. But at the end of the day, we think that it benefited everybody, the poll workers, the election officials, as well as the voters themselves. So I think that's going to be an interesting offshoot to see how those training methods that were employed out of necessity become part of the norm moving forward.
Good. Well, after people, there's the places, and as I mentioned this morning, at least nationwide, according to what voters were telling us, they were less likely to vote in a church or a school this year than they were in the past. And certainly from the press, everyone was hot on voting in Fenway Park here in Boston, and other really kind of great sporting arenas. So what was it like for y'all? Were you experiencing the loss of these churches and schools? Were there new types of places that came forward? Or did you find new places that may in fact be sustainable in the future? Or will we be going back to church basements and kind of small cramped spaces after the pandemic is over?
I'll start. We were very fortunate in Hamilton County that we only lost a handful of polling places due to COVID. Of course, prior to the scheduled in-person primary, we had moved polling places out of senior living facilities. So we did have to find new locations for those. But as soon as our primary was over, we reached out to our polling locations, through a letter, letting them know that there would be in-person voting on November 3rd, and we would still need their location. And we also let them know all the safety measures we were going to put in place to keep everyone safe at that location. And after that communication went out, we only lost a couple of polling places, which we were really grateful for, because I think it's one thing I know I've learned is voters do not like it when you move their polling places. They get accustomed to going to that same church where they know the poll workers, it's in their community. So we were very fortunate that we did not have to move any of those polling locations.
Mm-hmm. Great. Anyone else want to jump in on this one? I guess not. I guess we're good. We're good on polling locations. So, we're getting close to wrapping up. I just want to kind of one general question for the group, and then we'll have some final thoughts. So, what you saw in this past election, is it the way we're going to be going in the future? And that is to say, do we think that that offloading so much of voting from election day is the way voting is going to be happening in your states and communities in the future? Is this a one-off? Are you waiting and seeing what voters are going to be doing? It seems to me as an outsider that there's now not as much uncertainty about the future as there was of voting during COVID, but there must be some uncertainty about how voters are going to respond now that some of them have been voting by mail now. So how are you thinking about moving forward in terms of balancing the need to maintain traditional or non-traditional in-person sites at the same time that voters may, at least some of them may want to continue voting by mail?
I think for us, we're going to focus. So unfortunately, when we changed our laws around this last election, both the general and the primary, there were emergency regulations, and so those emergency regulations went away as soon as those elections were over. What that means for future elections, I mean, once a voter changes their behavior, you tend to see that they tend to continue that behavior on. So I definitely expect that more and more voters will take advantage of the excuse-based absentee voting that we have. A lot of our voters already fall under the excuse eligibility that we have, but honestly, I think that what we're planning on doing is concentrating on messaging again, educating voters. I think understanding that there are multiple ways to vote and just being effective in that way. What we try to do is tell voters to make a plan to vote and then effectuate that plan. Make sure you be successful in that type of voting. And so I think we'll continue to do that, making sure people have an opportunity to vote in person if that's the way they choose to do so, and making that as effective and safe and secure as possible. If it's by absentee mail, that we do the same thing there. We're going to try and push our legislature to see if we can get early voting to be a permanent fixture in Kentucky elections. But, in the interim, we're going to continue to do voter education.
Good. So anyone else on whether this is the wave of the future, or is it wait and see about what comes next?
I think when you give voters choices, it's tough to take them back away once they, at least that's what we've seen here in Florida. And I guess the last thing I would say is that, it's going to be naive of me to say, but now is the time to start making these policy changes, right, through the regular method of policy making through the legislative and executive branches versus this rush. I mean, part of it was out of necessity in dealing with the situation, but a lot of it ended up in the judicial branch. And my personal opinion is that's not the way to do election law and election policy. Now we're just on the other side of, or about to be on the other side of a presidential election. We've got now is the time for legislatures and executives to and local election officials and state election officials to get together and say, okay, what are the lessons we've learned? What are the things that were put in place, whether through executive order or through a judicial decree that we think that benefit the voters ultimately, and let's take this opportunity now to do policy making the correct way. And so you're in a position to, when you get to the 2022 cycle and the 2024 cycle, it's not this patchwork of last minute urgent situations that create this pseudo chaos that doesn't benefit anybody, even if it's well intentioned. I know, again, that's naive, but here's to holding out hope that that policymaking process can begin or continue in the correct way. So we're in a position where we can effectively carry out the elections moving forward.
Well, we have about 1 minute left, and I wanted to give everybody 15 seconds to say what's on their mind if there's anything we left out. And I'm going to go in reverse alphabetical order. And actually, David, anything else you want to add? He's over and out. Sherry.
Just real quick, I think one thing I know we need to focus on a little bit is educating voters on how elections are administered. Not just their options for voting, but what happens that election night is an unofficial count, and the official count comes this many days later, and what election officials are doing during that time frame. So I think that's something definitely we want to work on, is just educating voters not only how to vote, but then how their vote is counted.
Great education. Jared. Your 15
I think the one thing that was accomplished in this election is voters had an insight into the inner workings of how elections work for the first time. I mean, so many voters think that, to do a Harry Potter theme, that, they're house elves. It's all magic. It all happens behind the scenes, right? That you show up on one day and everything's there. You get the correct ballot face. You can vote for the person you're trying to vote for. That process takes months and months of preparation and thousands of hours of work from county clerks and volunteers and poll workers, and then hundreds of hours after the election as well to make sure it's a fair, secure election that was well run. And everything that I saw from Kentucky and across the nation is that election administrators did an amazing job in this last election. And I'm hoping that the voters take with that into the next election cycle some of those ideas of just how hard election workers work, especially at the county level. So many of my county clerks worked through COVID conditions that were just absolutely incredible. And I am so incredibly grateful to the job that they did to make sure that we had an successful election in the Commonwealth.
Thanks. And Marcy, you have negative 15 seconds.
Negative 15. Okay. The success of an election can be measured in different ways, and it all depends on who you ask. It's whether their candidate won or how long they stood in line. But I think for this year, that there was no major spike in COVID cases after the election was a win for all of us.
Great, thanks. And I think our colleagues can now see why elections were so successful, or the people on watching can see why elections were so successful with a panel like this helping to run them. And so with this, we have a break, and I'd like to thank the panelists for a great hour, and I'll turn it back over to the BPC folks.
Welcome back. By most indications, this was the most heavily litigated presidential election in history. A significant amount of that litigation occurred after Election Day. While the individual cases have almost uniformly gone against the current president, the merits of those cases deserve a deeper dive for clues about how courts may adjudicate election law disputes in the future. Nate Persley is professor of law at Stanford Law School and co-director of the Healthy Elections Project, and he will lead this conversation. Nate, thank you for joining us today. And please bring this very long day of panels home.
Thank you. Well, the old Shakespearean quote, first kill all the lawyers. I think it's second, put them at the end of a full day of Zoom meetings and see if 6 lawyers in 45 minutes can cover the multiplicity of election related litigation. So this has been an incredible conference. Kudos to all the folks at BPC who put this together. And we've got an incredible panel to take us home here. We have Lisa Mannheim from the University of Washington, Ben Ginsberg, formerly, one of the nation's most accomplished election litigators, most recently of Jones Day. Soon will be teaching with me at Stanford next term. That is now his claim to fame, as well as having been the co-chair of the Presidential Commission on Election Administration. Rick Hasson of UC Irvine and the election law blog, as well as all other kinds of public goods in this field. Ned Foley from Ohio State University, at the Moritz College of Law at Ohio State University, and election law at Moritz. and Guy Uriel Charles from Duke University. So we've got a lot to cover, in part because this election season has been so fruitful from the standpoint of litigation. And so I want to jump right in. Lisa, let me start with you. If I had asked you before this election, or before November 3rd, that we would be in a post-election period with roughly 60 cases being litigated, and what would your prediction have been as to, say, what the sort of state of the controversy would be, the likely split in those cases? People like Rick Hasson were writing books like Election Meltdown. That sounds like a prescription for a meltdown, but it seems that in many ways we averted it. So talk a little bit about this post-election period and what we might have thought would have happened if we were in this situation.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks so much to the center for putting on such a terrific panel today. It's really been really been great. So in terms of, if you see dozens of cases being filed by a given candidate after an election, I think there's a good chance that those cases are going to come out in a pretty lopsided manner. And the reason why is because with that sort of filing strategy, there's a good chance that there's actually nothing wrong with the election. Rather there's something wrong with the litigation strategy. When it comes to the role that the courts play in an election after election day, it's really quite limited. There's basically two situations where it's appropriate for a court to sort of come in and say something about an election outcome. In the first set of cases, it's where the margin in the election is so small that election potentially will turn on relatively minor technical questions of election law. And in that circumstance, it can make sense for a court to come in and then resolve those questions that maybe otherwise didn't need to be answered. The thing is, when it comes to those really close elections, they just don't happen that often. We have thousands of elections that take place every election cycle. Maybe a small handful are going to be that close. The second category where it can make sense for a court to come in is when there's been some sort of systemic breakdown of the system that the election officials themselves can't resolve. And it's a testament to the strength of our election officials, frankly, that these sorts of situations also don't happen very often. So if you have a situation where you have a given candidate who's either bringing or supporting dozens of lawsuits after an election, that's just, it is not the case that we have elections and we have a system of court involvement that would really ever justify that sort of approach. This then maybe leads to the question, what is the litigation strategy that we've been seeing here if it's not one where the candidate has been trying to use the courts in the way the courts are designed? And to that end, I don't have insider knowledge, so I don't know for sure. But there seems to be at least sort of three strategies behind the president's post-election litigation strategy. All of them are quite troubling. The first one goes to the idea that maybe the courts or the judges can be enlisted in not sort of following the law and resolving these sorts of disputes, but instead that the judges can be convinced to essentially just vote for their preferred candidate. Obviously, this is not an appropriate use of the courts, and we have not seen the courts be willing to go down this line, which is in conflict with fundamental rule of law principles, obviously. The second sort of strategy that we possibly have been seeing since Election Day relates to the idea of sort of flooding the courts with lawsuits, flooding the courts with filings. This is something that lawyers have seen before, right? This is nothing new. It's sort of a strategy of litigation nuisance that can kind of overcome defendants, overcome the capacity of the courts, with the idea that maybe that will somehow break down the system in a way that will benefit the litigant. Again, this is not an appropriate use of the courts, and actually we have rules that prevent this. Finally, the third possible strategy here, I feel in some ways is the most troubling, and that seems to be that there may have been the idea that disinformation can somehow be amplified by sort of enlisting the courts in that process. There's sort of this idea that if you bring a lawsuit, it makes allegations, however wild, it makes them feel more official, more urgent, more legitimate. And again, this is not an appropriate use of the court systems. So going forward, we have a lot of stuff that we need to look at when it comes to this election. One of the things we're going to have to look at is how to strengthen the courts going forward so they can withstand this sort of employment, which is really not appropriate, frankly.
Ben, let me just turn to you on sort of situating this election in the sort of long history of election law cases that you've been a part of. Most notably Bush versus Gore, of course, but you've been doing recounts since the bloody 8th congressional district, now what, 40 years ago almost. And so this was a unique period, no doubt, what we saw after the election. Give us a sense of what you saw and how you would contextualize it given the kind of sweep of election law.
Well, Nate, and first, thanks to BPC for putting this on. It really has been a great day, and it's terrific to be with my fellow panelists as the only non-law professor here. So this election was unique for a lot of reasons. The pandemic obviously brought up a whole host of issues. But what was really unique about this was Donald Trump and the way he basically argued his case even before there was a case that he had to argue. So this was the first time where we've been involved in an election where a candidate, let alone a sitting president, has said from way back when that the elections were fraudulent and the outcomes were rigged. And so that put a unique set of pressures, I think, on this election that would have had a unique set of pressures anyways because of the pandemic. The other thing to remember about this election is that it wasn't really close. Yeah, it was kind of narrow, but 4 years ago when Donald Trump got the same number of electoral votes, he said it was a landslide. And that's the amount that he lost by this time. So this was not a close election in the Bush versus Gore sense. And this was the first time that we've ever had a president, a candidate, let alone a president, say at one point, let's stop counting the votes before they were all counted. That was categorically different from Florida. And so I think what you saw in this election was the breakdown of the usual arguments of the parties. Republicans see fraud every time they turn around. They put in a number of laws, mostly because they were so successful in state elections earlier in this decade. And the Democrats said this was voter suppression, and then everyone went to town in litigation. And that was the pre-election period. In the post-election period, again, it was a barrage of lawsuits. The central allegation that might have made the Trump case work was, number one, a much closer election, and number two, a scintilla of evidence for the underlying notion that this was somehow fraudulent. I do think that certainly state and local election officials, all the folks who were on earlier panels, showed that the system worked. In point of fact, the courts worked. And that judicial nominees of both parties, including the conservatives who Donald Trump, in Lisa's accounting, kind of relied on to give them favorable victories, really did uphold the rule of law, but that they were put in that pressure made this election unique.
Let me continue with that with Rick Hassan. You wrote a book, Election Meltdown, last year, published right before the pandemic hit, I think, right? And if anything, we probably thought that the likelihood of a meltdown even increased, right, with the additional stress that the pandemic posed. Part of the possibility for meltdown would have been, incredible polarization among the judges that we didn't see, right? And so I want, if you could reflect a little bit on, how melted down did the system get this time? And are you surprised by the sort of unanimous rejection and the fact that the courts held strong, really, to prevent any of these lawsuits from going anywhere?
Thanks for that. And let me thank BPC not only for this panel and today, but for the work it's done throughout the election season. And I think that's something that is a good place to start with this idea that we didn't have a meltdown, not just because we got lucky, but because many people worked extremely hard, starting with the election administrators who made this election successful despite the incredible challenges that came up because of the pandemic. And, if you look at the pre-election litigation, the litigation over changes that were made because of COVID or changes that were not made despite of COVID, it seemed to fit much more of the pattern that Ben described, where eventually, as these cases made their way up the food chain and to the Supreme Court, we did see the usual partisan divide between the justices and the judges, with the more liberal judges putting a thumb on the scale in favor of voting rights, and the more conservative judges putting a thumb on the scale in favor of deference to states to set the rules for how elections should be run. But I think you're exactly right, Nate, that in the post-election period, what we saw is that the Trump campaign went too far, that it actually brought together the conservative and liberal judges and justices in a way that I think showed that the courts did hold. And it was because of the kinds of arguments that were being raised that were so beyond the pale. And I think it really culminated or crescendoed in the Texas filing, where you saw one state advancing completely ridiculous, both legal theories that one state could tell another state how to choose the presidential electors, and factual claims about voter fraud that were completely discredited. That really went so beyond the pale. And, just this morning, a brief was filed, a reply brief in the Supreme Court in the case involving the 10,000 or so ballots that came in the 3 days after Election Day that the state Supreme Court in Pennsylvania said should be counted. And the US Supreme Court is still deciding about. It won't make a difference in the outcome of the election. But on that brief, you had Mike Carvin, Noel Francisco, among others. And so I think the fact that those names, the leading, you didn't see a Paul Clement, you didn't see a Mike Carvin, you didn't see the leading Republican election lawyers come into these suits. So I think it does show that this was a very different kind of election and a very different kind of election challenge. And we've never seen a Democratic or Republican president so push the system. And we got lucky in the end, because I think if we were down to a single state where it was close enough, the pressure would have been kind of insurmountable for a state legislature to appoint electors, or for state judges or a governor or someone to interfere. We came much too close for comfort. And it does suggest that, as we saw throughout much of the Trump presidency, so much depended on norms rather than on law in terms of how we structure our rules for politics. And maybe that means going forward that we need more law and fewer norms in order to cabin bad behavior in the future.
One thing I'll add, so at the Healthy Elections Project, Stanford MIT Healthy Elections Project that Charles Stewart and I ran, we developed a litigation tracker. And while we weren't sure how much post-election litigation there would be, the team led by Zahava Levine, who has been working on that, has not had a day's sleep since then. And so those who are interested, I put it at the memo that they've done on the post-election litigation at the top of my Twitter feed at Personally, if you want to check it out and look at all the other resources at healthyelections.org. I want to follow on what Rick was saying, Ned, and ask a little bit in some ways about the education lesson that we all got as to the sort of federal superstructure of presidential election law. And you are really the leading scholar on this from your book, Ballot Battles, as well as the many articles you've written on this. Let me just start with the question that you no doubt are getting when you go on TV quite a bit these days, which is it over yet? Are you sure it's over? Are we, and if it's not over, what remains to be done? And can you walk us through it a little bit?
Yes. Well, and again, let me add my thanks to BPC for a great day and for all the work it does. And for doing it on this day, because yes, I think today we can in fact say it's over. And that's not just because the Electoral College met yesterday, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the significance of Senator McConnell's statement today. You know, he announced after the media called the election that the media doesn't get to decide the winner, and he's accurate about that as a matter of law. And he said that when the process reached its finality and conclusion, he would have another statement to make, and he made that statement today, and it was a congratulatory statement of both the president-elect and the vice president-elect. And I think that itself provides some important measure of closure. You know, I don't think there was ever going to be any doubt as to what the result of the January 6th joint session of Congress, which exists under the 12th Amendment to receive the electoral votes that happened yesterday and officially count them, was going to be. And that was going to be true regardless of what Senator McConnell said, because of just doing some math in the Senate and understanding these arcane rules of the Electoral Count Act from 1887, which is so bizarre, but nonetheless has, you know, some verbiage to parse. But
some have made a career out of that already,
Yeah.
or a small career lately.
Well, I mean, but you know, I've said, you know, I've spent well over a decade trying to understand the darn law, and I still don't understand it. And I try not to blame myself for that. I sort of think it's the law's fault, not mine. Maybe it's my fault. But anyway, I want to thank Senator McConnell because he makes it so much easier to understand how this will actually go on January 6th now, because it's partly a political response as well as a legal one, and just the dynamics of it are going to be, you know, so much different with him as the leader of his party in the Senate, you know, fully behind the declaration of President-elect Biden's victory. All of that leads me to have a plea that maybe we could have the leadership in Congress, as well as the new administration and Congress, really work together to reform the Electoral Count Act from 1887. Because to Rick Hassan's point, we really did come very, very close this time. Scarily close in my judgment, given that it, you know, as Ben said, it wasn't that really a close election, and there was so much contestation. So this really could have gotten very, very ugly under the congressional procedures and the 12th Amendment, and it won't. I mean, there may be a little bit of theater on January 6th, but I'm not even sure the theater is going to qualify as being drama, thank goodness. But it should be a lesson to us that this is a very weak and fragile statute that puts the country in a very dangerous place, because the one thing that we need in a genuine disputed election, when the dispute reaches Congress, because it is a form of litigation, it's just not litigation in a court, it's now litigating the outcome in Congress. And the conversation, even over the last 24, 48 hours from Stephen Miller and these rival slates, they want to relitigate the result. There's going to be a hearing in the Senate tomorrow to try to think about evidence. You know, all of this is based, in my judgment, on a misunderstanding of the limited role that Congress has under the 12th Amendment. But the most important fact is that there's ambiguity here and uncertainty about what the role is. And so we really need Congress on a bipartisan basis to come in and clarify what the procedures really are if and when a presidential election does get litigated to the point that the litigation reaches Congress under the 12th Amendment in a genuine way. So I hope we don't say, thank God we got past this one and we don't have to worry about this for another 4 years. I think the time is right now to realize just how close we came to something really bad and use the moment to say, let's fix this statute for the future.
Just so I understand, though, what you're saying, what else would you change about the Electoral Count Act? I mean, this is a kind of long buffet of various provisions from, you know, part of the question of, you know, the role of the state legislatures, role of the state of the governors, right, and certification. What obviously the deadlines and the safe harbor provision, right? You've talked a bit about, you know, Marco Rubio had a bill that would have changed those dates. What else might you change in the current structure of the Electoral Count Act to try to make things a little bit better next time?
So quickly, first, I would just hold some hearings, some bipartisan hearings, just to have a conversation about this. Because again, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding about what the Electoral Count Act does and what the 12th Amendment does. I mean, this goes to the point where you have members of Congress saying that they want to consider whether there was or was not evidence of fraud in Georgia and all these states. I mean, I don't believe there was evidence of fraud. I think all of this was baseless. As Ben said, there wasn't evidence. But jurisdictionally, I don't think Congress has any power to ask the question whether there was fraud or not. I quote Justice Joseph Bradley from the Supreme Court, who sat on the commission for the Hayes-Tilden dispute. And he said, quote, "It is the business and jurisdiction of the state to prevent frauds from being perpetrated in the appointment of its electors, and it is not the business or jurisdiction of Congress," close quote. Well, that's one understanding of a very limited role that Congress has under the Electoral Count Act. All Congress is supposed to do is ask itself, are we receiving the electoral votes from the state that the state wants to send to us, pursuant to authoritative institutions within the state having appointed electors? Whether they did so correctly or incorrectly under state law is irrelevant. It's just, is it the entity that had jurisdiction to appoint electors sending us their electors? If that's the correct understanding, and that was the understanding on which Hayes-Tilden was decided, it is absolutely improper for any member of Congress to be asking itself whether there was fraud in Georgia or not. That was for Georgia to decide, right or wrong. It decided, it's over. That's what finality means. But there's disagreement among our community of law professors on whether or not this is the right understanding of the Electoral Count Act or the wrong understanding. So I think we just need to know what this law is supposed to do. Hearings can help. And then I think we can decide whether we want to go big or go small in terms of reform. Going small would simply mean to put in 21st century language whatever the darn thing is supposed to mean, so at least we can understand it without trying to make new policy choices. Going bigger would be to say, okay, let's rethink as a matter of policy for the 21st century what we want this kind of set of rules to be.
Great, thanks. And so, Guy, one of the features of having a post-election period where you've got 60 cases, it seems like every type of judge happened to be involved in one way or another. We had state courts, we had federal courts, right? We had, if people were paying attention in Pennsylvania, we had something even called the King's Bench petition, which made me think they would start donning their wigs and the like there. So there are obviously different rules, and we frequently, when we all of us remark on the structure of the American electoral system, it's not only 50 different systems, it's 10,000 different systems in some ways, given the decentralization. But from the standpoint of thinking about the litigation this time, the role, the forums that were exploited by different litigants, what are your thoughts on what the litigation this time tells us about election litigation writ large and division of state and federal roles and the like? I think you've got to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Nate, and thank you to the BPC. So you also pointing to one of what I view as one of the weaknesses of the system. So lawyers often worry about forum shopping and a dual federal system, as well as arbitrage in a dual federal system where you're manipulating. It's not about the substance of the merits of the case, but really trying to get either a better judge or a better forum in order to get a favorable outcome. And this is related to where Lisa started us off at the very beginning, to the extent that post-election litigation is as much political theater and as much related to politics and framing as it is, if at all, about the merits of addressing underlying substantive issues, right? So to the extent that it's much more about theater and politics and much less so about redressing substantive legal issues, then the worries that forum shopping becomes a significant worry. The ability of lawyers to be able to look around the country and to be able to say, okay, we're going to file a lawsuit in Arizona. Well, why Arizona? Well, that's the place where we think we might be able to get something because we need it. We need a political when. And we're going to file it in front of this and this particular court, because the hope is that you'll get a draw of a judge that will make it more likely to win. Now, what was remarkable about this cycle is, for the most part, forum shopping and arbitrage, and it was tried over and over and over and over again, and yielded nothing. Right, so that's remarkable. But in some senses, that tells us a lot more about how extreme the challenges were. This is something that Rick also pointed to. Right, it tells you about the absolute lack of merits of the cases. Now, you take a context in which there is some merit to the challenges, then the strategy really then comes into play, to the extent that more than one state is in play, to the extent that then you can go to state court as opposed to federal court. And part of what's interesting, at least to me, is the fact that the states use the same rules for these high stake elections, right, presidential elections, as is used for any run of the mill type of litigation. And we saw in this process, with many of us lawyers trying to game out and think about how this particular litigation might play in this particular court, or how it might play in front of this federal court. And of course, we also had litigation, the attempted litigation to file an original lawsuit in front of the Supreme Court itself. And it does raise the question, to the extent to which we ought to treat presidential litigation that arises out of a presidential election as a separate category, as a different thing, and maybe even the presidential election as a separate category, as a separate thing, particularly with respect to state election laws, right? Because in a close election, where more than one state might be in play, and the opportunity for forum shopping and arbitrage, which then introduces some randomness into the outcome because of the favorability of the judge or the favorability of the forum, then we might be in a very different place than when we are today. So today, this past cycle, nothing panned out, though we saw it repeated over and over, repeated lawsuits in multiple states, changed the plaintiffs, sometimes not even change the facts, and simply file in a different court, and even under the same lawsuit in a different state. So it amounted to nothing, precisely because the election was not that close, precisely because it was very well run, precisely because the claims were not at all strong, and that's putting it mildly. But in a different context, then the outcomes might in fact be very different, and we might get the types of prolonged litigation that we worry about. And so some type of reform in this area might be necessary.
Can you talk a little bit about the desired reforms? I mean, whether it's with respect to that, I should note that Ned also led the American Law Institute work on some of these election recount issues and the like, and contesting elections. And that had some suggestions in there, either with respect to what you just specifically were talking about, such as the litigation, reforming of the litigation for presidential elections, or more generally, lessons taken from this election. I'll ask every panelist this question of what reforms you think are needed, and that could be helpful in avoiding a potential meltdown.
Sure. I like the way that Ned started thinking about this. So part of it depends on whether we simply want tweaks, or whether we're in a position to rethink the structure altogether. If we're ever in a position where we're actually doing some rethinking, my suggested reform will be to treat litigation from a presidential election as a special thing that deserves its own special court. That would be my preference, would be to think about, and one could do it at the state level if one wants to, and you could create some model frameworks for that, and maybe could be piloted in some states. But that would be my preferred sort of big thing, because in fact, what we saw in this process, in the attempt to treat this litigation as a run-of-the-mill, go ahead and file something, file as much as you can, hope something sticks, really does raise a deep problem. I see some commissioners from Nate, maybe even a commission. I think from there's some people with great experience on here with commissions and with great suggestions from the commission. So yeah, those are possibilities. So if we're going to go big, that's the approach that I would suggest.
Lisa, let me ask you that same question. Either thinking about it from the standpoint of a lawyer and thinking about changes in the rules that would affect litigation, bring certainty and the like, or more generally on thinking about election administration and the bullets that were dodged in this election and how we can make sure that they don't hit the heart next time.
Sure. Well, I guess I'd say two things. So first, Nate and others, Ned and others, as you say, through ALI have come up with a number of different suggestions regarding reforms that states can take to adopt more specific election codes, more specific rules for the resolution of election contests, not only in the presidential context, but also in other races. And particularly when the courts are getting this sort of pressure, there can be a value in just having rules set, regardless, frankly, of what exactly they say. In that situation, you don't have, two reasonable outcomes and then potentially a fight between judges who very well may be elected through partisan elections. Instead, you have a clear rule on the books and the judges can frankly point to it and say, look, my hands are tied. And to the extent that we've seen rules like that, so for example, even at the US Supreme Court with the Texas litigation, there are just clear rules that prevented that lawsuit from going forward. And so what we can get out of the US Supreme Court is a short, essentially unanimous opinion saying, no, this isn't appropriate for us to look at. So on one level, just having more rules might be helpful at this point in time. The second thing I would say is that while I'm very sympathetic to having different procedures in the presidential context, and one of the reasons for that is because we have a different timeline there. So you could have an election contest theoretically last 6 months, like we had in the Franken-Coleman case, and you can still have eventually the election resolved. If you wait too long with the presidential contest, then it's done. It's the person's already in office. I am concerned about one centralized body resolving sort of all these contests. And the reason why is because that's potentially subject to capture. And frankly, given how aggressive the president has been prior to the election and after the election, I am more grateful for the lack of a strong centralized agency at the federal level than I was before this election cycle, because I would be very worried about what an aggressive president or other might do if there was just a focal point to focus that sort of energy.
So Ben, you've written in the Washington Post recently on potential reforms or at least ways of thinking about it. Do you want to sort of explain what your position is on this? What did we learn in this election about the need for reforms, and which particular reforms do you think?
Well, a couple of points. First of all, and this is based on the experience of the 2000 election, that leaves some residue with the person who won it. And the notion that President-elect Biden is going to want the Congress to go and delve into cures for this election is, I think, misplaced. I mean, I think his desire is going to be to move forward and deal with all the myriad of problems in issues other than elections. And there will not be a desire to revisit it for purposes of fixing the Electoral Count Act or much of anything else. So that's why Nate's idea of a commission actually, I think, has a great deal of saliency to it. The second, in looking at what happened in this election, is a lot of the laws that we're talking about go off on the fraud suppression dichotomy, what Rick accurately described as suppression or upholding state legislative judgments. And there were some surprises in all of this. First of all, a lot of the Republican positions on what to do with laws is based on this haunting fear that if everybody gets to vote, they're not going to vote for Republicans. And so high turnout elections are bad. Well, this was a very high turnout election. And while the presidential race was lost by Republicans, they did quite well down ballot, and especially really down ballot in legislative races. in the states. And so Republicans can take away from this. They don't need to fear high turnout elections. And conversely, Democrats did quite well in states with some of the strictest voter ID laws in the country, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia. And so the idea that voter ID laws are bad can get re-examined. And interestingly enough, I would commend to everyone the 9-tweet thread that Arizona Governor Doug Ducey did about the laws in his state that enabled him to tell President Trump that President Trump was wrong and he was not going to try and mess around with the results. But that included things like voter ID and a lot of poll watchers and the way they do signature verification on ballots. So a lot of the laws that Republicans love to put in did not prove needed in the turnout realm. And Democrats could do some rethinking on the broad definition of voter suppression. That would get us to a better place at looking at the changes in individual state recount and contest laws, because I certainly agree with Lisa that a national recount law would be a little bit of a frightening thing.
Well, let me ask, for both Ben and Rick Hassan, whether, given the incredible polarization in people's views about the performance of this election, how capable are we actually to address that, right? If one of the things that we need to target is the fact that there's low level of confidence in the democracy, and problems that people perceived, some of which are not connected, as you were saying, Ben, to real problems on the ground. Are we boxed in? Have we crossed a Rubicon right now that it's going to be very difficult to come back from, as to broad-based lack of confidence in the system? And is there anything we can do about it?
Well, in my mind, the way to deal with the Republican belief, the belief in so many Republicans that somehow the elections are rigged and fraud exists, is that I actually hope that either the individual states involved in this, or maybe this is a congressional function, actually provide a forum. I mean, what recounts and contests are put up or shut up events. And what's true of Trump in this election, which has been so bad, is he has neither been able to put up, and God knows he hasn't shut up. So that's what the problem has been. And I believe that you need to somehow release the pressure of this unfounded belief about fraud. And so give them a forum to actually try and bring forth the evidence. I think they're going to fail on that, just like the commission that Trump set up in 2017 failed. But I think that's the way that you will have to explode the myth of voter fraud, is to actually provide the forum and see if they can prove it, which they can't.
Rick Hassan, you've been chronicling since Bush versus Gore, I think, in a series of articles, or at least in a series of graphs that I know of, looking at the election litigation over time. And we probably passed some kind of milestone in this election. I'm eager to hear from you on that. But given the level of controversy, the partisan polarization in distrust, do you see a way out in terms of broad-based reform, or even a compromise that would be possible in order to address some of this lack of confidence?
So I think the question is whether the Trumpist moment fades or grows when this election is over. So I think I disagree with Ben. The first thing I disagree with that he said all day was the last thing he said, which is that we need to give a forum. There's been ample forums. There have been state and federal lawsuits where evidence could be put in about fraud, and there really is nothing there. But the amount of fealty that some Republicans have felt they needed to show to this president, the 17 attorneys general that signed on to the ridiculous Texas case and the 126 Republican members of Congress, makes me think that this is going to last for a long time. And I think as desperate as we're going to be for a need for reform, and I would say the number one thing would be to remove discretion at all the points where we don't need discretion. Once the Electoral College vote numbers are known, we shouldn't have to know who the Wayne County canvassing board members are or worry about faithless electors. It should be kind of automatic from that point, or about, you know, what the definition of failed election means in the Electoral Count Act. So I think there's so much that could be done to alleviate discretion that would make things better, but this doesn't seem to me to be the political moment where it's going to happen, so long as Trumpism has a grip on the Republican Party, at least on the federal level. I think on the state level, a lot more can happen. And, you know, I never thought I'd be saying that Brian Kemp is a voting rights hero, given the stuff I've written about him in the past, but it really did take a lot of heroism on the part of a number of Republican election administrators and elected officials to beat back this relentless assault on democracy that we saw from the president.
Guy, do you want to chime in here?
Yeah, one quick point. I mean, I think the Georgia runoffs are going to be extremely important here because if you are undermining belief in the system and it causes you to lose elections, then that presents a self-correcting mechanism in one version. You can't both tell people the system is corrupt, oh, and you need to participate, right? You sort of have to make a choice. And so, so it depends on what happens there, because then the message the system is corrupt might need to be changed if it is important to get people to participate, so that way you can hold on to political power. So I think that's something important to keep one's eye on.
Yeah, well, you know, it is an interesting question as to whether these signals about a corrupt electoral process are going to have a differential impact on turnout. I mean, this is an interesting test case that we'll be going through in Georgia. One thing that I worry about is that when people say, look, the accusations that the Trump campaign has made about the integrity of the election are going to be damaging to people's belief in democracy over the long term. How do we actually measure that? How would you identify an example where this has sort of reached a new low? And one thing I'll be looking for is, in the event the Democrats lose the Senate races closely in Georgia, how willing will they be to accept the outcome, right? If this language becomes just the way we start talking about election losses, will this actually be a bipartisan sort of approach that really those who lose elections are just going to be attacking the process? Ned, take us home here a little bit. Talk a little bit about what the litigation that we have witnessed says going forward, you know, and the role of judges in some ways. You know, we've talked about, or those of us who are in this field remark often about the Purcell principle, which has come up time and again on you know, which really is a doctrine of judicial restraint at its heart. Like, to what extent should the federal courts be upsetting the status quo in a given election after the rules are fixed? And sort of the way the different courts have been talking about that principle was important, particularly in the pre-election period. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks. So what strikes me about this conversation, which I think is really helpful, is Guy and Lisa and others have made points about sort of jurisdiction, avoiding forum shopping. And I think Lisa's absolutely right that it's better to rely on federalism and keep this at the level of the states. I think that's good to announce ahead of time, because people try to relitigate that or revisit that issue when it's to their partisan advantage right in the moment of the election. So the more we can get clarity on a jurisdictional point like that, the ahead of time, the better. But I also think that applies to timing rules as well as institutional rules. Like, there's the who gets to decide these questions, and there's when do they get to decide them. And what struck me is so much of the litigation this year, both before November 3rd and since then, has actually been about timing. So there's been never as much debate, to my knowledge, about this doctrine of Purcell, about when is it proper to bring a lawsuit, as there was this time. And this was a judge-made principle that the Supreme Court came up with. It would be better, I think, to codify that in some way, shape, or form, so you weren't fighting over what's the proper application of it. We just know these are the rules about when you can bring the lawsuit. Likewise, related to that, after November 3rd, we had a lot of litigation over things called laches and estoppel and waiver about whether it's too late to bring a lawsuit, should have been brought ahead of time. Again, a lot of that is judge-made law, which means it's squishy and open to manipulation. Maybe those are the kinds of things that could be codified so that we know in advance, what those timing rules really are.
I'll say one thing, and this is in response to some of the comments earlier about how close were we to an election meltdown. If you do the math, if 20,000 voters changed their minds in this election between Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia, we would have ended up with a tied electoral college vote. And even though what ended up happening, the number of states that were in play were different than we saw 4 years ago. Imagine what would have happened either if we were under the scenario that Rick originally described, which is that it was a Florida-like scenario where we would have ended up litigating it like in Bush versus Gore, or if we ended up throwing this to the House and we would have had yet another civics lesson on top of all the civics lessons that we were taught this time. Actually, Ben, let me just close with a question to you on this. Since you were obviously so embedded in Bush versus Gore and the 2000 election controversy, in a sense, what's different today from your experience then? What would have happened? Speaking more generally about election litigation and the like, but also what would have happened if we had almost the identical situation of Florida, but happening in this environment?
It would have been a lot more difficult and tenuous. I think we benefited greatly in 2000 from the fact there was no such thing as social media at the time. Both in terms of looking at individual ballots and in terms of disinformation and information flow. And I think that would have been hugely different. I think one of the real differences between Florida and 2020 was the way equal protection played out. Equal protection in Florida was about similarly marked ballots being treated differently. There's nothing about some counties in Pennsylvania allowed cures for absentee ballot signature problems and others didn't. I mean, it was a very granular equal protection argument in Florida that was tremendously different. And of course, the greatest difference, I think, is that back in 2000, nobody had a Bush versus Gore to refer to. Mm-hmm. So there was no sort of, gee, we have to avoid this, gee, we have to do this. And the last thing I guess is the timing issues involved in it really provide the most difficult lessons. That in fact, Florida in 2000 was right up to the edge of not having a state with certified election results and able to produce a slate of electors. And you could see in this situation with all the litigation, how had it been a less than 1,000 vote margin in an outcome determinative state, that you really would have bumped into the Electoral College problems, which would have gotten into the Electoral Count Act total inability to understand. And that would have been difficult.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Rick, Lisa, Guy, Ned. I think I thanked everyone there. And thank you, Matt, for putting this on. It was an incredible day of panels to talk about the election.
Well, thank you, Nate, for closing us out strong. I want to thank all of the panelists and moderators who joined us throughout the day. I know my team at the Bipartisan Policy Center was honored that you all made it work, and I know the audience appreciated your expert thoughts about the future of elections. As I noted at the beginning of the day, which is about 6 hours ago, you should all expect this to be the first step in BPC's work over the next 2 years of election reform. There's a lot of work to do following 2020 elections. Thank you to all the audience members who came and went throughout the day, and to the hardiest among you who stuck around for the entire live stream. Thank you also to my team at the Bipartisan Policy Center, Rachel Ori, Collier Fnekes, Alejandro Marquez, Michael Thorning, Carolyn Cooper, Owen Baskai, and Hannah So, Without all of them, you would not have had such, or we would not have had such a smooth production. And with that, I close out the BPC webinar reflecting back on 2020 and the need for reform going forward. Thank you.